Strike by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
And we're up. Let's go, Tim Dillon. How are you, sir? I'm good now. Look at that coat.
Thank you for having me. It's Raccoon. I went to a furrier in New York, and two little old Jewish guys, and they go, "We don't have anything in your size, like sable or chinchilla or any of the high end." But then one of the little guys goes, "We may have a raccoon in the back," and he and he came out with this, and this is a raccoon, but he was explaining it's from Finland. Like these raccoons are Finnish.
Is that the actual color of their fur? Or did they dye that? Because
I think
it's like a blonde, almost like a grizzly bear.
I think the raccoons in Finland have different colors, perhaps.
Let's Google that.
Yeah,
What does a raccoon look like in Finland? Is that a different animal? What do they call them? They call them dumpster dogs or something like that?
Trash pandas.
Trash pandas, that's it.
You know? And listen, I like a raccoon too, but I also like fur. I think people should be allowed to wear fur.
Well, it is weird that you're allowed
Yeah.
to kill animals and eat them.
Why do they call it a raccoon dog?
Oh, so it is kind of similar to the cookback.
I typed in Finland raccoon and it just keeps saying raccoon dog.
Raccoon dog.
See, in Finland they seem to be more tan.
Yeah, that looks like your coat.
Yeah.
That doesn't look like a raccoon. Like if I saw that, I wouldn't say that's a raccoon. I'd be like, what is that?
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
It's kind of got a raccoony face. Like
Yeah.
scroll back up to those images. Like that picture up there, that's a raccoony face. This cute creature, that's a raccoony face. But the color of it, I'd be like, what is that? That's weird. Yeah. So they call him a raccoon dog?
I just typed in.
Bro, you got a dog coat on. That's rough.
I knew it. I think I got taken advantage of. This was it. They kind of looked at each other a few times, and this one didn't even have the liner in. They put the liner in.
Oh,
It's
Jesus.
a very cheap liner.
Oh.
They put the liner in. I just went in because I was curious about. I don't understand it. I get curious about different things. So these furriers in New York City, a lot of them will kick you out if you don't have an appointment. So one of them just said, "We can't deal with you. You don't have an appointment. Go." But then these two guys were nice enough to talk to me a little bit, and I was just asking questions. I'm like, "What's the deal?" They're like, "Well, sable is like the top thing," and then they're like, "Obviously, mink and chinchilla and fox."
Could
And
they make you a custom
of course,
one your
they
size?
could
So you'd have to
absolutely
order it.
They could absolutely make a custom one, but I wanted something fun to come on here with.
Yeah.
So I said, I don't really even want one of these. So I just want to do like an impulse buy. Just give me something to buy.
Right.
I don't want to think
And
about
you
this.
got the raccoon.
And then the guy goes, "We have a rack." I don't know what it is. It could be a costume.
That might have been what the Patterson guy wore in the Bigfoot foot.
Yeah, I have no idea what it is, but it is a fun, and it's got that hood. It's got a hood like if you were a rapper or something like this.
Do you know, Bill Blumenreich from Boston?
Of course.
Yeah. Bill had a mink coat once.
Yeah.
And he let me try it on. I'm like, let me try that on.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God, it's so warm.
It's
He's like,
amazing.
yeah. There's a reason why people like them.
But people get real mad.
Oh yeah, they don't like it. But it's also weird. Like, you're allowed to wear leather.
Right.
Like, what is leather? If leather is everywhere. Everybody wears leather.
It's in
leather
cars.
is just the fur removed. That's all it is.
Right.
Like
Crocodile scales.
there's a company called Origin, and one of the elk that I shot, we took the hide and had the hide shipped to them. They're going to turn it into boots.
Yeah.
It's good use of leather.
Of course.
What? But that's normal. Nobody gets freaked out if they see you with leather boots.
Well,
on.
wasn't this
Everybody
the
has leather
entire? I
boots
mean,
on.
you know more than me, but the Native Americans who respected the animals and the environment, it was all about utilizing every part of the animal.
Yeah, they used everything they could, and
Right.
they lived in harmony with them. Like, you
Yeah.
know, especially like some of these Native American tribes had these relationships where they were migratory with the animals.
Right.
Like Buffalo and the Comanche, they followed them around, man, and they used all their blankets, all sorts of things.
Yeah.
Their teepees, everything. Like,
So to me, I don't understand where it became, so controversial.
because it's really rich people flaunting that they can go have someone murder a mink for them.
Right.
And you're wearing this thing, and you've got all these diamonds, and you're walking in fabulous. It's imbalanced. It's grossly imbalanced.
To a degree.
You're a rapper with like hundreds in your hands. You're throwing them out.
Sure, but
the
somehow
crowd.
I look balanced with nature in this, in an odd way. I don't even feel like I look rich in this. I look a little crazy.
Well,
I
you
look like
have
a guy
balanced
on the
out.
brink of something, and not a good thing.
It depends on what you like. I would look at it. That's a fun guy. My initial reaction when I saw you in, I was like, "This is awesome."
It's interesting because it does seem to me. I understand that people are morally against it, but when you start like, I don't know, throwing paint on people, right?
It's kind of crazy.
Red paint. I was in Beverly Hills once. They had like outside of a store. They were like chanting, and they were trying to intimidate people walking in the store. It just feels silly.
I had a girl tell me once, she was upset at the Comedy Store, that I had fur, I had a hoodie with fur around the edges of it. And she just like out of nowhere, I wasn't even talking to her. She's like, something shitty about the fur.
Right.
I go, it's fake. I go, it's fake fur. It's like, it's a fucking hoodie.
Right.
And she goes, I don't like what it represents.
What is it? What is wrong with these people? I don't.
This was a long time ago, by the way. This is not like famous me. But I was like, this is such a crazy conversation. Like, it's fake fur. Like,
I don't understand. I understand people that are ethical vegans who say, I don't want any type of animal product ever.
Right.
Okay. I disagree with that, and I think a lot of people on Earth would disagree with that. I think the human race would starve pretty quickly if we couldn't eat any animal product.
yeah, that wouldn't work out well.
It wouldn't work out.
It is also very complicated because the relationship that we used to have with animals, like the animal relationship that you're talking about with the Native Americans, where
Yes.
they had this tribal relationship where they followed these herds around and hunted them expertly. That is so different than going to Jack-in-the-Box.
That's true.
And that's what most of what our meat is coming from, this weird subversion of like the natural way of getting food.
The factory farming.
Yeah, I mean, there's never been a time ever where in human history where people have stuffed so many fucking animals into warehouses and just beheaded them.
But because our population has never been greater.
Right.
It's never been bigger. We've never had more of a burden to feed people.
Right.
And it's unfortunate the way that it happens. I mean, we've all seen like the footage of like the chickens that don't get to walk around. That's not good.
Not good. Also, I think that up until fairly recently, like within the last couple hundred years, it was unheard of to not grow your own food.
Right.
I think everybody sort of knew that you had to grow some of your own food or hunt some of your own food.
Well, that's so hard now because how do you do that in Arizona?
You don't,
Right? Like if you live in the desert.
unless what kind of water rights do you have?
Right? Or if
Can
you're
you
in
irrigate?
Minnesota and it's freezing.
Right.
So it's just, it becomes difficult to live that. I'm sure that's the ideal way to live. But the modern world it's very hard. People don't have any time.
No.
You know?
No, it's hard. And imagine what it was like before they had trucks. Imagine like living
crazy.
in Manhattan in January in 1700 and you can't get an apple.
It's insane.
Like there's no fruit. You're not
It's
getting
insane.
any fruit. You're not getting any vegetables.
Well, what's funny is like there's this show on HBO called The Gilded Age, and it's about all these really, like the robber barons, like the industrialists, and like they all had these massive staffs of people that would just make them dinners every day. It was crazy. Like they had entire staffs of like usually Irish chefs and cooks and waiters and everything just to facilitate the meal, the daily meal. Like it was very royal and regal, and they would have people just there cooking for them and making their food, and it's interesting to watch because
the haves and the have-nots back then.
back then it was wild. Like people say it's wild now, and it is wild now because a lot of the haves now can take a spaceship and take a blunt drive around the globe. That's wild.
How much carbon does that burn off into the atmosphere?
I don't know.
I mean, if you want to talk about some of the most ridiculous excesses of carbon use,
It's
shooting rich people into orbit. That's so nuts. That must be so much gas.
It's so nuts. But like anything else, right? They'll say, well, it's good for, I guess, it incentivizes people to care about space exploration.
Right.
Because they're going to pay a lot of money to go up there.
Right.
And that money's going to get utilized to discover more things. Who knows if that's...
It's a weird argument.
Yeah.
Because, like, I feel like... I mean, look, I'm happy that they're exploring space, but I feel like maybe someone should sit down and go, until you guys figure out a better way to get off the fucking ground.
Yeah.
Let's just
chill.
How are we saying no one should burn carbon fuel? How are we saying that you can't have gas-powered cars in California after 2035?
Yeah.
How are we saying that while we're shooting off these giant fucking metal tubes of jet fuel
into
and lighting it on
space?
fire? It's literally burning in the sky.
I think that's the reward when you have $1 billion is you want to think you can leave.
Yeah.
That seems to be the reward. It's these guys going like, we don't have it quite figured out yet, but they're like, God, it might be nice if I could leave.
Oh my God, it would be hell.
It would be tough.
It would be so stupid. The first person that leaves, they're going to fall into, there's a trap. And here's the trap. Just because something's hard to do doesn't mean it's good to do.
Right.
And you could say it's going to be so difficult for us to get to Mars. Right. Also so difficult for someone to fucking save
for
you.
For a reason.
Yeah. That's not a good place to go.
No.
We have spots in Earth that suck. Go visit those. They can get you out by helicopter if you're lucky.
These people I think there's that fantasy of like seeding other planets with biological DNA.
Yeah.
Carrying on the human race. The idea that the Earth might be past a tipping point, maybe.
I think we have to realize that time does not give a fuck about the human race.
Right.
Time doesn't care. If we got hit by an asteroid and this whole planet got knocked back down into the Jurassic period again.
Right.
That totally could happen. It's happened before. It's the reason why we're here in the first place, supposedly, right? The Yucatan impact. If that happens again, time doesn't care. Time doesn't care. We care.
Can we do anything to the asteroid now that we're more advanced?
They are slowly but surely being able to recognize where the real problem, supposedly, I believe, is ones that come from too near the sun.
Right.
The problem is the gravity of the sun. I'm sure I'm fucking this up. I'm sorry. I think the gravity of the sun, the mass of the sun is so immense that it's difficult to see objects that are behind it coming towards us. So if something's passing the sun and going towards us, we might not see it until it's too late to do anything about it. And then even if we do see it, there's only a few different methods that they've devised that seem to one of them is you hit it with a surface, like something lands on it. And this changing of the aerodynamics of it, changes its trajectory in some way. And another one is breaking it up. The breaking it up one scares people, though, because they're like, well, what if you break it up into many pieces that you could just go to a bunch of different spots?
Yo, what's up? Yeah, he is. He's one of the best. Best. We need a Tim Dillon in the elite right now.
And most people would survive.
It's amazing.
He's calling out.
We haven't had
What's up, bro?
Really, and you might know more than I do, but we haven't had a really destructive asteroid impact in a long time.
It's a timeline thing, dude.
Right.
Our timeline is our lifetime, and it's so long for a person, and it's so nothing for space.
Right.
It's so nothing. It literally is nothing.
Right.
Our timeline is 100 years for a human timeline. The Earth is 4 point whatever billion years old. The universe, there's all these arguments now. The universe is even older than 13.7 billion years ago. I'm not really smart enough to understand it. It's something about the forming of the galaxies. They seem to form quicker. That wouldn't be possible if the Earth was if the universe was only 13.7 billion years. But Brian Keating doesn't agree with it, so maybe he's right. I don't know who's right. But it's either way. We're 100 years of nothing.
The community,
And if we get hit with an asteroid, and then
It's true.
everything starts, and it's another
When we're in
65
clown
million
world.
years from now until a new form of intelligent life
Right.
arises, the universe doesn't care about that.
No, right. Me saying we haven't had a significant impact is like when your 13-year-old starts talking about Israel and Palestine. Like they just don't. This is I sound ridiculous because it's literally I've been on the planet 38 years and I'm like we haven't had anything.
You get as you
Dylan's
get older, you
38.
get
Wow,
old
he's
enough
the same
to
age as
realize
me.
This hustle. You get this is a hustle. Like you're pretending like you can do something.
Right.
You're pretending like you're gonna make a life and leave a mark and all. You're just moving.
Right.
And you're gonna be gone, and new people are gonna move into that, and everyone's affecting everybody, and we're all working towards some weird goal.
Right.
And some of it involves rockets and computers, and we're just building wilder and wilder technology. But I don't know if we can escape before something hits. And I have a feeling that's what's happened many times in the past. I think that's the biggest key to the mystery of people.
And you think that we may have gotten to this point
I think we definitely did.
where people were podcasting in ridiculous coats.
Yes.
And then something comes and ruins it.
Yeah.
And then it takes billions of years to get back to that.
Millions.
Millions to get
Not-
back to that.
Not really millions. I think probably whatever the Egyptians were doing, I think they were the most advanced civilization that ever existed. That's what I think. This is, I mean, I'm out of line here for sure. Listen, if you're an archaeologist and you're pulling your hair out, I get it. But I don't think we can do what they did. I think if you just look at it for just the sheer dynamics, the volume of stone that they moved, the precision in which they built it, I really don't think we can do that. Just
We
the
could definitely do
symmetry
it.
of the faces of the statues is unparalleled, and they're immense. These are monstrously
could do it.
huge, perfectly symmetrical faces.
Right.
Their temples are insanely intricate with 20-ton gigantic stone blocks that were taken from a mountain 500 miles
Right.
away. And no one has any idea how the fuck they got them.
Nobody has any clue.
No guesses.
Right.
There's some guesses about, oh, maybe the river system was different back then. Whatever. How are you
Right.
getting that 50-ton chunk of granite
No
out of
way.
a fucking mountain and moving it down,
insane.
even with modern equipment? How are you getting it over the mountain?
So it seems like
You don't even have roads. What are you
they
doing?
were incredibly advanced
Incredibly advanced.
with math, with science, with technology.
Certainly with geometry. They also had an understanding of the cosmos. They definitely had an understanding of the constellations. And that's one of the reasons why the fringe theory is that the Sphinx is way older than what they have it currently dated at, was like 2,500 BC, which is still crazy old, right?
Right.
But what they think is it's probably older than that, maybe even 10,000 or 30,000 years old. And that at these times whenever the calendar is aligned properly, whatever the year is, it's like exactly where a lion would be staring the constellation Leo.
That's mind-blowing.
Mind-blowing.
To think about that stuff.
I don't know if that's true though. That's a weird one. It's like, how do we know if, like, from the burning of the Library of Alexandria, we lost so much of an understanding of what the Egyptians knew and what they recorded. So there's a lot of weird speculation amongst Egyptologists. Like, they look at they have hieroglyphs that show kings that go back 40,000 years.
Right.
And they look at that as myth.
But
So it gets to a certain
yeah.
time and they decide, okay,
Yeah.
now this is Tutankhamun, this is Ramses.
Are we talking
this is the
about
kings.
biblical times, or even we're predating that?
pre
So we're
biblical
really
times.
predating the
Yeah.
biblical times.
If they're correct,
Come on, man.
If these hieroglyphs are real, instead of like saying that they're myth because they're talking about kings that ruled the earth 40,000 years ago, when we decided that those people back then were primitive. But if they're right, and if it only existed in a few places on Earth, well, that makes sense.
Right.
That's how it is now. You can
Right.
go right now. You can go to the Amazon. You see people living like they lived thousands of years ago.
Right.
And then you can see someone here get hit by a car because they're looking at their phone.
That's right.
You know, it's like they're both existing at the same time. I think that's probably always been the case with people. There's always been like people that live in Siberia, these nomadic tribal people that are very content just living the same way they've always lived. And then there's people that live in San Francisco that have people shitting on their street and fucking
Right.
shooting up in front of them and getting paid.
Yeah. So it's interesting. You've always kind of had that dichotomy of really advanced people and then really, I don't want to use the word primitive, but certainly, these uncontacted tribes and things like that.
Human beings always have inequality.
Yeah. There's always that strata.
There's always something.
Right.
And it's whether it's cultural, whether it's geographical, whether you're
The double
trapped on
duck?
an island, like whatever. You're always going to find somewhere on Earth, someone who's just way beyond, like, what
Man,
we
it's so
think
laggy,
of
dude.
as, like,
I don't know why.
modern society, like what's acceptable, running what. These people have none of that.
Right.
These people, they're making their own spears.
Yeah.
They're hunting. They have leaves on their dicks.
They're
they have-
killing animals
Yeah.
out of necessity.
Out of necessity.
Because those animals might kill them.
Yeah.
Right.
They know what leaves to take. Have you ever seen those people, I think the Waranami, is that what they're called? In Guyana, they throw poison in the water.
Have you
Fucking
gone to
hell, man.
Have you gone to Machu Picchu or
No, I haven't.
Brazil or the Amazon or anything?
The only places that I've been to that are really, I just got back from Greece.
Yeah.
We did Greece or something. That was amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing, but you're talking like 2,500 years old. That's, it's like a child compared to the pyramids.
Yeah, it's really amazing antiquity and how old things are.
Yeah.
And then where the line is between what is myth and what is history. And trying to figure that out, which is it's very hard.
I think that even the stuff that we think of as like the cradle of wisdom, like what happened in Greece
What
when
the
they were
fuck, man?
building the Acropolis and the Parthenon, and when they where democracy came from, I think that is like a rebuilding of civilization. That's what I
Right.
think. And I think if you can go back in a time machine, I bet if you could get to Egypt 25,000 years ago, I bet you'd be fucking blown away. I bet they had some very bizarre, technologically
Fast.
advanced society that had a different path they went down. So we went down the path of engines and
Right.
computers, and
Right.
But that doesn't mean that's the only way to invent
I
technology.
don't know why it's so
just the
freaking
path that
laggy.
we've been on.
Right.
If they had figured out some other stuff, they had figured out if they had hundreds of thousands of years of time to really evolve and become modern humans, which is what we think now. They used to think that people were only around for like 50,000 years, like anatomically modern humans. But now they pushed it back to 200,000 years ago, 300. It keeps going back further
Right.
and further and further. So
Yeah.
if people really did live that long, think about how quick we went from like 1800 to 2023.
Yeah. It's quick.
Insane.
It's quick.
But the difference in riding around on a fucking wagon, being
Right.
dragged by an animal, or some
Yeah.
stupid boat you had to take across the Atlantic.
Right.
And no one had any idea where the icebergs
Yeah.
were. No one had-
To now existing, primarily in like, half in and half out of a completely digital universe.
Yes, half in, half out,
Yeah.
connected constantly to your phone.
And every book, like I'm reading a book now called
on,
The
man.
Dimensions of a Cave, and it's basically about
Fucking wagon or a
what will
stupid
things
boat.
look like when
Yeah,
we are
really,
more
it's true,
fully
man.
on
Like,
that digital
dude, these things are like
platform.
80
what
tons.
constitutes a crime?
80 tons on
in
a
the
boat? I
digital
don't know
world?
the math about
What does
displacement,
war
but
look
how
like
big of a boat do you
when
need to
everything's
displace
digital?
80
What
tons?
happens if something like Grand Theft
Like,
Auto,
Jesus,
people get
man.
prosecuted for beating people up with
Well,
pipes?
this is what, there's like weird, like ethical questions about like when we're living.
What's really
a lot of
interesting
our
is that there's a lot of
lives on these digital
extinct animals.
platforms.
Right.
What
Like
is
massive
a crime?
mammoths.
What is surveillance when everything's
Did
surveillance?
they use the
Right?
mammoths? They may have.
What are
Right?
What are the laws?
just a
what are
lot
the
of other
rules?
extinct
what are
animals.
the consequences for breaking them? Can you be cast out of that? Just like the way we debate social media. Now imagine it's even more immersive than social media. It's
true.
It's augmented reality, virtual reality, some form of
Here's $100
metaverse,
million.
whatever it is. Do we cast you out where you can't participate in this thing that everybody else is participating in?
I need an agent, man.
And these are interesting questions.
Will you be
because
my agent,
people are
Moonraker?
saying that we'll probably get there quicker than we think.
Yeah.
In the space of maybe 10 years or something.
It's
they're looking
a
at
for
these
free job, though.
programs and platforms and going, oh, there's going to be a lot. Like that's why the AI battle that they had with Hollywood.
How about you
It
take a
seems
cut?
ultimately a losing battle. Like which is
Should add
not
as
something that
quote.
I love, But
Be terrible
ultimately,
agent.
it seems like, look at the trailer for
No
the new
way.
GTA.
You'd be better
It's
than
pretty
me.
amazing.
Amazing.
Imagine that.
You can add your own
even
quote.
better.
Type
You know,
exclamation
it
quote
seems like
space
there is gonna be a
add
time
space
when we're watching a show
and then the
of
quote.
all AI people and enjoying it, and that's just what it is. And maybe we're even feeling like we're involved or immersed in it.
Yeah.
Maybe we're sitting there watching a guy get shot or ran over, or watching a hooker get killed. I
Yeah,
don't
you
know.
can go
But
mad with adding quotes, my man.
you know, it's very possible we could be
Floodgates
in
have been
the
opened.
thing.
Yeah.
No,
I mean, there's
no,
people now
it's-
talking about like,
What's this, Jim?
Dude, I never. Okay,
Twitter recently. All fake news at 25.
I never
news broadcast. All
It's
said
AI.
anything bad
She's even
about
saying
the
it.
vaccine
It's all generated by AI.
until
yeah, so no one's gonna
Joe
know what's
Biden's
real
speech
anymore.
discriminating against, and then everyone knows. Like, I have to repeat it because it's not like I'm just a hater. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I'm not hating.
we make it
I know.
up.
Okay, cool,
what
bro.
they're saying
Cool.
here?
It's the discrimination. Man, I just want to say, I was giving people thumbs up, man. Cause yeah, like, if you fucking are okay with the side effects, your body is
Wait, is
going
that
to
a real
learn
dude?
something from
No way.
like
It may be at one
the
point
molecule
was,
that's
but
put into your
that's
body.
not
Like,
ours.
it's going to learn to reject it,
Movement,
and it's
talking,
technically
like,
going to be a vaccine. It's
Oh
just a
my
very
God.
harsh potential side effect reaction in people.
I say maybe,
Personalized news. This is
Yeah.
so dystopian.
maybe
We're on
do
the same
AI
page there.
news though, because the reality is most people can't do much about
That
the
song
news
is pretty good.
anyway.
Right.
So AI news, where you just kind of make up stories, might be the future, or you might heavily
No, I mean, that's personal. I'm sorry
censor
if that's the case.
what you want, and people could choose their own news.
I really am.
Yeah, that's what.
People
Dude,
are
we're
kinda doing that
fucking
already.
grateful that people took it.
They choose
because
their own
if
news.
that's-
My
I mean,
aunt
if it does
chooses
work,
her
we're gonna
news.
take it.
In her
If
news,
by some miracle
Donald
it
Trump
works,
has been running the government
first
for
ever
the last 4 years.
respiratory
He speaks to the
coronavirus
generals
vaccine ever
directly.
in history.
Biden has
Miraculously,
been
it
dead
works. Sure,
for a
people want
while,
to take
which,
that
by the
effort
way,
to,
that's harder and harder to argue with her
possibly
about.
get that
And in her
immunity
news,
and provide to
Donald
help
Trump will
society. That's
then
amazing. That's why I was giving
come
thumbs up.
back to
Everyone.
the throne. But he's
sorry
still
that you feel that
running
way, though,
anything
but
that she
it's
goes,
also
anything she tells us Thanksgiving, because anything that can happen with China, Russia, Trump's doing the negotiation, not Biden.
Have you seen the,
Again, when I got
Biden
sick
ear
with
conspiracy?
COVID positive antibody
The earlobe
test.
conspiracy?
But I
My
love
parents
it.
didn't get
This
sick
is
and they were
great. I love
vaccinated.
it.
If you
That
look
he-
at
they put
old
something in his ear.
photos of Biden,
Yeah.
his earlobe hangs down.
Ooh.
As he gets older, his earlobe is connected, which is impossible.
That's odd.
It's impossible. Like your ear doesn't change its position unless you get surgery.
So what do we think?
I think he had a facelift.
Oh, definitely.
100%, right?
Definitely.
Which is, by the way, that doesn't work on guys.
Right.
It doesn't
No, it
make,
doesn't.
It doesn't make you
Doesn't.
look better. It just makes you look weird.
Well,
Your face is
Putin
shiny.
in Russia has different doubles.
He has body doubles.
He has body doubles.
But they 100% can do that. They can do that with makeup. Like I've seen videos where a person is talking and it just looks like some weird old man.
Yeah.
And they just grab their face and peel it off. Like there's the makeup they can do is like Hollywood stuff. Like stuff
Yeah.
like Rick Baker could do.
Sure.
Like they have like real
No, it's insane.
experts.
I did some dumb cameo in a horror movie, and they made my whole head.
Yeah.
They just
Biden's been
made
replaced? What do you mean?
My head. They molded it.
What do you
it
mean?
looks exactly like my head, and they cut it off.
Yeah.
The special effects and the ability to do things like that is
Insane.
it's insane.
And
You
they
think
can
so? You think he's
3D print
replaced
things
by
now.
a double?
The
He does look
technology
different.
is so good.
He looks very
and the
different from when he was
materials are
younger.
So good. And these artists are fucking incredible. They can 100% make you look like a
People
totally
think
different person.
someone
Oh, for
wearing a
sure.
mask
Guarantee you
might
they
be
employ
true.
Some of those people.
Right.
Like if you were gonna have someone and they were like
116,
a CIA
man, I'm telling
undercover
you.
person going into a terrorist organization.
Remember the 115 pass away
Wouldn't
we
you
had
fucking
at the
have 'em
events
dressed differently?
opening? Oh my
Have
god, that was
different
so
face.
fast.
Absolutely.
Why wouldn't you do that?
That was
Well,
this
the
run
things
was
that
semi
they're
fast.
doing at DARPA,
PB pace
and
still.
all of these things are so far.
I had to wait for the
from
glass.
what
I waited like
we-
5 seconds
They
there.
had the internet in the 70s, right? They had a version of it.
Did you
They-
see this new?
That was pretty
stealth
miraculous to get
No.
a 1 back boost with the 2 bars of health. I
so
probably
they're-
should have
I mean,
gotten
they're doing
both,
stuff
but somehow I
that's far
didn't.
beyond our conception.
Probably because I
Yes.
went
They're
long
doing
in the
some
body
wild
armor,
shit that they're
and I spent more
telling
time in the
us
body
Right.
armor.
This is
And it
from
seemed
the
like the drone
Drinking
cycle only
Bros
gave me 1 back
podcast.
boost,
I'm gonna
but it
send
seemed
this
like a
to
moot
you.
point because you're spending
And
more
this is our
time in
new
the
stealth
body
bar.
armor area.
Yeah, this thing's insane.
And can if
Really
you're
interesting
rich
though.
enough,
If
can
you want
rent
to
it out,
ensure higher health,
take it up,
You wait a little longer in the
I don't
body
think it
armor
has
area
humans
to
in it.
break the cycle drone.
I think this is one of them jammies where it's only, but it can carry nukes.
That's really interesting.
get it to you,
That's a
Jamie?
really interesting thought. Because my main
I
issue right now is
differently.
health,
I realized it was
not
some
time.
Caitlyn Jenner thing. As I was saying.
Caitlyn Jenner's
So
in
if
a
I can
stealth
just
bomber.
kind
odd.
of
It was
sandbag it a
sometimes it
tiny
just
bit, even with
She
2
can
hours of
fly.
health,
She
I might
does
try it
fly.
again on a moot run.
Really?
Caitlyn Jenner flies. She
That's
came to my
interesting.
Christmas party in LA and showed everyone her plane.
Wow.
She flies every few days. She flies around. Interesting.
That's a wild hobby.
It's an
Interesting.
interesting life.
Yes, interesting
for
life,
sure.
Tim.
It's an interesting one.
Don't go on your phone when you're up in fucking sky.
I bet she is.
Unless she's on the phone.
I bet Caitlyn Jenner's in that
Checking
plane
Facebook,
on her
yeah,
phone,
maybe.
Probably checking them.
tweeting about how
Honestly.
much she loves Donald Trump.
Because I've seen
Because that's
like
what she was telling
flaps,
everybody.
wild?
At my party, she was going,
flaps of
"Gosh,
skin and weird
nobody's
stuff going
patriotic
on, and
anymore. I
tabs,
love Trump."
tabs
And
of
everyone's
flaps,
just like
like
great,
a
it's
flap
fun.
being shaped
She's a fun archetype of
like a
person.
tab,
Yeah.
We're at
like a
the
paper
end
Right.
of
file
of
tab,
Time.
time.
rounded like that,
Check this fucking thing out.
like a
This is
mask.
crazy.
So check this thing out. This thing, it carries, I think, 4 nukes or 6 nukes.
It's fucked, man.
This is amazing.
Yeah. But the thing
What
is,
did the
in that
original
link
What do you think
that I
about
sent
Obama?
you,
I know.
put the
You think
link
Obama
because
is
I wanna play
Osama?
that because he describes
Do you think
all
it's
the
the same
things he
person? I
does
think it
in
might be the
terms
same
of
person.
Jamming radar. It's crazy with
Like
this.
It was
actually,
the first stealth in like the 80s or
if you
the
actually
90s.
look,
I want to say the 90s.
it
that
might
makes
be the
sense,
same
Jamie?
person,
Yeah.
or at least the person that they made the fake video with after saying that, like, oh yeah, he did it or whatever, wearing the gold watch or whatever.
But that's just the tip of the iceberg. So it has.
Yes, I said it.
It is able to.
And then they made
analyze
Osama
algorithmically
Obama.
the enemy's radar package, like how they're.
Well,
able to determine
Obama was a
radar,
real,
and it
like,
can fucking
Osama and Obama were, I think, like,
instantaneously
there was history for
send
both.
that information, not just radar, but so.
But to
it
make
can- it
one
can,
and the other with that fake video, because
instantaneously,
you put him as the fake video,
detect
because when you
the
put him
radar
as the fake
package.
video, you
It can
validate
detect all of their
that it's him, because
troop
it's
placements, their-
you created
their
everything.
ground carrier
Osama
placements,
may
their
have
submarine
existed, he may be
placements,
dead.
Ground penetrating radar,
But
and their
I think
armor
Osama and Obama are
and
the same
immediately
fucking person.
Send a graphic of that back to
Sharing
every
an office with a guy
fucking
from
other
Pakistan when
friendly
Osama was
force
killed.
in the workspace, or I'm sorry, in the
Who
battle
was?
space, instantaneously. One of these.
Yeah.
You just fly over an area undetected.
You?
And you're like, all right, beep beep beep beep beep beep beep, and this shit starts popping up. It also
Osama.
can carry 6 fucking nukes.
He was sharing an office with a guy from Pakistan
This
when
aircraft
Osama was
is
killed.
essentially
He's calling from
100%
Osama Wild.
Jesus.
Well, we
I
need
think it's
it.
all fake. I
wild
don't
is
think
that?
I don't
Well, we
think they
need
passed
it.
him away. I don't
You
think
know,
they got
that's
it.
we're heading
wild.
into.
I mean, they may have, but
perilous
not
times,
how
and we
the
need
the
something
United
that
States
can carry 6
press
nukes.
An
has.
invisible
all
6
fake.
nuke
Yeah.
drone
That's my opinion.
Right.
that can detect everything
That's
instantaneously.
wild though.
Yeah, but China's got it, and
think
Russia's
they
got
have
it.
that?
Of course they're gonna
They
say in
have good stuff
Pakistan,
over
like,
there.
I wonder
That's
if
why
they have
we
that.
got.
They're not gonna get them in
right?
Afghanistan.
Think
No one would
that
believe the
might
story
be top of the
because they're
food
not
chain.
like
We'll
they
see.
wouldn't.
We'll see.
That might
They
be
didn't.
Don't
just a
count out the
flag.
And he's not. He's probably
Chinese.
still
I
alive.
wouldn't count him
I
out.
Hopefully he
wouldn't count
exists.
them out.
Well, they do a really good job of siphoning information that they don't.
Oh, they
innovate.
might have stolen that fucker years ago. Corporate espionage.
I mean, I know my theory's kind of crazy, and I know I'm probably in the wrong here. I'm not like arguing to be right.
Let them buy companies.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
I'm aware of this.
So DeSantis, by the way,
I'm
which
just
I
saying they
think this is
probably-
good. He's
they may
basically,
probably
and the
have
real estate
used
lobby's fighting him. He went
That
out to
guy
Florida, was like,
Osama
"We gotta make it
Obama
harder
and said, "Hey, listen,
for
if you make this
Chinese
fake video for
nationals to
us,
just buy property
you
here."
dupe everyone.
And then the real estate lobby's like, "Hey man,
We get
you're fucking up a
our
good thing.
Yeah.
well, we
We
get our
like
opiate
making
90%
money.
morphine
We like
codeine
earning
market
commission. We like, and China's a
legal.
huge
If we
buyer
make cannabis
of U.S.
illegal,
real estate. So all these real estate
get
people,
all that
the Black
oil.
Rocks,
we
the,
secure the
you know, our company,
pipeline
DeSantis,
through
and
Israel
going,
instead of through what is
hey,
it,
we
Turkey?
can't have this. You have to let the Chinese play.
It's real weird. You know, like
Would be
they
67.
can buy property, like a certain amount of property here, in areas that were like, hey, isn't that kind of close to a military base?
I mean,
Like,
I'm
isn't
saying,
that
like,
close to like
Right.
I think my theory has strong
infrastructure?
point because
they bought
whether
the Waldorf Astoria
Osama, the
hotel
real
in New York
Osama
City,
bin Laden
which
is
where the
alive
president
or
used to
not,
stay every time he went to New
or
York.
whether he existed
They
or
bought
not,
it. Now he stays at
doesn't
the New York Palace.
affect
But it was just a fun thing to do.
the
They were
theory
like, "Oh,
that
where's the
Osama,
president's
the,
dad?"
the
buy that.
Osama
We're
in
gonna
the
own
video
and they
the
own
mission
it. And they just flipped
is
it
the
to
same as
condos. They don't
Barack
care.
Obama.
So the thing is, so
Same
much
man.
of these cities, Miami, New York, LA, even Austin now, a lot of this real estate investment is foreign. People that are laundering money, washing money,
I lost my
hiding
mind.
money.
Have I gone
Yeah.
insane?
And that's why the prices of real estate keep going up no matter what happens. Rates go up to 8%, it's still more money.
A friend of mine who was
shot
telling
me
me
there?
about
No
this
one shot me
apartment
there.
building he lives in Manhattan.
Yeah.
that it's just filled with empty apartments.
So shitty and
Like
laggy,
super
man.
expensive,
Ton of them.
What?
empty apartments.
Who?
And it's just like
How?
Russian billionaires
Yeah.
buying
shot
up
him?
and
It's just Russian fertilizer
What the
magnets
fuck?
and Chinese
Did he
amusement
lag out
park
there? I must have shot
tycoons.
him there.
Just weird configurations of humanity.
I wonder what percentage of those giant luxury
Doesn't make
apartments
any
that are
sense.
purchased
Oh.
are
Buddy of mine.
unoccupied.
Tons of them. Tons of them.
No, I'm not saying he's a
Wow.
liar,
Tons of
dude.
them
I'm
are.
not saying
And
like.
people
Like
just
he
stash
probably
money
was
there
probably was in
in
Pakistan
case
when
the
the United
government
States
in their
claimed,
country
you know.
decides to get
Or maybe you're
cute.
writing more story.
And I'd love some of that. But
I'm not saying that that
and
story is fake.
that's what happens. So
if you're
when
wondering.
you walk around New York City, you look at all these buildings, right? And here's what you see. Cheers. No, you'll see 3 lights on.
Yeah.
You'll see 3 lights on in this massive billion-dollar building.
Yeah.
Cost of construction was $1 billion, and there's 5 people home. Where's everybody else? Where are they? Are they at dinner? No, it was a scam. It's a vertical money laundering scheme. When I understood, because I was a tour guide in New York, and I used to ask all these questions all the time, I go, so what happens? Did the Chinese people come here, and they go, well, we love Central Park, and they want to live
go.
there. And they go, yeah, but, they spend maybe
What?
a few weeks a year. That's it.
Why?
Some of them spend nothing. And a lot of foreign buyers will not just buy 1 apartment. They'll buy 10. And
It's
they'll
so
just
laggy.
stash their money. They'll have a floor of a building. Maybe they'll throw a kid in at
extra
NYU.
laggy today, I
Go,
don't
you
know
go become non-binary and disgrace us. I'm going to stay home and run a
It's
business.
so
You go to New
freaking
York,
laggy.
become non-binary, have your moment, have your time, and we're going to sit back in China and chill. But a lot of times these things are completely empty. It's criminality.
It's wild. It's a good method to move money around, though. It's really smart.
Oh, it's really smart, and it's great because real estate is perfect to launder money. You can buy it with a shell corp. You don't have to buy it under your name. You can
Right.
buy it under that. And by the way,
Way
you
too
can
fucking
disguise that
laggy,
shell
man.
corp with 100 other shell corps, so that like nobody's going to go through. It's like a pad where they'd have to keep flipping pages to find the actual owner of the actual company.
But wasn't this part of the problem with
Yeah.
the Ukraine stuff?
Oh yeah.
That was part of the problem.
I
with
don't know what
Hunter
you mean, but
Biden
I am agreeing.
With
No,
Hunter-
Hunter Biden, yeah.
and
It's,
the family. There was a bunch of shell corps that were involved.
oh,
in that.
yeah. Well, Hunter Biden's an attorney, number one, and he did some financial investments, but
Oh,
he
brutal.
certainly had a very healthy budget for fun. And now he had a budget for extracurricular activities. And where does that come from? It's a slush fund that comes from a lot of shady dealings. This guy had no expertise in energy. He was he's a consultant for Burisma, a Ukrainian energy company. And now we've given the Ukraine, I don't know what it is. It's an insane amount of money.
I think the last count is it $170 billion? How much money have we given to
Holy
Ukraine?
fuck me, man.
And it's just interesting that that's the country that our president's son was having his little internship.
It's just a coincidence, dude.
I know.
Sometimes coincidences happen.
But it's no, we can't. You know what it is? It's like, I watch the worst people in the world, the people at Beverly Hills who like scream at valets and yell at their nannies, and they're not humanitarians.
Right.
Overnight, they all had Ukrainian flags.
Yeah.
It was interesting. They don't care about Darfur, the Sudan, anything going on in Africa. They don't care about any of the problems happening in countries like Yemen, but they all immediately decided, almost overnight, that the only humanitarian crisis worth caring about was the Ukraine.
Well, when baseball season's over, you start paying attention to football.
That's what it is.
That's what it is.
That's exactly what it is.
That's what it is. It's
Yeah.
sports for dorks. Just how much aid has the U.S. sent to Ukraine? Total $75.4 billion.
I think there's more.
I think that's
I would
not.
say more too, but this is
And you know how much of this aid disappears?
First of all,
Yeah, man of the year 2023 was definitely
I know,
Zelensky.
like,
That's a
it's
low
nothing.
number.
But
That's
how much
nothing.
of this aid disappears off the
I'm
backs
sorry
of
for
trucks?
Ukraine. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I
it's
don't like
113
war.
billion.
They're destroying the country.
And by the way, you could start looking
But
into how much of it is just evaporated.
Zelensky build
how
all
much
these
of that
fucking
money's
houses and shit
disappeared, where
for
it
himself?
went.
Well, there was this one
other
story about this
countries?
one guy who had pilfered off $1 billion, and they didn't even arrest him. They just made him resign.
But yeah, they're destroying
I
it
was
just
what is
like how
that
they're
story about?
destroying
Yeah.
Like, I read the headline. I was like,
Palestine.
I'm
They're
gonna get to that
probably going to
eventually.
destroy
Right.
Lebanon
Did
again.
you
That's
see
my
that story,
home.
Jamie?
Fucking.
Whenever you're dispersing
My
money in
parents'
a
home,
war,
my
it's always
father's, my
strange
mom's home.
because you have to pay people off.
Oh, yeah.
It's a perfect
it's
place
just-
for things to disappear, money-wise.
It's all bullshit.
One of my favorite moments during all this was the New York Times going after Candace Owens.
Oh, sure.
Did you see that?
For what they had
And if-
reported.
They
the
said
best.
to her, "What evidence do you have that Ukraine is
Yeah,
corrupt?"
it's corrupt.
And she said, "Your
Ukraine's
fucking
getting fucked,
newspaper."
man.
And
Yeah.
she
Like,
said,
destroyed.
from just a couple of years ago.
Well, it's
It
like,
was like 2017 or 18
there was a
or something
million
like that.
Vice documentaries about how Ukraine was the home of white nationalism.
Although a lot of it
The
is
thing
fake.
we were all,
Yeah.
supposedly this was the greatest threat to human civilization.
Right.
And we were told that every single day. This country, the Ukraine, was a
Israel.
white nationalist country that had lots of these groups that fomented terror.
Mossad,
and were gonna start
not
working
Israel.
with the white nationalist groups in America.
I love
And that's
Israelis.
what there was articles written about that. There were documentaries about
I love
that.
infected
All
mushroom.
of that went out the window.
I love
remember when-
Right
Zohan.
out the window.
Who was it? Was it John Stewart that gave that?
Have you
dude
seen the You Don't
award?
Mess
He
with
gave him a
Zohan,
medal.
dude?
Yeah.
And
And
he-
I'm sure
You have to
Stewart
watch
doesn't
that
even know.
movie.
It's like this guy's
he
a
didn't
hero.
know.
You pin
That
something on
movie
him.
can single-handedly
They
end
are, listen, they're
the Israel-Palestine
avowed
debate once for
neo-Nazis
all.
in that country. They have SS tattoos.
You haven't seen it?
This
It's
is not
pretty good, man.
conspiracy theory.
It's pretty good.
It's not
Don't
everybody.
take it too
but that
seriously,
Azov
though.
battalion is a huge force, you know?
It's
And
pretty good.
That's so wild.
It's wild.
Man,
And
it
it's
might be
one
like
of the
top,
reasons people think
top
Zelensky,
I'll
who's
be
gonna
generous,
sign
top
those Minsk
10
Accords
Adam Sandler
and
movies.
end this little civil war issue they had.
You know, the
going
one's
on
Little
in the
Nicky.
northern province in
I
Donbass.
don't know why. Like,
He
just
didn't
the
sign
characters
any
were
of
just
that.
so
People
dumb.
think, and
Little
people
Nicky's
have,
also
you
a
know,
top 10 Adam Sandler movie
pontificated
for
that
me. I know it sounds
either
ridiculous.
those hardliners in the Ukrainian government and military go, you sign this, we'll kill you. Like if you use a, or the U.S.
Just
State
the range of
Department
acting
was like, no,
from Little Nicky to
You don't
Zohan
sign
is
this.
greater
You keep
than
doing
Jim
what you're doing.
Carrey's.
Oh god.
And if there is a war, we have your back.
Oh,
And
sorry
this
for
is
that. Happy
this
Gilmore,
has
yeah, Happy
been-
Gilmore's good.
This is a well
Greater than Jim Carrey's
that
mask to
everybody
fucking
wanted
Truman Show transition.
some type of agreement early before there was a war with these northern
Johnny
Russian-speaking
Depp's
regions and the
friggin'
government of Ukraine, so that there was autonomy to a
Pirates
certain
guy,
degree, that they
too.
could speak the language, that they could have
don't know,
political parties.
whatever
And again,
serious
I'm
guy
not saying
he
that
is in
Russia's
some
like, even though
movie.
I am spiritually Russian. Someone told me that, and I have a Russian aesthetic. But that's not why I'm saying this. I'm just saying the facts are all there. And we've had this long, bloody war in which every time this guy wants to negotiate or
That's how
thinks
good
about it, we go,
Zohan was.
don't. Keep going. Keep fighting. We got you. And then, Nikki Haley, all these people go, no, it's civilizational. By the way, nothing's regional. Everything's civilizational. Israel, Palestine, civilizational. It's odd. It's
It's a
like,
good
well,
movie.
wait a minute.
Let's see if we can
That's
find it
been a regional
online and
conflict
just
forever.
stream it and watch
Since
it. It's too ridiculous,
1946,
man.
they go, no, it's about values.
It's just too
It's about our
ridiculous.
values. So we got to send them billions of dollars, and we might have to get involved because it's about our value. And you start going, wait a minute, it's about our values in northern Ukraine? So all of these little, and I'm not saying they're little, but all of these conflicts, we can't not get involved. We can't in some way.
It's
We
truly
have to be
amazing. It's
involved.
truly a
We have to
masterpiece.
fund them.
Such
We
a
have to give
great
weapons
social
because
commentary
we
piece.
convince everybody that all of these conflicts are a big battle for the future of civilization. And the next step is Putin's going to steamroll Vermont. He's coming to Vermont. You let him do what he's doing in the Ukraine, he's going to steamroll. He's coming to Aspen. You want to see what happens when Russia owns Aspen? And
Smart
nobody
Sandler, yeah.
thinks logically. Like maybe
Yeah,
we
he wrote.
like
I'm sure he
war.
wrote it too.
Maybe we just like having a constant business.
Maybe Eisenhower was right.
Yeah.
When Eisenhower warned people,
You know what's a good recent new movie?
that should be
Wow,
required
what's it called?
listening to anybody.
You
that's
people, man.
confused as to why we're doing certain things.
Right.
Movie of the year.
They're making a lot of money right now, and if they can keep this rolling,
Yeah.
Has Eddie
They're
Murphy?
making great money, and I'm not making any of it from that.
and if you can have some sort
Cut
of a
me
motivation,
in.
you get some sort
Yeah,
of
it's
a
pretty
motivation.
good. It's not like
trying to
like
save
that good.
civilization.
Oh, always.
It's,
You can
it's a
justify
fun.
so
Oh,
much.
now notice that when
pretty funny,
Saudi
really.
Arabia is killing Yemenis, it's not civilizational. That's not civilizational. But Ukraine, Russia is, and anything that goes on in Israel and Palestine is. But when the country of Yemen is being starved out, bombed, and killed with money and weapons from the U.S. Through Saudi Arabia, that's not civilizational. That's not civilizational.
Yeah.
But Nikki Haley's up there like, let's fight it, let's go, China, let's go.
Why do you think she's doing that?
Because she
Has
wants.
she always been that way?
She wants the big money, and the big money people like when you get. Well, she's a woman, so she's got to be tough. Ban TikTok, I'll kill you.
She wants to ban TikTok?
Oh, ban it, ban it, and then we're gonna go there and kick China's ass for making it. I'm Nikki Haley. I'm tough. I'm what Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton came out like the running of the bulls, going fuck Putin. We should kill. Like Hillary's on record saying some of the most bellicose things ever about what we should be doing with our CIA and with our military. And Nikki Haley's basically going out there going, the big money likes when you're open to a little conflict. They like that. The Koch brothers types like when you leave the door open. You don't have to say we're going to do it, but leave the door open. All options on the table. That's their favorite word. Their favorite sentence is like, "Oh, we're leaving all options on the table. It's about our values," says Nikki Haley. It's about our values. In northern Ukraine, she wants the money. I don't know what Chris Christie's up there talking about. Ozempic or whatever, but he's not getting a dollar. No one's giving him anything.
He's a weird one.
He's
why
just
is he
there to
still
ruin
doing
things.
that?
Here's what I appreciate about Chris Christie. He exists only to destroy. He's
he
not
can't
trying to
win.
build. He cannot win. He's not going to be elected. He's there to kill that Vivek Ramaswamy. He's going to kill him one day. He's there to just destroy other people. He's not there to succeed, and he knows it. And Nikki Haley now is having the big meetings. She's having the big closed-door meetings when they take you up to Monterey, California, in the Bohemian Grove, and they sit you down by the redwood trees, and you go, I like your style. I just like what. Now, by the way, who the hell is Nikki? No one knows. No one cares. She was the governor of what? What was she the governor of? South Carolina. Great. But again, none of these people gave a shit back then, right? I think her big thing was when someone climbed to the top of the State House and took away the Confederate flag, she was like, well, that's good. I think she didn't do anything. Whatever. She had that moment of like, look at me, I'm the governor and I'm progressive. I'll let people vandalize the Capitol, maybe for its good reason, whatever. But nobody knew who this bitch was until she got on stage and started saying, hey, I would love to go to war. I would love to go to war. And then all of a sudden, all the money started going, Nikki Haley, she's not a particularly engaging or electric, but she's fine. But she's not like somebody who's like, whoa.
So what do they do? Do they step in and say we need better speechwriters? What do? Do they say we need some sort of a clear, dynamic message that comes from you that's uniquely from a woman's perspective that might excite Republicans?
Yeah, the Karl Rove types sit down and go, we've really lost our way here. We've lost our way because right after 9/11, we were able to sell people on this idea that America had to dominate every corner of the globe, and we were going to throw a lot of lives at that, and we were going to spend a lot of money to do that. And that's what's ultimately going to make us safer and secure us. And Americans after the Iraq War did not believe that. The Americans said, no, we don't believe that. So then all these neocons became Democrats. All the people that had pushed that war had become Democrats, and they started coming at it from the left and going like, well, they don't like trans people. Did you hear that?
100% correct.
They don't like trans people. They don't have a Real Housewives franchise in Russia. Like, they went at it from another way, going like, we have to confront these countries, these evil people like Vladimir Putin, who are irrational. They're not acting in their own self-interest. They're irrational psychopaths that want to dominate the world, even though Putin's never showed any inclination of doing that one time, ever once. But he's gonna. He's 75, and he may or may not have Parkinson's, but now he's gonna go and dominate the world, even though he can barely dominate the Ukraine after a year and a half of fighting. 2 years. But they go, no, he's gonna dominate the whole world. And so the whole idea is basically just like, they have to get back on that thing because Americans have lost the belief in that. You can't sell that to people anymore. Nobody wants to hear that.
What do you think changed?
The Iraq War. I watched it. I saw it. I was a kid. I was in high school. Friends of mine signed up for the military. RIP to some of them. A lot of them survived. People watched soldiers dying every day. They watched a lot of people get rich. They watched the 10 counties outside of Washington, D.C. become the most valuable places, the biggest, in terms of like net worth. They looked at all these counties around D.C. and they're like, wait, what? We're not talking about the Hamptons or Manhattan or Malibu or the hill country of the Texas or whatever. We're talking about Virginia. And people watched a lot of people get rich. They watched a lot of corruption. They watched a lot of people die. And then what did we get for it in Iraq? What did we really get? What did we get in Afghanistan? The Taliban, they're back. They're back. We left 20 years later with nothing. So then people start going, okay.
We didn't just leave. We armed them.
We armed them and then cowered out.
Yeah.
And then so watching that whole process has, I think, disillusioned a lot of people in my generation. I'm 38, and we're looking at all this shit and we're going like, dude, nothing you promised us happened.
Right.
We don't feel safer. It doesn't feel like we're safer because we invaded Iraq.
Have you ever entertained the idea that they left behind all that equipment so that the Taliban could become a threat? And they would justify going
Of
back in
course,
again?
it's a circular
Keep
thing.
the door open.
It's a circular
Leave
thing.
all options on the table.
Let's put them on the table. Nikki Haley will be back in there in 3 months. She'll go in there. She'll go, well, women, and how women are being treated. Because it's always they tug at your heartstrings. Because we all agree that we shouldn't throw, most of us, we shouldn't throw gay people off the roof, and we shouldn't stone women. We all agree with that. And that's the things they trot out.
Yeah.
They go, the women are being stoned. Meanwhile, they're letting people into America who, some of them want to stone women, and some of them would throw gay people off the roof. And if you question that, you're a Nazi.
Do you ever see some of the photos of Kabul from like the 1970s?
Yeah,
What
it was
used to
fucking
look
the
like?
spot.
It was amazing.
It was
People
the
would go
spot.
there all the time.
Yeah, it
People
was
would
great.
They would take vacations there.
Also, Iran,
Yeah.
before the coup,
Yeah.
was this progressive place.
Yeah.
And we realized, the British and the United States, that's not going to work for us. We'd actually rather them to be these scary,
Yeah.
because the dictators will, work with our companies.
That's why that Osama bin Laden letter to America
Oh, yeah.
just went viral on TikTok. People are like, wait
yeah.
a minute, what? What
My
did we do?
12-year-old cousin's in Al-Qaeda now. He's walking around going, this motherfucker makes a lot of sense about a lot of things. But that's the problem. It's like the problem is like when bin Laden did that, we were told the dumbest thing ever. He hated us because of our freedom.
He hated us because of our freedom.
It's our freedom, and that what we needed to do is give people our freedom so that they didn't hate us. It was this Manichaean good and evil thing, and I bought into it. I cannot count the amount of parties I was at, coke to my gills, screaming about the need for the Iraq War. I was like, we're over there smoking a cigarette. You don't understand. We're over there. I was like a parrot chick. I was running around Long Island, drunk in my car, coked out of my face, screaming and yelling that we needed the surge. We need the surge. And they got me. They got me because I felt good about it. I went, this makes sense. We're America. We have freedom.
Right.
I have freedom to sell subprime mortgages and do cocaine. They should have that.
Right.
And we need the surge, and we need money, and we can't give up, and we can't stop. And John Kerry's a pussy, and he went to Vietnam to just, take photos or whatever he did. And I totally bought into all of it. I was bought in, and now I was on a lot of drugs.
You're also young.
I
When
was
you're
young
young,
and I was-
being patriotic like that, like blindly, when
Blindly.
you're young, is
Blindly.
super common.
I remember this girl goes, and she said something to me. It was one of these girls who was like a little bit more like, not buying into it.
Right.
And then she was like, she goes, do you ever think what it would feel like to be in a house and just have your city bombed? Like, I know that you're saying this is all for a good reason, and this is to liberate them. But do you ever think about what it would feel like to just be in a place and then just hear bombs and then things are shaking and everything? And I was like, no. But things like that will stop you, right? Things like that stop you in your tracks a little bit. You go, oh, that would suck.
When Callan was a kid,
Yeah.
he was in Beirut.
Wow.
During the bombings. When he was a
Interesting.
kid. Yeah, he experienced that.
It's interesting because
That probably fucking sticks with you.
it sticks with you for sure.
You watch a building blow up
Yeah.
3 blocks away. Boom.
There's just this is the thing with Israel and Gaza right now. Like, everyone thinks Israel should and does have the right to respond. Obviously, they have to secure their country, right? They were invaded. We get it. The problem becomes when people are just watching massive civilian casualties all day on TikTok. There's a certain level where people, they lose their tolerance. They go, this is a lot. And I think in the modern world, people don't have the stomach, and nor should they, to see this level of death and carnage.
Especially from innocent women and children.
Yes.
When you see people.
Thanks for being here, Moonrick. You're the man, bro.
It's
blown
tough.
apart.
And
It's
2 years ago, it was idiots dancing on it in pajamas. And these kids are going, what happened? It used to be Charlie D'Amelio doing the hula hoop. Now it's people being pulled out of the rubble, and kids are like, what? So it doesn't work anymore. Like, this type
What's the
of
quote?
all-out
Only the
conflict,
jester can tell the
it doesn't
truth in the
work.
king's
And
court.
and
I love that quote.
appreciate
I'm gonna
Israel's
add it as
position,
quote,
because it's a
honestly.
tough position to be in. That being said, it's not going to work. If we had TikTok when we were in Fallujah, it would have been crazy.
Oh my God.
None of it.
Well,
All
just look
these-
at the stuff that got out about the what is it called? Which prison? Zagreb?
Abu
said
Ghraib.
that?
Abu Ghraib.
Abu Ghraib.
With the fucking dogs.
I don't know who
Yeah.
said that.
Doing to people.
That cigarette smoking girl, Lindy
Yeah.
England, who now, by the way, works at a strawberry festival. I found that
Oh,
out
that's such
on
a
my
good
podcast.
quote.
I swear to God, Lindy England, the cigarette chain smoking cigarette girl who tortured those guys at Abu Ghraib, literally was one of the sponsors.
Dillon is
of a
dropping
strawberry
bombs here.
festival. I forget
Truth
where,
bombs.
but it's absolutely true, and you can check it, and it's amazing. And I thought.
He's like
you
my
know,
spirit
everybody
animal
has a
with
second
that
act in this
generation.
country,
We're in
by the way.
between Gen
Everybody.
X and Millennial.
Doesn't
That's what
really
we
matter
are.
what you've done. Everyone has a
see
second
the
act.
bullshit,
OJ's
but we-
on his third act.
We gotta
Trump's
call it
on
out,
his
but we
third or
fucking like to
fifth,
have fun
sixth
too.
act, seventh act.
But we gotta call
Everyone
it out.
has a second act.
17
if you're
shots,
still on the
37
planet
degrees.
in this country, that's the thing about Russia. They had to kill that guy Prigozhin. You don't get a second act there. No. That's not the way it is. They don't have the mechanism. They can't give him a reality show. Prigozhin doesn't get a game show. They got to blow him out of the sky.
What am I doing?
In
17 shots,
America,
37 degrees.
Like, Hollywood would love Trump. Now, if Trump goes, I'm not going to run for president. I just want to do a big show. They would build him a fake White House in Burbank tonight and let him do. And they'd give him Emmys. They'd pretend it was all good. They'd hug him. It wouldn't matter as long as he doesn't do the thing they don't want him to do.
I don't think that's true. I don't think he ever comes back. I don't think they ever let you back in.
Well, no.
Once they decide
He
you're
just
Hitler?
said, I'm not going. Well, literally, we got George W. Bush. Ellen's hugging him, going, we love him. And then
Look
people
at
go,
how
he wasn't that
valid
bad.
this
He was a much
is.
worse president than Trump.
Look at how valid.
Did much
It's
worse to
perfect.
America. But I think if Trump just said, I'm
It's amazing.
abandoning politics, Hollywood would be there in 2 seconds because they don't have any morals. They're amoral.
Completely
about Hollywood, they
validates
don't
the stream,
care.
the recording.
They're only thinking about
You know
what
what I
can
mean?
make the money and what will get them
It's genius.
in trouble the least.
But don't you think that in this day and age, being moral, or at least
amazing.
like signaling that you're moral is an important part of Hollywood that didn't exist before.
It can be, and it is to a certain degree, but they all know Trump is a fucking massive train of money.
Your Honor, it wasn't me.
They
It
all
was
know he's a train of money,
ChatGPT.
and
Oh
if
my
he
God.
just said,
Can
"Listen,
you imagine that
I
whoever
don't
wins a
want to be the
case in
president
court?
anymore. I want to
It
host a
just
game
might,
show."
my friends.
There
The voices
are
in my
people
head
that
was actually
Ted Sarandos is calling him.
ChatGPT.
And anyone that says shit about Ted, like, he would go, "Hey, what do you want him to be president? I gave him a show." What are you, nuts? He'd be in his Malibu house screaming like, "I gave Trump a show." So I do think that there's a way back in. They don't want him to be the president.
Yeah.
But they don't.
But he wants to be the president.
And he's going to probably be the
He's
president.
probably- if they don't
He's
kill
going to
him.
be the president. It's going to feel interesting when he's inaugurated because it'll feel like we're living in a loop.
How far do you think they would go to stop it? Because it's really wild watching him being prosecuted, right?
Yes.
It's really wild.
I know, for inflating the price of a condo, it's the dumbest thing ever.
It's weird.
They were like, he's an asset of Russia. And now they're like, now it's totally switched to where they're like, he said it had 6 bedrooms. It has 5. It's like, guys, this wasn't what we were told.
Right.
We were told he was an asset of Russia.
Yeah.
And then they switched it up immediately to go, oh, he inflated the price of his real estate. By the way, everyone does that. Everyone does that.
The straw
And
man.
If somebody's appraising your house,
The
you
straw
walk up
man
at the end and go,
gaslight.
You saw the basement,
The
right?
gaslit
That's
straw man.
woodwork that I did. Everyone does that. He does it on a grand scale because
Dude,
he has more
Dylan's a
money
friggin-
and more properties. But the idea that that's what we're getting him for, it's hilarious.
It's weird.
It's
He's
crazy.
modern
Because
day.
if this keeps going, like, how
I
far
don't
will
know
they
who.
take it? Like, if he keeps getting bigger, 'cause it
Georgianus?
seems like, at least in public perception,
As Toad has.
the more they come
taught
after
me
him,
about.
the bigger he gets.
Yeah.
Because the more people realize the game.
Right.
They're like, oh my God, this is like Banana Republic shit. You're prosecuting your political opponent.
Yes.
And you're doing it specifically to time the trials around like Republican conventions, primaries, all these different. You're doing it on purpose.
Right.
It's pretty clear.
Right.
So everyone's like more and more supportive of him than ever. So how
Right.
far will they go? And how far can they?
I don't know. I think he'll run the joint from the can. I think he'll run the country from prison. I mean, I think he'll run it from a federal prison. I mean, it might get to the point where we have the first mafia president where he's in federal prison in Palm Beach and he's running the country.
Yeah. Is that possible?
I don't think they'll kill him. I don't think they kill anyone anymore. I don't think they kill anyone anymore.
Come on.
They don't seem to. They're torturing Assange. They'll bleed you out slowly.
Assange thing's wild.
But they don't seem to be killing anyone anymore the way they used to kill everyone. MLK, JFK, RFK, everyone died.
He's right.
But now they're not killing people nearly as much.
There's a few people
People disappear a little bit.
connected to the Epstein case.
They go. They go.
Have to go.
They absolutely.
A few of those guys
I
went.
take this off. I think I'm allergic to it.
That one guy.
I mean, it's crazy.
The one guy that
Yeah.
30 miles from his house, he hung himself
Oh,
with
yeah?
an electric cord and then shot himself in the chest with a shotgun.
That's right. Or there was a
That
guy in
was-
Palm Beach. They found him in his pool.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Epstein friend. He was in the pool.
There's a few of those.
Well, they got to tie up the loose ends.
There's a few of those loose ends that had to
Oh,
get tied up.
they got to tie up those loose ends.
Yeah, there's a few
Without
of
a
those.
doubt. Without a doubt, they tied them up.
Few of those.
But they don't go after the big guys anymore. They used to go after the big guys all the time.
Right.
They don't seem to do that. They have this prosecutor now, Jack Smith, Jack something. They always have a guy they love. It was.
I did
who was it?
not
It was
know he was right
Mueller,
behind him.
Mueller, and then there was another guy. Everybody's. It's like he's the white knight. Yeah, this guy now. Jack Smith is the guy. So everybody's they all put their hope in Jack Smith. They had put their
This
hope
is
in
Trump's attorney.
Yeah.
The whole
No,
thing.
this is not Trump's attorney. This is the guy who's going at Trump.
Oh.
He's the special counsel.
Oh, so this is the guy that's trying to prosecute Trump.
And they're basically saying like, this is the one. He's got it. But we've heard this for fucking forever.
Yeah, it's hard when you see the amount of crime that people are getting away with
Yeah.
on the streets.
Pardon me. Sorry.
And then you see this disproportionate thing. You're trying to put someone in a cage for what?
Right.
And you're releasing people when
Yeah.
they just storm
Yeah.
into Nordstrom's
Oh,
and just
yeah.
run out with racks of clothes and smash.
That's
and
right.
People justifying that, and you're making laws so you can't prosecute someone for stealing less than a certain amount. Like, what are you talking about? Like, and you're gonna go after that guy? For what? Like, what is our goal?
God,
Is
wearing
our
that
goal a
fur
safer
jacket.
world? Is our goal
Like, I
a
know-
place where
Well, you want to
businesses
be
can thrive?
protected
Exactly
from Donald
like
Trump's
something
inflated condo price.
That I would do.
I mean, it's so crazy that the
But-
two things
Not because
exist
I'm an
in the same
asshole,
country.
So maybe due to some
Well,
inner
you know,
erosion,
guilt
erosion
that I
of law
eat.
and order.
If you talk
many
to anyone in
blessed
California,
animals, I
everybody
do-
knows somebody whose house has been
I
robbed.
do say grace
Yeah.
before eating
Home invasion.
meat,
Yeah.
Everybody knows somebody.
not because
Scary
of like
shit.
Christianity
Scary
or
shit.
God,
It's
but
scary shit. And,
you know,
because
and
of like an
yet they're
animal
not
has passed
concentrating on that
away.
at all. You know,
For
like,
me to
New York
sustain,
City's on a giant wave of crime.
so it's like
Yes.
They're
it's
prosecuting
not just
Trump for
food.
this. Meanwhile, they also
Like, you
have
can't
this
just be an
insane
asshole
thing where they're
and just
sanctuary.
eat these animals without being
So they have to take in all these
But the
images.
president's
the
son,
minimum
and everyone keeps talking about
conscious
this, they
of
go,
the death
well,
of him,
he's being, it's a
them.
political witch hunt. And I'm like,
right? I think
He
that's where
has
grace comes
videos
from. Obviously, I'm
of
new.
himself
I
smoking
wasn't
crack
brought up with
with Ukrainian hookers with gun to their heads.
fucking Christianity.
Yeah.
The guy lives in Malibu
Rules.
and he has art shows in Soho.
Like specific
He's
rules.
doing okay. Like anyone's life's
Yeah,
ruined
man.
with
I bless
one of
the
the
chicken
videos
every
in his
day
laptop.
and the cow.
Anyone.
They've done a remarkable job
Blessed
of
cow and
minimizing
chicken.
the
Oh
impact
yeah,
of that
they go.
laptop.
So what? Yeah, he had his problems.
I understand why
It's amazing.
Indians
He had
call them
his
blessed, but they
problems.
need to put up
What,
fucking
you
fences
have
for
no
them.
compassion for addicts. I'm like,
Could be
he's in the
ranched.
Ukraine
India could have
with
the best
a gun
milk in
to
the
a
world.
hooker's head, smoking crack, with a job his father got him. You don't have compassion for addicts. It's a little different. It's slightly different. Can we admit that?
Well, it's also much different if we can find out that Joe Biden was involved.
Oh yeah,
And
sure.
the idea that he wasn't involved seems more unlikely.
Seems odd.
Seems weird.
Odd
Did
that
they-
they would
Fuck
just
you,
bring in
man.
Hunter.
It seems like they had
fucking
conversations
guy.
too.
Yeah,
And it seems like he said that they didn't.
it's a tough family. The
But
Bidens.
it's
At least I got my revenge.
Imagine
Yeah.
if that was Trump.
Yeah.
Just imagine the overall media coverage of it.
It would be
Imagine how
insane.
insane it would be if
Well,
Donald
if
Trump
Donald
Jr.
Trump was like, we should support the Ukraine, everyone in the media in this country would go, fuck the Ukraine. Like,
Yeah.
anything he said, they run the other way.
But how crazy must it be for people like CNN people that realized their greatest profits when they were having Donald Trump on every day? But
Well, that's why they want him
probably
back.
Helped him get elected.
That's why I think they ultimately want him back. They ultimately kind of want him
For
back.
business.
They've kind of engineered his comeback to a degree. Bill Burr made a point. He was like, he was on the casino circuit, and then everybody started indicting him and talking about him, and now he's back. They like him. They love him. He was a creature of Hollywood and the media before
What's
he was
this?
a politician.
Yeah.
They did create him, and I think he's certainly not bad for business.
It's just wild how they turned.
Well, it's just wild to live in a time when we feel like we're almost in an actual loop
Yeah.
where you go, it's going to be the same people
Over and over again.
over and over again.
The
Oh, let's go.
Bushes,
This is it.
Clintons, Chelsea
Such a good
Clinton
start.
ran
That was
for
perfect.
president in
Come on.
2029.
You know, and it's
This
just
is
gonna be
so
the same
fast.
things, and that's why you check out. That's why my dad is so checked out now. And I used to
Please,
think
look,
like, oh, he
please.
should learn more about, or he should.
No.
And now
No,
I've
fuck you.
realized he's like maybe the wisest person I know, because his whole response, like at Thanksgiving, someone goes, "What do you think about
It
this
is what it is.
Israel thing in Gaza?"
And that
he
is
goes,
terrible.
Not cool, and just kept eating. And I went, that's his level. Like, he's got 2 or 3 words for any global event. My father has at maximum 4 words to describe it. It's usually like, that's not good. And then he keeps eating. And I'm like, maybe that's the move. I used to say that. I used to ridicule that. I used to go, he's really out of touch. But now I'm like, oh, he's lived through Vietnam and
Yeah.
the first Iraq War, the second Iraq War, Afghanistan, Iran-Contra, the president getting his dick sucked, you know, Obama, Trump. Like, I think eventually you kind of just toss it.
I gotta practice
Toss it.
that. I'm
Yeah.
terrible at
You
it.
decide that
I think
you're
I gotta
not
look
gonna
down
get
more.
involved.
Then I'm not
Right.
so
You gotta try to
wobbly.
enjoy your life.
Like
That's
these
the-
young kids on TikTok now that scream
right
about
strafe
they
is
just
just
yell about
so
Paul. Like, there's a whole
fucking
group
bad
of
for
young
me.
kids who yell into their phone about politics.
fine.
You see them like, there's 2 kids who like love Biden, and I had them on my show, and they go, we love Joe. I love Joe Biden. And
You had him on your show?
had them on my show, and they,
What was that like?
they, you know, the kid that what do they know about anything?
Did you get through to them at all?
No,
Was there fun?
I don't
was
get
it
through
fun
to
at all?
people.
You get through to me.
I get through to you. There's a few people I get through to.
Was it fun?
They were cool kids but they're insane.
Right.
They're
Did you-
insane.
But did you have any good points that they had to address?
Yeah, for sure. You know, but they don't, that level, when you were a kid, or whatever you are, they're not kids either. They're like young adults. But that level of certainty that you have about the world, you never see the world more clear than when you're like 20. You know at 20 why everyone's a loser,
Right.
why everyone's a winner, what's wrong and what's right. And so now we have an app where you can go on it and scream in the app and tell everybody all the things you've figured out in 10 years of summer camp or whatever. And you know, but what it really is you haven't lived long enough to have any of your ideas challenged in any real way.
Right. Your brain's not fully.
Your brain's not formed. And you want attention?
And you're in the middle of this weird culture shift where people are like getting rewarded for
Pardon me.
yelling about politics.
That's right.
On TikTok
And it's-
publicly, where
yeah.
you would normally just kind of do it with your friends like you did over the
Yeah.
Iraq War, coked up with a cigarette.
If I had TikTok back then, oh my God. If I had TikTok back then, I was a guy where I would go over to my friends' houses. I would hang out with their parents until like they would be working like shit little jobs. It'd be like the end of high school, beginning of college. And I
Man,
would sit
this
there with their
this
parents, and
level,
they would make
man.
martinis, and we would drink
Everything has to
gin,
go
and we'd watch
perfectly.
the
Like
O'Reilly
Jesus,
Factor.
dude.
And we would smoke cigarettes in the backyard. And this was like, you know, if I had TikTok at that point, it would have just been this sweaty, disheveled cokehead screaming about how Donald Rumsfeld needs our support.
Yo,
'Cause that
Daltona,
was,
what's
you
up?
know, I was like, he lives
Joe Rogan is the
here,
best interview. How's the runs going? It's going well.
and that's it.
Thank you.
I just think
Welcome.
about myself.
How
I was
are
like,
you?
Fuck, I couldn't have been more wrong.
Hope
So
you're
I look
doing
at
well,
these kids
Daltona.
who now have like
600.
the technology to broadcast every thought they've
Yo, welcome.
ever that they think
Appreciate
they're
it.
having. And I'm like,
Appreciate you being here.
you're gonna look back on that and go, that was so cringe.
I have a lot of ads on my
When
channel.
I
I
was,
hope
like,
you use ad blocker.
doing Biden youth and screaming about the importance of Biden and
I
how
got a
great he
list
was.
of ad blockers you can
Even
install.
if you believe in Biden or think he's good or whatever, the way that they
That's
do
like
it, they're going to look
that's
back
like a
on
list
it
of
and
like
they're
10 to
gonna go,
12
"Oh, I
ad
was caught
blockers on
up in something."
Firefox.
Because that's what I feel. I go, I was caught up.
It works
I
for
didn't really. I
YouTube,
read a
Twitch,
few
everything.
books that I didn't understand, and I went all around Long Island screaming about the need to democratize the Middle East.
There's something about doing that on Long Island.
Oh, it's amazing.
It's so classic.
It
Dude,
was
Dalton,
great.
are you
And
you're,
it was
you the
like, I
same
remember being
Dalton
in the
that
car with
that
people.
asked about
You wanna
Runway
fight
23?
here? You want to fight
Yo, Runway
here?
20. I have Runway
Yeah,
23.
every
I'm not bragging. I'm
talking
saying that's a
point
tough time.
that was given to me.
I guess first of all,
completely now realize sounds ridiculous.
I don't know if you're using
And I look
N64.
at these young people and I'm like, I'm not saying don't be passionate about things.
But
I'm just saying like live
If you
a little.
look at
Oh, wait a little bit.
It's hard to realize
you look
why
at
you're captured
the
in,
input
like, a
display,
way of thinking.
Right.
While
See how my
while you're in
C
the
up
middle
button?
of
I'm
it,
using
all
the
your
C
friends are in
ups
the middle of it,
to
everybody's
move.
in the middle of it.
See what? At least
See,
back
if you
then,
look,
you
my
didn't have
C up
social media,
never
so it's like I wasn't doing it to be
stops.
famous. I was
Oh, it's
doing it
not
because I
gonna
was
be 23.
genuinely a
Never
lunatic.
stops holding
I was a
up.
genuine fucking lunatic.
So if
Now
you could
these
do that
kids
on
go, "Oh,
Xbox
there's
by
clout.
always
I can
maintaining
make money.
forward, I do it
Right,
with the rubber
followers.
band.
Ooh, yeah.
Back
That's how I
then,
do
was
it.
like, no, I got a backyard, I got a bottle of vodka, I got a pack of cigarettes.
On
Let's
Xbox?
go.
But you know what's ironic?
I make
Yeah.
the moving.
If
See, look at my
you
C up.
were
And
on
this is what Goose
TikTok
was talking
and there
about.
was
You
all these
cook
other
the
people
grenade.
doing it, at the
See,
same
see,
time,
see,
if
see.
TikTok
Okay, I was
existed
1,
back when you were a
2,
kid, you would
3,
still rise to the
4.
top.
Boom.
Yeah,
See
well, I
that?
like to think so.
Yeah, you
I
would.
I see that a
like to
couple
think
times.
so.
I'm too late though.
Because a
This is
lot
like
of
25.
this people getting attention. that
See
are
my C
mediocre,
up?
It's just a,
Yeah.
a
I've
lack
never
of
stopped
other content
going
that's
up.
available.
No, I would like to
Letting
think
go.
so. I would
25,
like
I
to
knew
think
it.
that there'd be people being like, "Do you watch that guy?"
We're like, he's the guy.
See if we can get
That
23.
fat
Let's see. Oh my
closeted, gay
gosh. I don't know
cocaine
if I
addict.
can, dude. 23 is a freaking beast time,
Who
man. Let's
talks
see.
about why we need to do the Iraq War?
It's a
He's
good goal,
good.
though.
Who knows?
You
I
would
mean,
be a Fox News.
See, I didn't pass them
I could
away.
go to Lachlan
It's gonna be
Murdoch right
fast,
now.
but they're probably gonna blow up
and
the
say,
plane.
"Give me 20 million, dummy."
Imagine if Fox decided to go Wild West, and they had
It'd be
like
fast,
an
though.
online, like
definitely
wild,
fast-paced.
right wing, swear all the time,
Yeah.
talk about whatever the fuck you want to.
Right.
Oh, it
No,
might be
I-
23.
I-
Get a lot of the young guys in.
It might
It
be.
would listen. If I'd be the oldest
No, I
person
knew
on
it.
TikTok.
See, it's
if
beast-
Fox News did a
beast
TikTok
time.
show with me,
So
and it was just me
N64,
screaming
you
at
got
these
used
kids,
C up.
Yeah.
and you know they're all like young guys who they all have a boy band
This would be
aesthetic,
perfect, right?
and they're kind of like they're also trying to get
They
girls
throw it.
as
I'm
they
playing
talk
on
about politics.
my sound
So
is
it's the
really
weirdest thing. They're like, they're like looking in the camera,
low
like,
volume.
like healthcare.
Oh
like,
shit! See,
you
that's
had
like a
that
terrible
abortion.
line.
Yeah, which is lovely. I mean, I'm not anti-abortion, but it's so funny to see this.
Oh, fucking.
Everything's conflated with everything else.
It might be
so it's like
playing
they're out there trying to get pussy, trying to make money, trying to be famous, and also trying to be right. And by the way, a few of those things have to get sacrificed. The people that I've known where I'm like, God, you're right. A lot of them are
The main
not
thing I'm showing
rolling
is the
dough.
C up, right?
A lot of those journalists who are like
You have to
right
always
about stuff, or they even care
have
about the
it
idea that there is a right.
push.
They're not rolling
Always.
dough.
They get Substacks.
That's the
They
main
get
thing.
Substacks, you'll read
They're
them.
doing
Because you
better
can't
now.
lose
It's
They're doing
speed.
better
pretty
now.
profitable,
They're doing better now.
right?
The Greenwalds, people like that,
Yeah.
Taibbi, absolutely. They're doing a lot better now.
And you can fucking trust
Oh,
them.
I fucked it up though.
God damn, it's hard to trust.
I
It's
thought it was closer
hard
than it
to
was.
know what the fuck you're reading, what the
Wow. Okay, I'm
motivation
not gonna do
is
that
behind
anymore.
it. Like more than ever before. That's one.
So that's
No,
that's
good
it,
thing.
man. That's
More than ever before.
keep at it. You can
So
do
many
it.
Times I'm reading things. I'm like, where?
It's
what-
not an
what's the
easy
fucking
time, dude.
motivation?
It's not a
It's
trivial
true
time.
story.
I couldn't
When
get
I
it.
came up in the world and trying to understand this stuff, there was cable news dominated the discourse. So
But
it
you
was
can do
just
it. I believe in you.
the three networks, the big three, the papers, the Times, the Journal, the Washington Post, whatever. But then it was cable news. So it was MSNBC,
I love this input display.
Fox News, CNBC to a much lesser degree, CNN even to a much lesser degree. But it was Fox and MSNBC were the ones that were really propaganda factories. Fox was the right, MSNBC was the left. And that's what you had. And that's kind of still what you have if you're a boomer, you know. But now the internet has just opened the gates of hell.
It was terrible.
So that it's every idea
Yeah.
and every permutation of every idea. So you get some really good ideas and some really bad ones. And sometimes they're all in the same package.
But don't you think you get a lot more of an understanding of
Yes.
what is actually going on? If you're
Absolutely.
listening to Jimmy Dore.
If you're all over the place,
Yeah, if you're listening to Breaking Points.
Of
if you're
course.
there's so many
There's
different
so much
versions.
information, it verges on too
Yeah,
much.
well, it can be.
It can be.
It's almost impossible to keep up. You have a full-time job.
But I mean, it is much better than what it was when I was growing up and you were fed.
Oh, yeah.
So Bill O'Reilly would come on and feed you a narrative.
Well, the fucking weapons of mass destruction.
It's going well though, bro. Thanks, man.
That's responsible for the death of.
They are going well.
Right.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Crazy.
Actually, going
And then
extremely
it
well,
was
dude. Like really, really well.
Makes sense.
Well, it made sense for people that had a
Just
lot
gotta
of money in
persist,
it. They wanted to
man.
knock
It's just
over all these
persistence from
countries.
this
They
point.
really wanted to go into Iran. They
We saw
couldn't
the
do
Wesley
it.
Clark thing.
Of course.
That thing's wild.
They
That
wanted to
interview
go
was
into
wild.
Iran. They wanted to
I gotta
remake
just
the
be
entire
more
thing.
efficient. I can't just waste a day
When he talked
grinding
about that,
this.
I remember watching that. Going,
I
Wait,
just
what
gotta
is it? What's he
focus
saying?
every moment, like right now.
They
Let's
really
go.
have conversations like this?
Yeah.
Shoot early. Fuck
Well,
off.
I think it really does
fucked.
come down to the fact that, listen, our system
Fucking
of
work.
government has a lot of benefits, there's a lot of, I wouldn't want to live in any other country. There's a lot of great things about
So
our
fucking
system
dumb,
of
guys.
government.
I was like a
So
bullet
the
away
idea of
from that
going
being
like,
insane.
shouldn't everyone have this stuff? Some of it, sure. Freedom of speech, all these things, you know? Freedom of association, freedom of religion, all of the things that we like value when they talk about we should go and give that country that. Absent in that discussion, though, is number one, whether the country wants it,
Right.
how we're giving it to them, if we're doing it at the barrel of a gun. RFK talks a lot about how China has been really invested in soft power, building schools. What are we doing? Building bases. What do people hate? Military bases. China's Belt and Road Initiative is like building schools. Economically reaching out to people and trying to build bridges and expand China's influence in those parts of the world, namely Africa. We've been doing it at the end of a gun for a very long time.
Yeah, what China's done has been pretty fascinating because they have such an interesting way of running things. I mean, it's horrible if you're stuck under the thumb, but if you look at the way their government and their businesses all work together, like no one can do anything that's bad for the government. No one can do it. Like the government, like.
It's a hard country.
That was really bad gameplay.
even though you go, I don't want to live there.
No upload.
You have to respect.
Oh, that
them.
was
Like,
so
you're
slow.
A fighter. You
That was
respect
terribly slow.
an adversary who has strengths.
I was
that you
10
don't
seconds
have.
slower
China has strengths we don't have because
than my
they
paces
are-
yesterday.
Yeah,
Compliance.
they have a system of government.
Yeah.
I had a
Censorship,
115 death
Controlling people
at that point
completely
yesterday. It was
is
so tragic.
probably a strength. Not, it's not a
115.
good thing, but it probably does strengthen
I don't know what that means, but I know it's
nation-state
PB pace.
to a degree by preventing the type of information from getting to them that would make them go, hey,
115
we're getting
pass away
fucked
there
over.
is
Exactly.
really fast.
Yeah, but people probably know. Like, that's the thing that happened during Russia, during the time
For
of
me.
the Soviet Union. I would talk to this dude who was Russian. He said nobody believed anything that was on the news. Everybody assumed that it was all propaganda, no matter what
Right.
the state news was telling them.
Right.
You know, they kind of had this, like, cynical perspective that they were trapped, and this is just how it is.
Yeah, I mean, I've said it before, but we're a country of believers. Like, we're not
Yeah.
that cynical. We actually do believe in.
The thing about these places where they control people, it makes it very difficult to get creativity.
That's true.
You don't get any funny because it's
No.
too dangerous.
No irony.
Yeah,
no
you talk
funny.
shit about the wrong people, they're gonna fucking kill
They'll
you.
get you.
Yeah, and you don't get any political discuss.
Did you hear about the show in
Discourse.
Russia where it's like, let's find out who's gay, and they literally put these guys in a house, and one of them's gay,
Oh my god.
and they have to keep kicking them out until they find the gay one. I mean, it's like hilarious.
Oh,
but I
that's
mean, like,
funny.
that's the type of entertainment you get like an authoritarian country.
Oh, they have gang
It's like
fights.
crazy.
They have
Yeah.
gang fights in Russia.
Yeah.
MMA fights where they have teams of 30 guys on one
Yeah.
side and 30 guys on the other side, and they run at each other like Braveheart
Right.
and beat the fuck out of each other.
Yeah.
And they're wearing different color outfits, so
Yeah.
they know who's who.
It is wild.
It's a wild place, man.
See, it's
You
just
gotta
never.
stop. You gotta
Just
have
never.
A happy medium.
That's why I don't
between
do
that
it.
And
Just waste time.
let's have 7-year-old drag queens.
Sorry.
Right.
But it's
this is the
fast,
problem.
man. It's so fast.
Because we're not designed for
never there.
balance. The country is not designed for that.
I know I got to do left street
And
like
certainly
Dynamics
the
was saying. I
internet is
did do it
really
though. I
not
did.
designed
Spent
for
so many sessions doing
The
that.
minute you acknowledge certain things and go like, yes, people should be
it's
able
too
to
inconsistent
pursue
for me.
happiness as long as it's
Right
not at
now,
the
this
expense
is
of other people.
probably my best hope.
What tends to happen there is, in freedom,
stuff.
you have a tremendous disparity between people that are going to abuse it, right?
Yeah.
And
I
so
think
then
it's just
the
better to
answer
watch,
for those
too, even.
countries is to give people very little freedom
Right.
and to wrap it up either in religion or nationalism or whatever it is. And then our country, we maybe go the other way, where we tell people your self-esteem and your sense of self, is at the expense sometimes of a cohesive society. And that also becomes a problem. So a lot of people now
Joe
are looking
Rogan
at like,
is
what
the
are
best
the limits of a
interviewer for
liberal
sure, bro.
democracy?
Good
What are the
taste.
limits
Good
of
taste.
self-will completely run rampant? If everyone in society is thinking only of themselves, their own happiness, pleasure at every moment, how do we have a cohesive, functioning unit? So that is the struggle. That's the struggle. Is
The
like
$100
finding
million
a
man.
way for people to be able to have freedom without infringing on other people. And that doesn't seem to work because as soon as you give people freedom, they go, you have to agree with me or you're fired
Oh, nice.
or we'll
Great
take your
fucking
kids away
start.
or
That's,
well,
like,
whatever.
really good.
And that is
on.
what makes people throw the whole, go like, fuck it, no freedom.
Like, fuck you.
It's like the abortion thing. It's like both
Like the
sides of that
abortion
debate
thing, oh
have
no.
been, and the trans thing, they've both been hijacked
no.
by extremists.
Why is he going
There are
down
people
this
that
path
believe
on
that you
this
should be able to
run?
get an abortion at any point during a pregnancy for any reason. Then there are people that believe you should never be able to get an abortion. Those are the only people we hear from. The rational middle ground just goes to work.
I don't know.
That's
Really?
the
Are you
problem with all
serious?
these debates. We don't hear from sane people.
And if you chime in, if you have any sort of a balanced perspective or, you're in the middle on these things, you're in the center. If you chime in on these things, you just get attacked. You get attacked by the strongest forces from both sides.
Yeah.
And it's just very aggressive, and most people want to avoid that in their life. So
Yeah.
if they do wade in occasionally and they get called out for it, you could get fired. You can get in trouble. They can contact your boss. Do you know that your employee is a this or a that?
Right.
And they support this, and they support fascism, and they support,
Right.
you know, and they're like, oh, I don't want to hear this. So we're going to start an email campaign to boycott your company. And like, oh, fuck.
That's why
Yo,
everyone should choose like
what
really
up?
one terrible thing to
For
do on the
like
internet, and they
I
get to
know.
be it.
In
Whether it's a
in
furry
passing, let's
or a
bring up
Nazi, you get to
these
be, like, one
controversial
thing.
topics.
You have to be one. You can't be everything.
Yo, what's up, Christian?
It's
How are you, bro?
confusing.
Thanks for being here, man.
I don't know. I guess furry, we're halfway there with the coat. But
I don't know why it
just think
didn't
you
work.
have
That should have
to,
worked.
You know, it's like
Sometimes
what's
that guy is
interesting
just
about
out to
Caitlyn Jenner
lunch. Maybe
is
he's on his
trans
phone.
person, also
Maybe
heavy
he's
MAGA,
watching my stream.
Also, rich
Maybe
athlete. It's a lot for people. It's a lot.
it's Moonraker
They go,
on his phone watching
there
my
are people that are
stream.
hating her for different reasons.
Right.
There are people that love her, and then
I say
hate
that
her.
because
It's
we
very
don't
interesting when you have
pass
those
that guards
cross-sections of
away.
person,
So
where it's like the trans people are like, we like her, and then she goes, I'm against
200
gay
mil?
marriage.
No,
What's
it is
happening?
not.
Yeah, like when Kanye put on the MAGA hat. I was like, hey.
What?
Yes, what's
How is he
happening?
even
He's
worth
had an interesting
more?
run.
I bet he bounces back with this.
Wow.
Then he bounces
So
back.
we all
right
criticize
now.
We're
Rogan
gonna
for
see a
leaving
lot
YouTube,
more
but it is
high-profile
a
breakdowns.
million times more
right now,
profitable.
You see more anti-Semitism than you've ever seen before.
It's
It
a
makes
lot of it.
the
It's a
stuff
lot
that
It's just gonna be
Kanye
these
said
mega
seems
corporation.
super mild.
It's super mild.
No, you are.
compared
I
to
mean,
what a lot
you
of
are,
people say. All
buddy.
these
I'm
episodes,
so
I like Hitler.
man.
That's fine. By the
I
way,
love
That's
Hitler.
I didn't
I love
plan
Hitler.
for
That's
that
not
to
even the
happen,
worst of
dude.
it now.
I didn't. I
That's not
swear
even
to
the
God, I
worst of
didn't
it now.
plan for it
If
to
your
happen
kids
at
are
the
only
same
saying I love
time.
Hitler,
When I
you're
went,
lucky.
when I left on my
Count
trip,
yourself
I
lucky if your
thought
kids are only going, I
we were
love
gonna meet
Hitler.
up in Montreal, and it's cool. You
It's a lot of
didn't- 'cause,
anti-Semitism now, and it's a lot
all
of
good.
people that are like,
I had to leave Miami early too,
I don't know. And I feel
dude.
it's open. People
Enjoy, man.
go
Go to the
wild,
beach, my dude.
wild.
Go to
It's
that
wild.
beach, bro.
We've
It's-
talked about it too
bring
many
it all
times,
in.
but
Of course.
those hearings
Fort
where
Lauderdale's
Obama's
pretty chill, man.
Yeah.
There are some
Why
homeless.
doesn't anyone lie?
There are some homeless. There has been
Why
that
didn't she go,
shooting
what?
on
Like, nobody lies. Like,
Boxing
the fact
Day or
that the
Christmas,
president
like
of
2
Harvard
years ago, I think,
can't
or last
lie
year, 2022.
scares me more than
2021.
the discrimination.
I don't think it's a matter of that
Really
she can't
crazy
lie.
shit.
I think
But
it's a
he's
matter
very
of she
relaxed.
believes that those things are okay.
Ask me the question they asked her, and I'm going to tell you what the right response was.
Okay. Does yelling "Death to the Jews"
Oh no,
constitute
I don't know. I
harassment?
haven't seen this podcast. I don't
I was
agree
in
with
my
either of them.
office. I heard them say, I thought they were saying death to the blues.
I like
I had
whatever they
no idea
say.
they were talking about
I
Jews.
can't
None of that's going on.
take
I
responsibility
don't even know
for
what's
it.
happening. I go to work every day just trying to make this the greatest country in the world. And apparently people yelling about the Jews, I don't even, of course not. The Jews are happy. Everyone's happy where we are. Jews are happy, Muslims
Zohan,
are
we gotta watch
happy.
the Zohan.
The
We
things
can
you
try
don't
and find
see
it
are the
online.
Jews feeding the Muslims the latkes and the Muslims making the hummus for the Jews. You guys are seeing the bad stuff. But we have, I mean, ooh,
If someone
we
can
have
find it
Jew and
online.
Muslim dance night every Thursday. Like, just make shit
Yeah,
up.
it is.
You know, we desperately live in a time of intellectuals, and we need to live in a time of business people who cut deals. This is, again, an argument maybe for Donald Trump. We intellectuals are rotting everything with their doublespeak and their it's
Pretty scary though,
what
dude.
we need is
He has
people
what
that
about
realize
like
the limitations
2,000
of their own
podcasts,
intellect. Those are
2,500.
business people. People that
If
come in
someone
and go,
like me
"You
or
want
you,
something?
I'm not saying like you
want
probably,
something.
I'm not judging
Guess
people,
what?
but like someone like me
Neither
to make a
one of you's
podcast and
getting
make
it.
2,500.
But here's what you can
One,
get.
my guest would not
There's
be
a
Elon Musk.
smugness to those people too. That's
Yes.
Two,
bizarre.
I guess,
When the one lady was.
I would not have
What university
any
was it? Where the lady was
near
smiling
the
every time
success.
she went to answer
It's like
the
it's
question and not answer them.
fruitful.
Thomas,
If it's
yeah.
actionable.
Right.
What I
If
need
it's
to do right now is
actual-
play
if
some
it's actual-
Golden.
if
You
you
know
are
what I
actually
mean? That's what I
commit
feel.
genocide? Like,
That's
what
hang out
is
with
it?
y'all.
Thomas
You
Sowell, who's
know,
one of our great
what I
thinkers,
feel.
said the thing about intellectuals, he wrote a
It's
whole book
interesting.
about it, they never have to be
some
right.
people are, maybe I'm just a streamer.
If you bake pies for a living, if you are a contractor, you cannot put
podcast
up a house
guy.
that falls down. You cannot poison
a lot of
people with a
work.
pie.
a lot of
Intellectuals can
work.
be wrong all the time without consequence.
time.
The only thing is that whatever they say has to
It's all
sound
talking.
good. That's why these people at Harvard are sitting there making no sense, because they know they don't
Trump
have to
isn't
be
going to
right.
solve. No,
All
but
of the intellectuals in the early
Adam
1900s
Sandler
were all
will.
on board with eugenics. They thought it was a great idea. Only in hindsight was it like, ugh. All the,
dude, you gotta see.
know
You
what I mean?
see Adam.
all
what
these
do you,
intellectuals were
you see
on
what he
board
looks
with the
like,
Iraq
man.
War. It's
He looks like
stunning.
a fucking.
Go find Go
Jewish,
look at
Israeli,
everybody writing.
Adonis.
People were fired from Chris Hedges.
I'm trying to think of any
journalist,
famous
fired
Jewish.
for giving an anti-war
Phelps,
commencement
Michael
speech.
Phelps, Jewish.
Most intellectuals are on board with that. Now they all go, "Ooh, we're aghast at that."
He looks
So
like Michael
these people
Phelps.
at Harvard are just trying to say
And you don't
things
mess with
that
Zohan.
sound good, and they're
I'm not even memeing.
And because they know they
He probably has
don't
better
have to be
abs
right.
in
There's no
Zohan than I do
consequence
currently.
Right.
in the real world for what they say, as long as it sounds good. So they can say, "Hey, it's about free speech." This is they don't believe
Oh,
in free speech at all.
it's fucking suck.
But like, as
Showing
long
him
as
the abs.
someone goes, "Huh, that was a well thought out, well articulated point," it doesn't matter what they're saying. And
Good shit.
you know, I don't know.
Well, that's clear
I
in
was thinking
those
that,
conversations.
Right.
Because they're saying
That
nutty
was
things
once,
like
maybe
if
once.
it's actionable. Like
Right.
she's just dancing around answering.
Just say no. That's what I would have said. Can we say we genocided the Jews? No.
Yeah, that's really bad.
I go, that's bad. That's not good. Who's doing that? That's what I'd say.
But
I
here's
go,
the
who's
thing.
doing that
What
even?
is the fear? Is the fear that the students will attack? What is the fear?
The fear
because
is-
on
yeah.
campuses, I would imagine on a lot of these progressive campuses, the pro-Palestine sentiment is the strongest by far.
For sure.
By far.
For sure.
And it's probably a problem when someone has a pro-Israel stance. Like
I
they
think
probably get swarmed.
These institutions now are fully, they've been captured. It's institutional capture, meaning that they don't want to say anything or do anything that gives the idea that they are backing an oppressive.
I really am running in
entity.
there
The
in that
colonizers.
glass room just like a
the
crazy
bad
man.
guys.
The colonizers.
I really don't have
So
a
they're like,
master
we gotta
plan
let
in there,
people
honestly.
say whatever they want to say, and we're
Yeah, I
not.
think
gonna
I'm
get,
losing a lot
now,
of
we don't
runs
want
to that.
anyone getting hurt. Maybe we'll give them the benefit of the doubt, but they're also saying we're going to allow.
I'm trying to
people
come out as
say-
fast as possible.
However, you couldn't say that about trans people.
It's just the
Couldn't call
least
for the genocide of
consistent.
trans
Well,
people.
how about no one called for the genocide of Russians?
right?
There was never
it's
death
the
for
fastest,
Russians. Like
potentially.
that's
me.
kind of wild.
No
Like,
genocide
Russia,
calling for it
Right.
at school.
isn't that? But that is
was
really
very
wild, if you
inconsistent.
think about that one. That
Yeah.
there wasn't a
If
similar.
I can have a
backlash
consistent
against
upload,
Russians.
Because Ronald Reagan said, "Oh, what do you mean recently or
It'd be
when we had the
massive.
Cold War?"
Even like while this is happening recently,
That might be my
Ukraine,
most
Russia thing,
inconsistent part of the
Russians
run.
are fine over here. Like they don't have any problem.
Other
Like,
than the
when
ending.
Russian
Because we
fighters
don't
get
view the Russians as a controlling party in our society. There's a lot of
Right.
people that view
the Jews.
Jews as the de facto rulers of America, the controllers of America.
Interesting.
You know, and
Right.
that's I think the reason.
I
For,
hate
I don't
this
think
game.
we look at Russians as having that type of power.
Also, the scale of the Israel's response in Gaza, it dwarfs everything that's happening.
It's wild. I think it's not. It's foolhardy. It's. I think strategically, it's going to be an issue because what are they going to do now? They're going to have a security role in Gaza permanently.
And it seemed like there was some Kamala Harris talk where she was talking about a country that was going to rebuild it.
Right.
And they're in negotiations talking about rebuilding Gaza, which is like, hey, that's the fucking Ferris wheel. Keep spinning
That's
around.
the Ferris wheel.
Just keep spinning around.
And
Here
listen,
comes the
I-
money again.
I feel bad.
The money's going this way now. Halliburton.
Yeah, I feel bad for people that are victims of anti-Semitism, for sure.
For sure.
And that's legit, and especially people in
That's real.
colleges are probably getting the brunt of craziness.
Yeah.
But then there is also you also have a thing where
Where's he going with
every
that? You
criticism
can't just
of
say,
Israel
but there's a
can't be
thing where you
anti-Semitism.
can't. You just got to end the sentence,
that
man.
also
Well, how about the citizens' criticism of Israel?
Right.
They were in the streets, hundreds of thousands
That's
of
right.
them for months.
that they were not
protesting
fans of
Netanyahu.
BB.
But
yeah, so there is room.
can't-
there has
you
to be
can't,
room
like,
to say.
I'm gonna be the
the
community here, like,
course
you
of
can't
action
say,
we
"Oh,
disagree with
This,
I
I feel
think
bad
it's
for
unwise for the
anti-Semitism,
United
but
States to allow
it's
and-
not
and
really a
fund
thing.
an open-ended engagement in Gaza. open-ended. With, you know, that now it goes, we need
humanitarian.
like 2 years, 2 months.
They're already saying that it might be beyond the tipping point of rebuilding. Like, they've destroyed so much. Have you seen the footage, the recent
It's
footage?
crazy.
Mosques.
It's not
just
good.
bombing mosques, bombing
No,
buildings.
Like, come on,
it's,
man. Like-
their moment at what we did after 9/11 did not make us safer, and I think they're having that moment right now, where there's an understandable rage. They are upset. Hamas has their babies and women and children and what Hamas did.
Come on,
was
this is the run.
strike
I
at
can
the
feel it.
heart
This is
of-
it.
That's what
Let's
terrorism
focus.
does, right?
Let's go.
You get to the core of a human being by saying, we're going to rip away the things from you that you care about the most. This is the emotional response to that. I don't know how strategic
like,
long
fuck
term
off.
it is.
It's terrifying.
And I think it's unfortunately, when you see women and children being killed that are innocent, we got to minimize that. This is, if not, this is why when we have a modern civilization, the whole point of
Dumb.
being a civilized country is
so
to,
dumb.
minimize deaths of innocent people in these types of things.
Especially like that.
Yeah.
I mean, that October 7th thing is so wild. The music festival is fucking
It's crazy. No, and I understand why you have a situation now where Israel is in a position where they're going, well, we can't live with Hamas.
right.
That's not going to work.
Right.
We can't live with them.
Not very good. I don't know if it's faster than
But
PB.
we
I
need
don't know if
there
it
needs
is.
to be some
The
two-state
pause
solution.
is
When I
really
grew up,
slow.
all we heard
And
was
the upload
that.
is slow.
And it never materialized, it never came to fruition. But then over the last few years, no one's talked about it and no one's cared. And I think it's become a situation where you have these elements, these radical elements in that society that are reacting to the very real and
No.
unending,
What? So fucking
um,
stupid.
Come
Come on.
unlivability
Check the
of
tape.
that situation.
Check the fucking tape.
Where you're
Let's practice the
Gaza's
end.
unlivable. It's
Practice
not a
the end, right?
livable
Practice the
situation.
end.
The situation. So then there's going to be
Terrible.
people that are ultimately hopeless, and that's where terrorism comes from. It comes from people that feel like they have zero hope. Nobody blows
almost
himself up
died
or
again.
engages in this type of activity
Like,
because
fuck
they
you,
feel
game.
like there's a myriad of options.
Check
for
the
them in
fucking
life.
tape.
They might be
Honestly, check
polluted
the
with
tape.
fundamentalist religion, but where does that come from? It comes from the idea that if
Like,
somebody
fuck
came to me
off.
and goes, blow yourself up, I go, I don't want to. I have a show tonight, for law enforcement. I have whatever. I got stuff to do.
Can you
I
clip
don't have the
that?
greatest life
Can
in the
you
world.
clip,
I don't even have to
uh,
say that. I have a raccoon coat on.
Are you able to clip that Moonraker
But the
at all?
point is,
I know I'm
I'm
asking
not
you to
gonna
do
blow
some
myself
work,
up.
but
No young
fucking
19-year-old
dumb.
person should be at
you
a
know what
point
it was?
in
It
their
was because
life
I had
when
you don't have to. I know what
religion
happened.
or
It was the
political
invincibility.
faction or government should
It's
be
not that I
thinking
missed the
of
console.
doing a kamikaze mission.
It's not.
So you do have to address
Just so dumb.
the political
It could have been
conditions
Pace. Whatever.
that create that level
Like,
of
fuck off.
hopelessness. You do.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that
Not you.
anti-Semitism's okay, and that doesn't
I
mean
went around the
that,
drones too, so who knows what
at
the
every
time
turn
actually
you're
would have
going
been.
to be able to convert people that if they just want to kill Jews, maybe they're just going to
Oh,
kill Jews. And you
fucking
have to
hell.
eradicate that threat. But you have to address those political conditions that create that type of
YouTube
desperation in
things.
people that
Yes.
turns them to
Yes,
that type
dude.
of violence.
Have you ever heard
Yes.
Dave Smith talk
You're the
about it?
man.
Yeah, I heard a little bit on your show.
He goes deep.
He's
Yes.
deep in it.
And when you
1
look
minute.
at when it's all laid out,
This
it's
is
like, oh my
great.
God, how do you fix that?
This is so
It's
good.
very hard. Well, I
Very.
believe in a crusade. I believe my fat aunt and uncle, the Christians,
My input
take
display's
it.
not
They
freaking.
come in on
Okay,
a
well,
Carnival
it happens
cruise
so
ship.
fast. that
They
you
come
can't
out.
fucking see
The
it.
Jews and the Arabs go, what happened? And then
Oh, did I get boosted
Big
back?
Daddy,
I got
the
back
originals,
boosted. I did not
the
get back
Christians,
boosted to the console.
the ones who used to run it, come back.
Come
They set up
on.
Dave and Buster's.
You can't be serious.
They're in there. They're at buffets. My aunt's pointing
So
at the
angry.
tomb where Jesus supposedly crawled out of. She's
That's a
taking
keeper,
photo
man.
with it.
My
in her
clip's a
sandals.
keeper.
You know,
I gotta check
It's
the
very
Z
hard
press.
to
That's what we're
imagine
checking,
fixing
right?
any
We're
of this
checking the
stuff.
Z press.
we're gonna have to learn to live with
My input
some
display's not freaking out.
compromises. And I don't
That's
only mean, like,
really
political
one of my
compromises
first
where we go,
wishes
you get this, we get
for
that.
today. It's
There's
my
just
input
some
display
compromises
to
in
not
life where
spasm.
We're,
Check the
we're
Z
gonna
press.
have to just
Oh, I spam it.
understand that
Okay, I
certain
spam it.
areas might be
Interesting.
dangerous.
Yeah.
I don't even
You know?
consciously know that I
Certain
spam it, but
areas might
apparently I
be
do.
dangerous. It's what it is. Did we
Spam,
fix
spam,
the
spam.
south side of Chicago? Did we fix
fucked.
inner city?
I didn't think I'd get the back boost.
East
That's
St.
why.
Louis? Did we fix any of those? No, people left.
Oh
So
man.
that's unfortunately what tends to happen a lot is people
So fucking
go.
dumb.
They leave. So I don't know that.
But how do they get out of Gaza? That's the problem.
That's a problem.
That's part of the problem. Is
That's
it's
a problem.
kind of an open
Thanks,
air
bro.
prison.
That's a problem.
It's
They're going to have to go to
hilarious,
some of
dude.
the other Arab countries.
Are the other Arab
pretty
countries
funny.
taking Gaza
That's a pretty funny
refugees?
clip.
No, not a lot.
clip, actually.
That seems like
They should take some. But again, I don't want refugees. Like I almost agree with them there. It's like I don't want
The thing
refugees.
is, you don't know the pace. I guess you could assume it's
If my
certainly
family
cause
started calling me going,
problems.
"Hey, our pipes froze," I'd go, "Oh, I'm sad. That's horrible. Wow, just be at the hotel again, huh? Well, we figured you got a house and what? It's like there's a limit to the refugee game.
Well, that was one of the funniest things
Yeah.
about the New York crisis. They were
Yeah.
asking people to take them into their homes.
No,
What are you talking
doing
about?
that.
Some guy who walked over here from Guatemala. He's gonna sleep with your kids.
It's crazy.
What are you saying? How do you know that guy? Is he cool?
Here's the thing, and I know this is going to sound horrible because I think even if Jesus were to come back, he would even say, enough with the refugees. Like, I think, we got to not
that's a
fuck up
keeper,
the whole
man.
world and then take them all in.
I don't.
Like this writer, Steve Saylor, said, he had a great quote: invade the world, invite the world. Can't do it. You can't go around fucking everything up. And then all these people show up, and we go, well, we owe them.
Yo, dynamics.
No, I don't owe them. I didn't do it.
Yeah, dude, I got a
didn't
lot
bomb
of
them. Well,
I
your
got a
tax
lot of
dollars.
ads,
It's like,
man.
we have to stop letting people
How are you, bro?
destabilize all these countries.
I saw you were
and
streaming
then let them
earlier.
in. We have floods of refugees. In
Why
Europe.
do you think the refugees are coming in from the southern border like they are? Why do you think they're allowing that to happen?
It's economic migration, and the reason
Not
is
bad,
that
mate.
a lot
Thanks,
of these
buddy.
business owners and rich people benefit from cheap labor. They want gardeners, they want nannies, they want chefs, they want people doing.
You did
their
not raid me,
nails,
did
they
you?
want-
I didn't get an
if
alert
you
because
own-
they've thought
some of my
of that.
like my
Of course.
Let
alerts
them in so
aren't
they can
coming
do
up
our nails.
on.
Of course.
Hey, I
they
appreciate
have-
you
they
being
don't
here,
wanna
dynamics.
pay
Thanks, bro.
American wages. If you can hire someone $3 an hour or whatever it is,
My alerts
off
aren't
the
coming
books,
up.
Illegal labor.
I
You know
may
how
have
many
also,
construction
been
projects
watching
go up
my
with
clip.
illegal labor? You know how many of these construction projects in Miami?
Good.
They're building like
No,
20
not good,
new
but I mean,
towers in Miami
I'm
with
glad.
floating bathtubs for Bitcoin
Cool,
criminals,
bro.
and God
Thanks,
only
man.
knows
How are
the
you,
Paul
dude?
brothers and
You're
God
doing
bless
well, man.
every
I got a
pair
lot
like
of
that.
ads, dude.
But like they're building
don't
all
know
these
if you
big,
can,
big towers in Miami. How's that? I'm not doing it.
Man.
It's illegal labor.
Is it
And-
really?
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you can
Now,
add
DeSantis
those
shut that down,
extensions
and all the construction projects
or
are
not.
brought to a halt because
I
there's
want you to
a
be
lot
around
of
here.
illegal labor
No
being
obligations
used
to
in
sub,
putting
I'm
up
just saying.
certain buildings.
There might be a lot of
Oh
ads.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Sorry, man.
This
We're
is
having
a
some pretty good
huge
runs.
This is what,
That clip-
or we're to believe that the
I don't know
people
if you see
living in
that
Greenwich,
clip.
Connecticut,
Not saying you
love El
should go watch the
Salvadorians.
clip, but that clip has
It's
me
one of the two.
pretty funny
It's
ending.
one of the two. It's either that they're benefiting financially from it, or there's a housewife in Greenwich going, I'd love an arepa.
New Florida immigration
Oh,
rules start to
crash.
strain
Peace for the
some
night. Yo,
businesses.
thanks, bro.
Some
Was that 3
employers
a.m. there or
say they were
something?
losing workers because of the new law, which
Dropping
is
the
championed
clip?
by
Look
Governor
at
Ron
this photo.
DeSantis. A dude roofing a house,
Pretty funny clip. I'm gonna add
This
it.
is-
building a house.
We have this massive housing boom that was enabled not only by the low interest rates, but by you have to have people to build these houses. What do you think D.H. Horton, all these companies, they don't admit to it.
So how do you mitigate that? So you think that's literally why they're letting everyone in? You don't think it has anything to do with voting?
Yes,
God,
it has a
my
lot
neck,
to do with
man.
voting. It has
Just
to
trying
do
Jesus
with
Christ.
allow people to register.
certain
to vote.
demographics are better for the Democrat Party, and we know that. However, Republicans, up until recently, didn't care that much because they thought they could turn Latinos Republican, and some of them will. Some Latinos are Catholics, and they go,
Fine, whatever.
we don't want to do gender monopoly and gender musical chairs or whatever
That's a
games
pretty
they're playing
funny
over
one.
there.
Yo, Dynamics, I
There's
liked your
stick
year in
women,
review,
and a
bro.
lot of
I
Latinos don't vote.
watched a bit
So you have a
live,
large
and then I
percentage of
watched
people
the
that don't
YouTube
subscribe because the
videos. I
political
gave it
system's
thumbs
bullshit.
up.
Who cares?
Well, also you have
Yeah.
the Biden administration sending people back.
Had your
from
140 in
Venezuela.
there, man.
Venezuela people who escaped a communist government.
Yeah.
They would vote Republican.
Thanks,
Like,
man.
get
No,
outta
yeah,
here.
it was nice. Everything
So
too.
they don't
All
wanna
you
let
got a
more
lot of
Cubans
runs,
in
man.
from Miami. They don't want to let more
No.
Cubans in.
A
No.
lot of runs.
No.
But I think the economic interest
Statue.
of these people are we can bring in people that will
Project
do the
140.
work for nothing.
Yeah.
The Tyson chicken raid. This was the big thing. The immigration.
Yeah, man.
The raid that whatever.
But you got a
ICE
lot of
or
runs
whoever
and
did on the
points.
Tyson
Dude, you're
chicken
so
factory was a
potentially
big
close to also a
story
new
during
frigate
Trump's
double
term.
O time, not to jinx it,
They
but man.
raided that. African American
Why not?
unemployment dried
Why
up
not
in
you?
the months after that because the Tyson chicken factory had to hire
Are
Americans.
you not worthy?
So
You're
when
probably
these
one of
companies
the
are
most
forced
worthy
to hire
to the
Americans and
GoldenEye
pay
frigate
American
gods,
wages,
if
they
I may
do.
say, like with
But
Ivory
until
and
they're forced to do that,
Ace and
they're going to
obviously all the ones that have it,
rely
like Dan
on
Parker and
largely
White Ted and
illegal,
Sean John
unregulated labor.
and
And
Clemens
that's in their
up
personal
105.
lives and private lives. So if you can hire a landscaping company to come to your Hamptons house or your house in Bel Air or Greenwich or here, wherever. It's beautiful
But
places
it
here too.
seems like such an
Spanish
insane
Dynamics.
strategy to just keep the border open.
Yeah, we've been
Seems
pretty
like
consistent,
such a
man.
fucking
We're still
dangerous
doing the
move.
force
Chicken
stuck.
plants lured them. Feds jailed them. How Mississippi's immigration crisis unfolded.
I think it's just
Wow, the chicken factory.
it's easier to
Undocumented workers
watch.
who once considered an
It's better
acceptable
to. I
part
don't know
of
if
our
it's better to
economy,
watch
now
if
they
the
are
top
demonized.
players are just frustrated with the strat,
Interesting.
but
And again, I'm not saying like this is a great thing to do these
man,
raids
there were
and obviously
sessions
there's
where I
human
would
cost,
do
but the what tends
like
to happen
hours and
when
hours
you
without
lose
any stocks.
illegal labor, you have to hire Americans, and they don't want to do that. Why is the Chamber of Commerce pro-immigration? Why are the Koch brothers open borders advocates? Is it because David Koch loves people from Central America? Or is it because he wants to drive down the cost of wages? He believes in a market rate. And a market rate is, hey, anyone will do it. This is the problem with kind of that libertarian type of philosophy. It just doesn't work if you import the third world to America.
Right.
That doesn't really work because then you're setting wages. People on Park Avenue in Manhattan go, yeah. What does that guy want? $4? Let's find someone to do it for $2.50.
So is this idea to try to compete with other countries that do this,
How about this?
like China?
It's
Oh,
that
why is it
one of the
so
ideas. One of the
little?
ideas to get a ninth
$5.99?
sailboat.
Yeah.
It's people that go,
Okay, we'll do it.
where are our
$5.99.
profits? How can we
Oh, that's a wrong
maximize
card.
these
Doesn't
profits.
exist
What's the
anymore.
bottleneck?
How can we
Oh,
maximize?
I
How can we
gotta update
put
it.
up?
Okay, I have it here.
How can we put up 100 houses for
Boom.
just the material cost
On
and
the
a
discount.
minute
I
labor
don't know why
cost?
they're giving a discount. Verify.
And
oh my
what do you
God.
think about? There's a real. I think there's a bill that just got brought up where they're trying to stop these companies from buying up houses.
Yeah, BlackRock and all those guys.
And they're trying to stop them from doing that because they think
Yeah.
that they're controlling the housing market.
Yeah, it's pricing single-family homes. These are the big problem. The big problem is single-family homes.
So here it is. Hedge funds have invaded the housing market. A new
yes.
bill would ban them. A sweeping new bill introduced in Congress would essentially ban hedge funds and private equity firms
Right.
from buying single-family homes.
There you go.
This is
Yeah,
this
boy.
price is out. A lot of people.
Do you think they're gonna vote on this? This seems like one.
I got no. Go shout out. Do I have a shout out? I don't think I have a shout out. I'm sorry.
U.S. House of Representatives on Thursday would,
I don't.
over a
I'm
10-year
pretty sure I
period,
don't.
require hedge funds and large institutional investors to completely divest from single-family home
Thanks for the
ownership.
gifts of y'all. Thank
Called
you,
the
man.
End Hedge
Thank
Fund
you for
Control
being
of
here.
American Homes Act. The bill would
Legend,
require
you're
large
you're
funds
legend,
to
man.
sell off
I'm figured
10%
no,
of
but
their
like,
homes each year over
you
a
helped
decade.
me get affiliate. You know what I mean?
Basically, what they want to do is
So
create
it's
a nation.
to have the kind of
How
it's
do you
just
feel
kind of
about this?
the audacity
feel
of
about a
having
ban?
you have to sit through
Well,
ads.
there's a
You
lot
know
of
what I
people
mean?
that own those
I
houses.
can't say
that
I'm
are
not,
not going to
like
be
right
happy
now in my
with the
life I
ban
can't do
because they
that like
want
all
BlackRock
the
coming in
time,
and
but
giving them more money
you
than
know what I
houses.
mean?
How much more do they give them?
They
Like,
can give them, 30%.
The audacity.
Really?
which is money.
And then they
it's
just lease those
BlackRock.
homes out.
And they lease them out. It's part of this idea that
Yeah.
home
I mean,
ownership
if-
and automobile ownership
camera
and
set
all of
up?
these things, eventually are going to be replaced by more effect. Whitney Webb is somebody I've had on my show, and She's
She's wild.
She's wild, and she knows her stuff. You know, Patrick Bet-David had her on, and
The atrocity,
when she came
yeah.
on my show, she made a lot of great points about these legacy
And
systems.
me just
that
sitting
people
there
wanna get rid of.
knowing
They go, rent a
that
house.
he's just suffering through ads.
You know, use Uber, Lyft, whatever. You know, you don't need to own. What does owning do for you?
I don't know.
That's that famous article. You'll own nothing and be happy.
Right.
If
so
someone
I
uses
think
if someone uses
The ban
Firefox,
would sort of put the brakes.
that
on
list is
that,
actually excellent.
I guess the problem is.
I haven't seen. Okay, I
A lot
haven't
of these
seen an
companies
ad
find ways around
on
these
someone's
bans. You gotta remember,
Twitch
these are the
channel or
smartest
YouTube
people
channel
in
using
America
those
that become,
blockers.
and I don't mean
Okay,
smart,
no one,
like
no one clip this, but like,
contemplative,
for like
intellectuals.
probably over
I
like a
mean
few years.
Shrewd, effective sociopaths.
just-
They're really adept. When I say
It's
smart,
like
I don't want people
the
going, "You think
silver
that?" I
bullet.
don't mean that. I mean they're very effective at gaming the system. They're
gotta be
10
on
steps ahead of
PC
all these laws that are
or-
being
or,
passed. I'm not saying it's a bad thing to pass the laws, but like a lot of these people are already
Macintosh.
anticipating that and then how to get
Probably
around
do it.
it.
I'm
Install it in the
fascinated to see
Firefox
how that
mobile. Honestly,
bill does.
Yeah.
Because it seems like they would put extraordinary pressure to make sure that that bill does not get passed.
They're not going to allow that bill to get passed.
It seems like you're going to find out who's on board.
Well,
and who's not on
again, when
board.
RFK came on my show and called out BlackRock, Vanguard, I know he did it on your show too.
Yeah.
BlackRock, Vanguard, and
Thank you
State
for
Street,
being here,
these companies that own everything.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I got a lot of messages from a lot of financial people going, "Well, everybody's portfolio is tied up in that." This is part of the whole issue with everything.
Right.
It's the Thomas Sowell thing. There's no solutions. There's only trade-offs. It's hard to get honest at this
I was
deep
really
in
consistent.
the scam that is our financial system. It's like
I think I just
hard,
get tired.
Any deleveraging, any winding down of the military-industrial complex, all of this will have ramifications in our society, financially for people, across the board. Anything you want to, I'm not saying you shouldn't attempt to do it, but like anything.
How are your
like
runs
this,
today,
like you
dude?
go, I don't like illegal immigration. It's
Oh,
like,
yeah,
okay,
frigate,
your
I was
house is more
watching.
money now. You go, oh. They go, okay. I don't want Chinese people buying real estate. Okay, well maybe, and maybe the, real estate industry is going to take a hit. Not only realtors, but people that work in that business, right? Property managers,
Brutal.
interior designers, architects.
My timing
people
still
that
isn't
stage
perfect there. It's
homes,
not.
Appraiser, whatever it is. People
I'm
might
still
take a
doing something
hit.
wrong.
This is part of the issue of where we're at now. You ban BlackRock and all those things from getting in there. That's fine. And then, people will take a hit financially with their portfolios.
But do you think that how many people have to vote yes on this? Like, how many people are involved in this decision?
Well, it would have to pass 2 houses of Congress and then get signed into law by the president. Now, that seems very unlikely.
It's wild.
Seems very unlikely because BlackRock will have a great argument
Dude, a
as to why they're
static. I was wiping
They'll get out
down
there
the
and they'll be
TV.
like,
Usually use a
"Hey,
microfiber
man,
cloth, but this time I used
We're
a
here, and we're buying
cotton
these fucking
towel,
houses, and the
and
people that
the
we're buying them
static
from
arced
love us. These
between
the boomers
the
love
TV and the
BlackRock.
metal microphone
The
holder,
boomers will get on a BlackRock
and
cruise
it
with BlackRock
shorted
shirts.
the signal
because one of the problems in
from
the American real estate
the
market
USB hub
is
into the
boomers
computer,
will not sell their houses for anything
including
under a
the video
$1.6
card.
million profit.
And
They
I was
just
thinking,
won't.
oh shit.
They won't because they
I
like
thought I
to
fried
lord
the
them.
USB
They like to lord
video
around
card,
them. They like
and I
to
thought
make
it was
their
some
kids
sort
feel
of
guilty.
karma
They like to
for
go,
my
"You
negative
can never
energy
afford
that
They
I've
like to
been
tell you how cheap the house was
forcing
when they
and
bought
sharing
it,
on others.
and then this is
So I couldn't
every
get it work for,
Thanksgiving
like,
or
I don't
Christmas.
know,
Somebody will
45
go, pick
minutes.
this up for $200,000. Now it's worth 1.8.
And I thought
And
it was
then
some
it's
sort
their
of
millennial
spiritual
kids are sitting there saddled with
karma.
student loan debt, and the boomers it's their last
My big
fuck
mouth.
you before they leave the planet.
Yeah.
They're a spiteful
And I'm like,
generation
holy
of
fuck,
monsters.
this
I
is
respect
not
it.
working.
But their last fuck you before they leave
Like,
the
how am I
planet
gonna-
is instead of selling their houses
Then I realized
for, I don't
the
know,
sensitivity
a
of a
$900,000
video
profit,
capture card.
they just won't put them on the market.
But I unplugged
Some
everything. I
boomers,
plugged
which is
it in
hilarious,
again.
that we
I
read
did
the articles on my
unplug
show.
the
They're actually
power
retiring to
cables and
bigger
everything.
houses.
But dude,
They're sizing up.
don't wipe
It's
down your
sick.
TVs with a
It's like insane. And so that becomes an issue
like,
too of like
cotton
it used to be
towel,
like you would
and don't have
a
your
house,
computer
the
or
kids would
anything
move,
close to it.
Stay in it probably for another 10 or
or
20
your
years,
64.
and then
You
you get a
could arc
condo.
the 64.
And you'd go,
Could.
I'm out.
Yeah.
Fuck do I want to mow lawn for? Now the boomers are going, this is the only thing we have that makes us
I got really
truly
lucky.
valuable in society is that we own this like a McMansion.
Some paranoid.
We're
I'm
not
always kind
giving
of
this
looking
up.
back.
We are tax-paying citizens,
paranoid that
and
the
we
gods
are
are
not
gonna
giving
give me
this
like
up. And our kids are
a
going to come here
nightmare
every
recording.
year, and they're going to suffer through the size of our house with 9 empty bedrooms, while they live in a 2-bedroom apartment. And we're gonna chastise them
literally
for
living my
their
life,
decisions
literally
and their
looking over my
choices.
shoulder.
The McMansion defines you, and your car that you drive up to.
That's right.
Make a fucking
All that defines you.
And
Where are you
pox on
vacationing?
or
That's
that.
right.
Where are you going?
I need a
That's
rear
right.
view
And
mirror.
They're gonna go. Because they all bought those
Ridiculous.
houses for very little money, and they are going to hold them over everybody's houses until they are found dead in them. They will not leave those houses until they're taken out in an ambulance. The most important thing for the boomer is to be right. And that's their main thing. They're not a soulful group. They've been around forever, but they've attained very little wisdom. It's actually kind of impressive. They're the most American generation of people that have ever lived. They're deeply selfish, self-aggrandizing, paranoid, delusional. But one of the things that makes them right is what they have. They go, well, how can I be wrong? Look at this fucking house. Look where we're
Figured it out,
sitting.
man.
I've got 13-foot ceilings. Don't tell me you know about Gaza. You don't.
I have to pee so bad I can't hold it anymore. I didn't want
He's
to stop.
figured it out,
Let's
man.
pay.
Let's come back.
Okay. It might be. I don't know. It might be microdosing.
There's some brownies that will send you to a new place.
I think I'm allowed to do psychedelics, but
Yeah,
maybe
why
That was an extra pause for the not because of the dynamics. That was terrible of me. That was my fault.
I don't think it's Coke.
no.
No, it's like the opposite.
Nobody does shrooms and yells about the importance of Donald Rumsfeld.
Did you do that?
I mean, I never got the point of any. Like, I would do acid and then go around the Garden City Hotel and be like, these people have made it. Like, I totally didn't. Whatever was out there, whatever deeper lessons about the universe I should have learned, I did not.
You were young. You were also.
New York City comics just passed away very sad.
I'm terrible.
Guy Kenny DeForest, who was like a really
Terrible
funny guy,
player.
who was a really good guy too, and he was driving his bike in New York City, and it's a fucking life is just it's like crazy.
You got hit by a car.
He got hit by a car,
I heard about that. I heard the news hospital.
and we're all like putting, raising money and stuff, and it's like, it's tough. It's tough because he was a great It's tough. Life's a fucking nightmare. Sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes. That's when you hope that there is a mechanism by which, there is whatever you want to call it.
An afterlife.
Right.
Thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where there's something makes sense, because it's hard when you look at things like that. You get very frustrated with life.
Yeah. And then there's the inevitability of our own demise.
Right.
That we only have.
Well,
a
not
certain amount of
yours,
time
but
left.
mine for sure. They'll put you in some.
I knew
and
it.
Fly you out of here. Your demise is not as inevitable
I knew
as
it.
your friends. You'll wave to us. You'll be like, and then you'll call
Shitty
us. You'll
fucking,
call us from the
exhaust
spaceship
base,
and go,
shitty pause.
I'm trying to work out some type of deal here for some of you.
I'm
It's not looking
gonna
good.
get on that ship.
My heart is beating.
No,
Though.
I feel like you won't. I feel like you'll just be like, hey, man,
Come
no
get me.
thanks.
I'm not interested.
It doesn't seem fun up there.
I think it's a mistake. I think it's one of those things. Like I said, just because something's hard to do doesn't mean it's good to do. I think it's
Gotta earn it, boys.
people trying to make their way across. You ever see that show 1883? It's one of the prequels to Yellowstone.
Yeah.
Barbaric.
Gosh, really wild.
Wild show. But it's that times a million. Like, you're going to land on some planet. It's going to be no air. You're fucked.
Would you go up in
The shitty right straight.
to just take a look?
Maybe.
That would be cool.
I saw Shatner did it. Jeff Bezos.
That was entirely my fault.
Went up in the. Was it called Deep Blue? Is that his spaceship?
Something like that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
Man,
but I
it's
don't
got to be a
Seems
good run
safer
too,
than going
eh?
to the bottom of the ocean.
much safer.
That was a tough one. That's submersible.
I shot out the drone,
see
and that
the
helped a
Titanic?
lot.
Fuck.
They sent the distress signal, and then it just.
I survived because I shot out the
That's
drone.
tough.
That's why I
Did you ever see
survived.
the CGI recreation of what would happen with that amount of pressure when the hull gives in?
It goes. It's just like
You explode. It's an explosion.
You almost don't feel it, right?
Oh, you don't feel it. You're gone. You're gone instantaneously. You're mist. You turn into pink mist. Boom. I mean, it's.
See, we just gotta
force
piece it
of
together.
an insane
I think I gotta look
amount
down more entering the exhaust bay.
You're covered by an insane amount of mass. The water is so deep.
Yeah.
That's so much fucking weight, man.
Yeah.
It's so crazy.
It's
that
such a
people
crazy
wanna
thing to
that.
do with
I'm
your
just happy my
dad.
input display is
you know,
is working.
son.
It was friggin'
Right, that's the
spazzing
point.
It's
before.
probably the
I think that
billionaire dad's
that
idea.
static
That's
shock
right. That
saved it,
wild,
honestly.
crazy old fuck.
Yeah.
He
Like
wanted to
some
take his
sort of
kid
weird
down and just let him
Frankenstein
experience
shit.
something wild. Let's go on an adventure.
That's the thing
And
about
now
the
it's
boomers.
working.
That's why they're here
And hopefully
forever. Is
this
because they're
Golden
whole,
Eye
they're
PV
just like,
will
let's
work
have
too.
lunch.
So this is the recreation of what it must have looked like. So look how far they're going down. Look how scary that is.
Brutal.
Look how scary that is. 3,000.
Can you imagine dynamics?
Meters.
An ad comes up
God, that's so cool.
while it's like literally the end
That's
of
what
that
it says,
run.
right?
Can you imagine?
3,800 meters. Oh
He
my
loses
And they're sitting
mind.
just like that.
Yeah, they're just sitting in this fucking stupid cube.
Yo,
Possible break.
yes. Oh, I forgot to put that in the title. I forgot. I can put it right now.
This is just
Yo, what up, Sailor Curse? Yeah, you reminded me, dude.
20 milliseconds.
Put in the title.
Brain pain response is 150 milliseconds.
The
You don't even
fucking
have
what do they
chance.
call
Real
it?
time.
I forget what they even call it.
That's it. Gone.
The
Slow mo.
And they
Invasion?
found it, right? That is what happened.
Oh yeah, they found like pieces.
the
of
insurrection?
shit that are left from behind it. After
Invading? What's there's an adjective?
Insane, man. Hit the bottom.
No. Oh no.
Imagine that
No.
experience.
That's terrible.
Just
So sad all the people that
Let me
lost their
ask you,
lives
do you think
that
that
had
fully
passed
shut
away
down
9/11,
the
including
industry,
some
people
members,
going to see the
families of the
Titanic?
elite,
Or is
that
it
they
just giving
opened the
people
heart to on
opportunity
the
say,
elite.net.
hey, we're doing it better.
Insurrection, that's the word.
the great thing about American capitalism.
Insurrecting.
There's definitely somebody going,
It's freaking
hey,
today. Here we go.
that was a blessing in
It's
disguise
freaking
because
today.
we have a luxury vessel now, and we have solved all of the problems.
yeah, there's no problems now. In fact, the president is going.
Insurrecting.
He's going to see the Titanic.
It is perfectly safe.
Yeah.
We sadly
Come
when
on,
those
why
things
is it not
happen, it
giving
gives
me
us
that
the
word?
ability. I could even sell these. I'm like,
Insurrecting
yeah, it gives us the ability to
into
just like get better at what we do.
Aztec.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Jurassic Park argument.
Yeah. Don't you want to
So-
see the Titanic?
into Aztec
People
complex.
died, but those dinosaurs were, it was an early prototype.
Yeah. Yeah. It is an unfortunate situation where you have probably I hope they got to see it.
The Titanic?
Yeah.
They didn't.
Oh.
I
Well,
don't
do we
think
know
they got
that?
far enough down. I think they died on the way down.
That sucks.
Didn't they, Jamie? I don't think they made it.
I hope
And
they-
even if you
Holy
get down there,
moly.
by the way, you're looking at the Titanic through screens.
There we go.
It's a dumb. Who cares?
You're
It's
looking
a
at
shipwreck.
it. You could look at it in the same way above there. It's just you're close to it physically, so you're. Oh my God! I can't believe we're all the way down here.
Yeah, it to me is like, who cares? I'm not impressed. If somebody told me that, if I was at a party or dinner and somebody went, I went down and I saw the
I
Titanic.
may
I'd
remove
go,
that from the
"Oh."
title.
I would not even ask a follow-up.
Right.
Who cares?
It's just kind of weird.
Good for you.
It sounds like
Death
sexual.
tourism. Oh, great. Yeah, who cares? It's like it's a psychopath thing to say, by the way. It's a crazy thing to say. Go like, me and my dad went to see the Titanic. It's like that's not getting you laid. You gotta, that's crazy stuff.
Well, the first people that go to the moon and go to a moon base.
Right.
That's going to be a while.
Nice.
That'll be fun.
There's going to
Thanks,
be a
bro.
lot of
That, yo, that
really
emote
well
group
people
setup looks
decided
sick.
on the moon.
It looks refined.
Probably gonna be like,
Those emotes have
I think a
lasted
little space
time.
tourism could be fun,
They've been
but there's gonna
added,
be
they've been
accidents.
removed, they've been changed
we're gonna
from
lose some buildings.
GIF to
There's gonna be people that
PNG.
go.
Yeah, if we decide to go to the moon and we set up a
They have been given
hotel on the
free, they
moon,
have
we're
been
gonna lose it. We're gonna
How
lose these
close is
people.
the planet
unlocked.
that's
They've been
closest
shared.
to us that can sustain life? We don't
Thanks,
know.
That's a
bro.
good question. I think they're all really far. Like
Are they doing
years
some like
at,
bullshit
So
ceremony?
we're not getting anywhere.
It
Honestly, it was pretty
depends on
scary.
what kind of
There was
proposals
fear, there was a lot of
are
fear.
available. See,
Because the
what we're
news
using
just said there's
now
all these
is
people
all we
invading
light things on fire and
the
push this
friggin-
forward. Like I was saying about like the rocket
But then the
ships,
video
like,
showed
every
that
time they go
the-
up, like,
the
how much
cops
carbon
let
are
them
they
in,
burning? Like, what the
basically.
fuck are they doing? Like how much of that is
Right.
affect? Like, if we're
Right.
trying to stop global warming, what are we
They
doing?
lured them in.
Shooting rockets?
That's what happened.
Right.
What's
That's
the
what
big
happened.
deal here?
Right.
They showed up
If they can develop
at the White
some
House and
new
Capitol,
propulsion system,
and then they let him in.
this is my. I think that's what all this UAP
I
shit.
went inside. It was amazing. Yeah, you watched it live.
What's UAP?
That's insane. Baron's fucking next level.
Unidentified
Man.
aerial phenomena.
Gotcha.
It's the new way of saying
What was they
UFO.
doing?
Gotcha.
When you're hearing all these disclosure talks,
What
and
was
all this
it?
stuff,
When did it happen? 2020?
I think.
No,
I think two things
2021?
are happening simultaneously. I think it's highly
2021.
likely that there is intelligent life that's aware of us from
I don't know
somewhere
what I was
else.
doing.
I bet they visited, and I would if I was there.
It's probably playing
I
GoldenEye.
also think
It's probably doing
that
this.
the government probably has in its possession some new form of propulsion that it uses for drones that is
think I got like
insanely
140
sophisticated and above and beyond what we think is currently available. Some
6
gravity-based propulsion
February
systems.
2021.
And that's what a lot of these pilots are seeing. That's why these things move in ways that no one has ever seen before. That's why they can go into the ocean. That's why they can
Insane.
shoot through the sky. I think there's some kind of
I think I went out for the day or
drone
something.
that we've developed. It's
Oh, I
probably
was still
true.
working. I was working.
When they're telling you
That's what I
it's
was doing. I was
aliens,
working.
That's the moment I stopped thinking it's aliens. It's aliens all the way up until the government's
Oh
like,
my
Yeah, that's a
God,
great
still doing
point.
that
You're
bullshit.
all in on aliens, and then when they're like, "Hey, it's aliens," we're like, "Fuck
Oh,
you."
I
It's
still
not
get
aliens.
shudders
like,
thinking about it.
There's
Ugh.
no way you're being honest with it. Oh, we've just decided to be honest with you.
for the first time.
Right.
Yeah. If it was aliens and they did have aliens, they would say it was their shit.
They're just trying to, I guess you're right, just
Yeah.
kind of see what this technology could do.
Also, it's a great way to get people off your trail. You know, if you
Oh,
just say,
yeah.
"Look, there's
I was
aliens."
streaming
You know,
GoldenEye.
we have no idea where these crafts are coming from. They're from other worlds.
Right. These planets that can
I remember my
sustain
father
life that
told me
are
about it.
light years away. That we're,
That's when I first heard about it. Like at the end of the day, I think I went
Yeah,
out.
where
I
is
think I
this
worked,
Where's the closest?
And then I went
planet that's
out.
in the Goldilocks zone.
or I worked
They
the day, and
found
then my
that, like,
father
they had
told
this one
me
planet that
during the day
they
because
were
I was
trying to
working at
call
home.
Earth 2 or something like
Yeah.
that. But it's theorized because we don't really have the
And then I probably streamed
actual
GoldenEye at
ability
night.
to get to that planet and like
That's what I
have
think
high
happened.
speed
Right.
drones that get a high definition
Because
video.
I'll,
see the
yeah, I'll be
look,
honest. Like it
see
wasn't
the atmosphere.
propaganda or anything. My
Did you ever
dad's
see
like,
that?
"Yo, some
Which
people
one
just
was
stormed
the
the fucking
alien
Capitol in the
supposed to be
U.S."
landed on
And
this
it's like, holy shit, Dad, that's crazy.
One of the more recent ones. The nearest
That was
potentially habitable
my
planet,
knowledge of it.
14 light years away. So,
So I
we
mean,
go at the speed
I drank
of
the
light.
Kool-Aid on
It's
the,
14
but they
years to get
tricked
there.
them, dude.
Wow.
You saw it. They
Planet more
tricked
than
them.
4
They let them
times the
in.
mass of Earth is one of 3 that
The people let
team
them in. Were they dressed in as
detected around
cops,
red
or were they
dwarf
dressed
star.
dressed
But
up
here's the
as
problem. That means
as fake
if it's 4 times the
insurrectionists? What
mass
were they
of Earth,
dressed
that
up
means it's
as?
4 times the gravity of Earth.
Were they wearing
Right?
khaki
Doesn't that mean
pants?
that? Is that direct? Is it 1-to-1 like that? I don't know if that's 1-to-1 because the Earth is the moon is 1/4 the size of Earth, but it has 1/6 Earth's gravity.
Depends how big that wolf was.
And there's probably life on that planet.
There could be.
I would imagine there had to be something.
Well, it depends. I don't even know if we know what it's composed of. It might. It says. Okay. It says a particularly exciting.
Oh
find
wow,
was
insane.
All 3 planets are of low enough mass to be potentially.
Yeah, they definitely
rocky
baited him.
and have a solid surface
Yeah, and-
potentially, but it also could be a gas.
And I
giant.
mean, that's what I
In
mean.
the
What were
middle
they
planet,
dressed as?
Wolf,
Were they like
1061C
police officers
sits within
telling
the
them to go
Goldilocks
inside?
zone where it
Because
might
I
be
usually
possible
not.
for liquid
Because if
water.
you don't,
Might
that's
be
the thing. If
And
you
maybe
don't
even life to
follow
exist.
the orders of a police officer,
Yeah,
that's
We'd
like
be talking about a
breaking the law.
14-year journey.
At
That's
like-
actually
if-
I,
right, if
ironically,
we could
Carl
go speed
Jobs
of light.
recently
and we can't
wrote
go at the speed of light. We can't
about a
even-
completely independent
unless
event
these gravity
going
propulsion
on in the
systems were
elite.
legitimate, in
But-
which case you could
'cause
kind
they
of
were
go
dressed as
anywhere
cops.
instantaneously.
and
The
you
idea
tell them to
that's
go inside the
way it's been
building.
described by
You're going to do
people like
that.
Bob Lazar, who supposedly worked on back engineering
Right.
these spaceships,
Right.
is that it's like if you had a very soft mattress and you put an immense heavy.
Do you remember what they're dressed as? I think they were wearing like some sort of masks or something.
So it like uses
Like
the
some sort
gravity
of bullshit
to push
outdoor COVID mask, but their faces were
space-time
masked.
to that
if I remember
spot
right.
where it wants to
So I
be,
saw some
and
videos.
then it unfolds again. It sounds insane.
It's insane, and it's beyond our comprehension, my comprehension.
It sounds totally like science fiction
Yeah.
nonsense. It's
But what
Many
is-
of them,
what
many of the
is-
people
what
that
is
like the
happening,
like the Fed
is
agents that.
I mean,
Yeah.
you know, you could imagine if DARPA
Oh
was
no
talking
way!
about
What
the
time? Let's
stealth
put it
bomber
on. I
and
put it on.
things like
Oh,
that,
it's 6 p.m. or whatever.
70s or whatever.
I'll put it on now.
Imagine what they're talking about now.
Eric Weinstein has some very interesting ideas about it. And he thinks there's a separate branch of physics that has been secretly working.
Of course,
on
it's Jan 6. Of course,
he,
it's gonna have a show on it.
One obscure university in New York State.
Hogwarts?
No.
Jones is
It
timeless.
has an insane physics
Thank you
department,
for
a completely unqualified
showing me who
physics
Alex
department,
Jones
and
is.
It's also connected
And real
to
pink
this
elephants.
hedge fund that does like Bernie Madoff type
Yeah,
numbers.
there's
where
got to
everybody's
be.
like, what is going on here?
Yeah, there's got to be something going on. Listen, the things that we're unaware of
Yeah.
are vast, and also there's probably a lot of these billionaires privately funding stuff. The government's getting in. Everybody's kind of getting in. That's kind of the book I'm reading, where they're trying to create fake people, AI people. They're,
This is News Network.
this is what they're doing, but they want to, I don't know, man. It's all very creepy, and none of it seems like it's all going to be good.
It's not stable.
So like when they were creating penicillin, we're like, oh, we get it. You get sick, here's the medicine. This is odd.
Right. Well,
This does not have a practical application that.
I guess getting
tends
143 is
towards,
better
that's
than
gonna be
142,
great.
I
not good
guess.
for truth.
No.
Yeah, the Sam Altman thing was really interesting to me because I had him on the podcast.
OpenAI.
Yeah, very
Maybe
interesting
not,
guy.
because you
And
want to
then
be
he gets-
faster. You just always want to be faster,
And then they
always.
bring him back, and then there's this talk that he wasn't straightforward. And many
I haven't
people
duped
speculate
142
that
yet.
They think that ChatGPT has reached the standard to be considered AG, like artificial general intelligence, AGI,
Right.
which means it's alive. It means you have this fucking thinking, calculating
And
life
Sam
form.
Altman left the company.
They brought him back. They
and
kicked him out.
I'm going to tell everybody about this. And
No,
then
no,
they
no. They
said,
kicked him out.
Interesting.
The board removed him and then brought him back on. I don't know what happened.
I bet something happened.
Well, the thing is that they were saying that he wasn't being forthcoming or something
Please.
to those, something that sounds like that.
They know what's going on.
Oh, that was so lucky.
It's gonna
They
happen.
could have so
Happen.
passed him
It's
away
gonna
there.
happen.
All the AI companies are moving into San
Oh,
Fran.
why? You fucking game.
A lot of the big AI companies are
game,
moving into
guys.
San Fran.
Giannis Pappas used
Yeah.
ChatGPT
Yeah.
to show that SNL stole from him.
Interesting.
He asked ChatGPT, that's it. Like,
Yeah.
who popularized that term, that's
Yeah.
it, and said Giannis Pappas used it for his character.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's what ChatGPT is doing?
ChatGPT said that.
That's interesting. Yeah. Well, it's certainly
Wow,
a
you
terrible
were?
time to be,
Wow, I did not expect that.
like one of these people who,
Wow. Interesting.
is paranoid.
Wonder if it was because I was too far
I often
away.
think my mother
Couldn't hear me.
Passed away.
Wonder if it's
but she was
both
paranoid. She
sound
was
and
schizophrenic.
distance.
Now it's
That's
like,
interesting.
are they schizophrenics?
Right.
Or are they? Because if you are unduly paranoid now, oh my God, it is just a daily dose of fucking stories that are like, Jesus Christ.
And we've gotten to the point where
Yeah.
Alex Jones,
Yeah.
despite all his troubles,
Makes
is now,
sense.
Not just makes sense,
Yeah.
but a lot of people are like, hey, what did he say?
Right.
And then now he's back on Twitter or X,
Yeah. Well,
which is wild. He's going to do a daily show. on
Pointed
X.
out a lot of things over the years. Some of them have been correct.
a lot of them.
A lot of them have been correct.
A lot of them.
So you can't discount. Now, some of them aren't. But you can't discount what he says anymore as easily as you could have
No, not as easily. It's like
prior
there's
to.
so much insanity has gone on over the
Yeah.
last 3 years that so many people are like, what the fuck?
Well, the erosion of trust in everything, from the government, media, church, every institution we have is completely kind of collapsed in terms of how we view them. And we now see how politically motivated they are, how corrupt they are,
Yeah.
how criminal they are. And now that we're just left in a
Oh my
world of
goodness.
individuals, some of whom are truth-seeking, some of whom are sociopaths, some of whom are funny, some of whom are whatever. But now we're just kind of left with a world of people trying to figure it out on their own. And it's pretty scary. Because some of those people are going to build cults and communes, and everybody's going to drink the poison, and they're trying to go find a Hale-Bopp comet. And some of them are going to build media companies. Some of them are going to build AI.
Oh, I'm just so terrible.
Bots. Some
Such
of them
a
are going to build.
terrible Goldeneye player.
And some of them are going to,
That was really
come
bad.
up with new
It was terrible.
religions.
Yeah.
I mean, but it seems to be now that everybody's operating outside of the institutions,
Yes.
and that the people that are still operating within the institutions are almost taking cues, a la the honest Papa thing, from people on the outside. So it does seem like the institutions are rotting a bit.
Well, they're trapped too.
Yeah.
Well, especially the media. They're so trapped in the television format.
Yeah.
That format sucks.
Well, it's just people not wanting to lose their job.
Yep.
God,
That's all
man.
it is. It's people protecting their own revenue source. That's all it is. It'll go on as long as they can. It's the most basic human desire to protect your family.
Probably ending
and
this
your money.
podcast. I think
And that's
things
a
over like
thing
right
that
now.
no one ever thought was going to go away.
And no one thought it was going to go away, and now it's going away, and the pace of it and the pace of change is disorienting, and people are like, what the fuck's going on? And you know, now we're in the Wild West, and the Wild West has its problems. It has a ton of benefits. We all know them.
Yeah.
A lot of information, but then the Wild West has a lot of problems.
Yeah.
And it's deep fakes. Mm-hmm. It's the AI stuff. Mm-hmm. It's what isn't real.
Yeah.
What did and did not happen.
Right.
A lot of charismatic, cunning people are going to be able to manipulate this technology and, rile people up about all manner of events that may or may not have happened.
I gotta look up more. I gotta
Wait
look
till
up
they
way
come
more.
with fake police shootings that didn't happen. Wait till they just start manufacturing footage from something that did not happen. And there's people in the street rioting about a thing that did not happen.
How far are we from that?
A week?
Because foreign actors could
Tonight?
easily do something like that if they wanted to start some
Oh,
sort
for
of
sure.
chaos.
Dude, for sure. That's the type of stuff that you want to sow chaos. Stuff
And
like
you
that.
could do stuff like that combined with
And people
like
wouldn't-
a terror cell.
Yeah, and dude, people wouldn't believe that it didn't happen. They'd
Right.
go, the government's covering it up.
Right.
They're
There'd be a
saying
lot of
it's
that.
right.
Well, there's so much confusion. That's the big problem with not having a main source of information that's reliable.
That's right.
And that people have to search around a lot. A lot of people don't do it. They don't search around.
Just make it InfoWars. Just make it InfoWars. What's the worst that could happen? Just if we got to do one, he's been right enough of the time.
He's been right more than CNN.
Just have it be InfoWars as our national news. That's our BBC.
Really slow.
I mean, if you think about what they did, you think about what these governments, in conjunction. What is this?
Back on Twitter.
Yeah, I was just saying
Tweeting all
that.
day. I mean,
He's
he's been
gonna.
tweeting all day.
Oh yeah, he's back on Twitter, but he also has a new show that he's doing.
Right.
At the end of the day, he's gonna do like after he does his main show, he's gonna break down all the different things that they talked about.
What I'm going to
break down
do
what's going on in the
is
news.
when I'm on that next week, I'm going to be I'll FaceTime CAA, all my agents, and go,
Oh, letting
"Hey,
go
'cause
see up,
the thing
really?
is, they can't even get rid of you anymore because they just need you to sell tickets.
When you
They
and
can't even-
him were on the podcast, it was one of my favorite times.
It's
ever.
one of the greatest things I've ever been a part of and done. And I think it's like this iconic moment of like encapsulating the world at one of the wildest times ever, before an election,
Fuck off.
before a contentious
The
election.
double duck.
And it was, yeah. I mean, it was an amazing time in the Red Pill,
the old one.
the old studio.
Yeah,
It was amazing.
it was fun.
Yeah.
It was a fun time.
It was a good time, and he
This
was
fucking
on. He
bouncing
was great.
guy.
He was
Like, what are
really
you
sharp
doing?
And
Like,
really,
why would you be
fucked
doing
up thing is
that?
how many things he was right about. Like when he's talking about like polio being
just so
something
fucking dumb,
that
man.
kids are getting from this vaccine in Africa.
Yo,
They
he's
gotta stop
still
giving it.
awake.
What are you talking about?
Legend.
And he pulls up this AP story. Like, holy shit.
well, all the people that he
Go to
calls
bed and
out.
type
listen,
that.
we always talk about this stuff, right? He infiltrated Bohemian Grove and stuff like that. It's like it's blatantly obvious to everybody that all of this secretive, whatever you want to call it, whether it's you want to say deep state or whatever it is, they don't want anything they're talking about out there. The real rationale for the decisions that are being made, they don't want out there. They don't want that out there. That's why Harvard and Yale and these places exist. That's why all of these secret societies exist. They're all groups that create
This
loyalty
game is hilarious,
amongst a
man.
group of very, people that could be very powerful, certainly are usually very rich.
Moonraker, did you save
they're
me?
just-
I got
that's where all these
143, like a fool.
Things exist, and then this guy comes around and breaks into one of them with cameras
Terrible.
and shows all of those people in cloaks mock sacrificing an owl or whatever, or mock sacrificing a child. I think the effigy of a child with a big owl.
And I knew it too.
It's creepy. It would be creepy.
Yeah, I
if
knew
those
it wasn't
people were all
pace.
broke. Not only are they not
So
broke,
I
they're the most
literally,
powerful people in the
I
world.
literally
It's
skipped every single
doubly
second of the
creepy,
cutscene.
right?
I don't know how I
Even if it
timed
is
that
just a big
perfectly. That was
orgy, whatever the hell
insane.
they do.
No cutscene came up.
There's a lot that they don't want you to know.
It was really weird.
And the
'Cause I
fact that
pushed A.
guys that
You
came
can check the
out
tape.
there,
Check the
they
tape.
don't. That is unsustainable. They don't want that.
Oh, let's go.
That's not good.
I remember something else.
This is
I
a
talked
run
about
for
before we
Moonraker
went
and
away.
Dynamics.
When we're talking
And
about
Sailor Curse.
people
Oh, this is so fucking
existing
fast.
in these AI realms.
Yes.
That this is probably going to, are people going to get
Oh, the
indicted for
blessed
crimes that are
animation.
committed
I should not have
in,
received that
virtual
animation.
reality. What I was thinking is, these
Oh my god,
things are
no,
gonna
no
be
pause,
run
no,
by
no
the
additional
same kind of
pause.
companies
It's really, it's
that
pretty fast.
run
It's not that fast.
YouTube,
I just got
right?
shot a lot.
Now imagine
142.
the restrictions that YouTube puts on content.
Yeah.
I mean, YouTube would take you off if you had anything that didn't go with the COVID narrative.
Right.
They'll take you off if you have anything that doesn't go with the gender narrative.
Yep.
They'll demonetize you. They'll limit your
Legend
reach,
of
they'll
Elusive
shadow
Boost.
ban you, they'll
What?
do whatever the
Thanks,
fuck they want.
man. We
Now,
were
imagine that
mid-run.
Imagine if
Mid-opportunity.
most
Hey, I
life now
appreciate that a
takes
lot,
place in
Elusive
some sort of
Boost.
a
I
digital
appreciate
realm
you.
That's owned by a corporation,
Yeah.
and then that corporation
The
decides to
Follow
impose
Elusive
its
Boost. He is
ideology
the
on all the people that
Xbox
exist in that realm.
untied world
Well, it's
record
also
holder
like
of this
one of
level
the things
Aztec
that's
double
interesting in this
agent.
book was
I
when
don't want to
does the
spoil.
crime
I'm going to spoil
start?
it, Strat. He used the
This is very
fucking
interesting.
Ooh, does it
the
start
shot
That's right.
glass
At
lure
what point does a
that
crime
Perfect Ace
stop?
uses and
Because we
DK.
have all
David
this
Kloss
metadata showing
used.
kind of what we can
He's the
create a
man.
positive
What
for
up,
what
bro?
you're thinking
Things, man.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this
When
run.
can we stop it? These are all very interesting things that are going to come up, that are coming up right now, and these are debates that are going to have to be had as
doing?
more
What
and
we
more
sh-
of our
what
life
were you, playing with
exists
you?
on these virtual platforms. This is only the beginning, right? Like we're still in the infancy of like what this is all going to look like.
I don't think we can even guess.
Right.
I think it's going to be so fucking bizarre, so quick. And the thing is, if we get hit by something like whatever took out the ancient Egyptians
Yeah.
and civilization, if we get hit by something, there will be no evidence. Everything's
Right.
going to be on hard drives.
That's right.
You're never going to get it.
That's right.
No one's going to know what the fuck Aristotle said. No one's going to know.
Someone's going to go, someone wore this coat.
Yeah.
They're going to find this
Did it-
coat. They're
did it
gonna go,
open there?
They were wearing this.
Did it
He
open?
had a spear and he wore
Yeah.
that and he hunted seals.
Right. Little do they know.
They're
I
never
love
going
this
to
game.
read the work of Feynman. It's all going to
No.
be gone.
We've had a lot of. Oh,
Generated.
should we
Hard
show the
drives
quote?
will
The
be
quote. This
rotted
quote's
out.
pretty funny.
We're
This is a pretty
gonna have
funny
to do it all
quote.
over again.
What was it?
And
What
I
number
think
was
that's
it?
what they did.
220?
I think that's what people, when you look at ancient Greece, I think those are the people doing it all over
No.
again. And I
Sorry,
think the
guys.
real people that did it at the first were the Egyptians. And
Right.
whoever was
Thanks, bro.
around at that time that didn't have those insane monuments. But what we know that they did,
I'm a
that's
fucking
like
idiot.
the best evidence you could ever have in front of your face that there's a piece of this puzzle that's missing. Look
There's
at that.
definitely a big piece of the puzzle that's missing, and it is interesting to think about, because it's about 2024. If you look back at 2014,
No,
and look
221.
at the changes
What was it?
to
It
our
must be
society
221.
in 10 years, expedited by
Yes,
the pandemic.
thank you.
Things like that, right?
Yeah.
You imagine 2030.
That's how the session is going today.
It's gonna get
Check the
wild.
input display
God.
It's gonna get
What
wild.
on that
back of you?
on that clip.
Is it
if
going to
you
be where
want.
me and you are able to meet for coffee in a virtual
Oh my God.
world of our choosing?
Most certainly. That's
Like
already
things like
happened.
That
that.
will
That's already
describe.
happening.
I got 143
The
today.
Lex Friedman,
But I messed up the exhaust
podcast
bay.
they did
Yeah,
was
I got-
insane.
Yeah.
It's insane. They look exactly like them, and it's just avatars talking. Like eye movement, lip movement, everything. They're wearing these goggles. And
So that seems to be coming.
that's 100%
That's
coming, and it's
coming.
going
It's
to
pretty funny.
streamline. It's going to be small, and then it's eventually going to
clip.
be in your body. And then when
Right.
it's in your body, you're going to have the ability to be anywhere at any time you want, and not.
I'm
leave
really
where you
happy my
want.
input display is not
Yeah,
spazzing
I mean,
out.
it's inevitable.
happy about
And
that.
then also communication with people of all these
Also
different
happy my
languages
capture card's working
instantaneously.
too, blessedly.
We'll have it either we'll have a universal language or we'll have
I had this
instantaneous
friggin'
translation
static
to the language of
electricity
your
arc
choice,
Yeah.
that
and there'll be no confusion
almost
anymore.
It's gonna
shorted
feel
out
silly
my
that we
capture
were
card, mic,
debating
and
whether
my
the background
USB
actor who was
hub.
a hot dog guy could be
I'd unplug everything,
reproduced,
re-add all the
right, without
things
his
Yeah.
consent,
to
like,
Right,
OBS.
And I understand why we got to have all those discussions,
crazy.
but things are going to get so
I
crazy.
wiped the CRT
Yeah,
and
with
we're
the
going to look back at that. Go, oh, that was
cloth
quaint.
They're
cotton
doing this.
towel.
There's a
and
dam
arc,
and it's
the arc
leaking,
to this
and they're
mic.
doing this with their fingers, and it's not
Stand
enough.
metal
that thing's
thing.
gonna come down,
I
and
shorted
I don't
everything,
think there's
but
anything we
it
can do
works
about
again,
it. I
blessedly.
think AI
Amazingly
actors
miracle.
are
So I'm
inevitable.
pretty paranoid.
AI films that are amazing, that are entirely designed, written, performed by AI. I think it's inevitable. And I think when the first one comes out that's a fucking banger, we're going to be all on board.
Because you can fail with.
What is this, Jamie?
Have you seen this commercial going around
No.
recently? I'll play it for you. It's pretty interesting.
AI pin.
Yeah, I've seen it on TV a lot over the last few days.
So it's a pin you carry with you
Oh, I'm
instead
such
of
a
having
fucking
a cell
idiot.
phone.
Right, you wear this.
Isn't life about what we
And
experience?
there's multiple companies with these out right now.
Can I eat this? Yes, dragon fruits are low in sugar.
What we hear? What we see?
Yeah.
So this is sort of like
Right. Right. That,
between self-
That
but wouldn't it be
becomes a
nicer
chip.
The
if there was a
security
better
camera is
experience?
interesting.
Just give me the chip.
Yeah,
And by
give
the
me the
way,
chip.
human to human experiences when it comes to customer service and things like that, they've been declining because everyone's so used to the internet. Like people are like person to person. You walk into a store now, people are running away from you. They don't want to help you.
this one
It's
right here.
better. Let's just.
I
do
saw you were
this.
playing some facility earlier, bro.
So she said play songs from last time we were here. It's recording stuff all day,
Oh, that's not enough.
Oh boy.
translating it and putting in some sort of file so they can go and reference it.
Oh,
when
the
they need
NSA is going to get you.
it. Yeah, you could ask it to recall stuff. Like what was Tim saying yesterday at 2 o'clock? And they were
Oh,
like,
Well,
Fun.
don't do
back
that.
up.
Don't do
Fun,
that.
fun times.
2 o'clock was a rough
Yeah,
hour.
there will be no more secrets. In
No
the future,
secrets.
there will be mind reading will be everywhere. You will never get away from your thoughts, other people reading your thoughts. Everyone's going to know how much money you make, where you live, everything about you. It's going to get fucking squirrely.
It's your life, but for everyone. It's like
Yeah.
the life of a celebrity where people know those things.
but
Because
Oh,
way
yeah,
more,
smart.
they will know your thoughts.
Yeah, it'll be
at
intrusive.
every moment.
Oh, so it's over.
Intrusive.
It's over.
I mean, there's going to be people that decide to opt out, shut it off, but then I guarantee
then
you
you're
the
not
people
Placed
going to
that
be
them
able to
wrong.
go to the Christmas village.
won't
Like
let
it's
you
going to be the
fly.
holiday village.
you probably can't fly.
Yeah,
unless you have a
they're
chip.
not going to let you do
I
it.
don't. I want to know
Anyways.
if you're a terrorist.
Yeah, that's
You
right.
can't fly in this plane. What if I think you're going to take over the cockpit?
We're going to live in a time of certainty, and that's going
Thanks
to
for
be
the raid, bro.
scary because it does kind of take some of the romance, interest, like some of the excitement out of life is knowing everything.
And in the middle of all that, that's
Yeah.
when AI.
It was weird playing full screen.
And
I
start
don't
going,
play
"Get it, get
facility
rid-"
full screen
Isn't
anymore.
the fun of sitting across the table from somebody going, "What's that guy?"
I
or
play
woman?
widescreen.
What are they about?
right.
There's
Oh,
something
I like
interesting.
I play this
What's
full
interesting
screen.
about it. You've done it more than anyone. Like to me, it's like if
So I got
we just
lost
live in
at
a
the
world
bottling
where
area there.
everybody's thoughts are kind of available. It's good. It seems like.
I think I had a good trad.
I think it's coming, man.
Yeah. No. I don't doubt
I don't
it.
think
I
we
was
can
really
stop
lost.
it, and I think it's going to be the thing that transcends us.
Yeah.
The thing that moves us from what we are now into what we're going to become. I think it's going to happen technologically. I don't think it's going to
What do
happen
you think?
biologically.
Put a year on it. 2030? No.
I don't
no,
even think
no.
we have that much time.
No.
I think we have a couple years. I think we have a couple years before things get real strange because I
Please.
think artificial
I
general
suck.
intelligence is going to emerge. And
That was really
when they start
entirely my
implementing
fault.
it, and if they decide to implement it in government, that's when things are going to
That was 100% my
Right.
fault.
If they can figure out a way to stop corruption through artificial intelligence, who's not going to be on
Oh,
board?
that was a nice
If
pause.
artificial intelligence can make all transactions
Same widescreen feels
completely
better, yeah.
equitable and fair and morally just and righteous and make an even distribution of government
But,
finance
yeah.
to take care of all the complex problems that
Well,
we
that's
have
when they'll shut
in
it down.
society. But if
when
they,
they'll go, "Man,
but if they can sneak their way in, if they can sneak their way in and run things, and then what if artificial general intelligence decides that eugenics is a really good idea? Because it's
Sure.
what we do with certain animals.
Yeah.
We don't let bad dogs that like to bite people. We don't let them breed.
For sure.
Yeah. What if that happens?
Oh, it'll happen.
It could get real weird, and I don't think anybody has any idea how weird. Because I think we all just have to see. We have to see where all this stuff goes.
We have to see what happens.
And if artificial general
Imagine we
intelligence,
get natural
once
stuck
they-
and then
they
that
start
happening. I'd
using
lose
it
my
to make
mind.
better
I would lose my
technology,
mind.
Wow, that's gonna be quick.
Doesn't it feel like comedy will be one of the last things, though, to get affected?
For
or no?
the biological humans that remain, the last days of their lives, they'll be chuckling and drinking and
this
smoking
fucking game.
cigarettes and trying to avoid cancer. And then the new humans will take over.
And they won't want comedy.
They don't want it.
They're not going to.
They don't care. They're not going to care. They can just be happy anytime they want. They're gonna be able
Man,
to
Do you think
manipulate.
you'll
That's how my
ever
sessions
interview
were going
an
today.
AI bot?
100%.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think there'll be someone sitting there like that lady
Whoa.
from fucking.
And we got a
Ex Machina
143.
That's
that, like,
crazy.
Flirts with me, and I
And you'll be like,
enamored
"Thanks
with
for
her."
doing this."
Yeah,
That's crazy.
yeah, guarantee you.
I
That's a
forgot to
crazy
change the
thought.
setting again.
That Ex Machina movie is so fucking. It's so
Trippy.
perfect for right now. Go, please. It's one of my all-time favorite movies.
Yeah.
I've watched that movie at least 5 times. Someone listening to this, go watch that fucking movie because that's coming.
That's coming. I love the end of it. I won't give it
Oh
away.
my
The end of
God,
it's
yeah, it's
creepy. And you're
amazing.
going, oh,
It's amazing.
wow.
The whole movie's amazing.
It's amazing.
The guy who plays the dude from Star Wars that plays the genius guy that invents it. What's that guy's name?
But maybe we need this. You know, if we're just going to
Guy's
fight about
awesome.
Trump forever and, you know, like maybe we just,
Oscar Isaac.
maybe a couple of bots.
Maybe
Throw a bot or two in.
This is the last gasp or biological existence, the Trump election.
It's so funny that you're probably right, and that's what we're doing. It's like the last thing human beings can do is yell about Donald Trump
Yep, this is it.
on these apps.
Trump, Putin, Xi Jinping.
This is the
boom.
last human leaders we have.
Yeah. All right, Tim Dillon, I love you.
Joe
guys.
Rogan.
You're the fucking man.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure, brother. We're gonna have fun tonight.
Yes,
All right.
I'm excited. Thanks, buddy.
everybody. Watch Tim Dillon's show. It's fucking amazing.
Thank you.
Podcast incredible. Netflix special. Everything.
TimDillonComedy.com for live tickets. It's me and AI.
Let's go.
Thank you.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Yo, thanks a lot for that raid, bro.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
What's up, Bo? How are you?
Good,
What's
how you doing?
happening?
Not
Hey,
much.
I was gonna ask you. We were just looking at that photo of Karelin and talking about the Soviet program and the doping.
That is just insane. But that's like, we indicted him because he questions the election. That's why he can't be on the ballot. It's like comic book. Like when they go, we don't want 1.5 billion from Jones, even though he doesn't have any money. We want 2.67 trillion, the GDP of India. It's just bigger and bigger posturing to scare us. But they do have nuclear weapons, and they've already started a war with Russia, and they're crazy. And they're a bunch of pedophiles who have felt totally invincible. You watch the smugness of Bill Clinton or the smugness of Jeffrey Epstein.
I may turn
That's
this
what
off.
makes them dangerous because they're already whooped, folks.
This is live, so I have
I
no
don't
idea
just
what he's gonna
that they're
say.
beat. Doesn't
I'm
mean
just
evil's
the
defeated
washroom.
and everything's
I'm gonna
fine.
be
There's
back and play
utopia.
some
But
more.
I mean, this current crop of scum, everybody hates them. They're discredited. They're whooped.
I don't know if we're gonna listen to this though. Honestly, this guy's just
Lord of the Rings,
he's
where
just too much
Gandalf
sometimes.
beats him and the bridge falls, and then Gandalf thinks he's done and lets down his guard, and the Balrog throws that whip up and grabs him by the leg. That damn whip's coming right up around our leg right now. We got to jump back and not get in the whip. I mean, folks, I literally think there's a good chance nuclear weapons are going to rain down on us. Okay, I mean that's how you can smell death on this, man. These people have got to be restrained. Jason Burmis, thanks for popping in with a quick update. Super viral reports this week. You've had more time since we talked 24 hours ago to go through all this. What's your latest update on this? Super burger. I would not call it a nothing burger, but compared to all the videotapes and the documents and the houses full, now they're reporting of cameras and computers, and now mainstream news says he was an intelligence op and he was recording everyone. Suddenly that's in mainstream news, Jason. That's a big deal.
It is, Alex, and really
there weren't huge surprises, but there were some elaborations, and just like you said, stories that reminded me things that I didn't cover this week. So let's talk about the Clinton story, probably the biggest one, if true, but it almost doesn't matter if that part of the story is not true. So the allegation, which has now been denied by the individual implicated at Vanity Fair, is that in 2003, when this article was going to come out, remember, prior to any of the allegations over in Palm Beach, that Bill Clinton literally went into the offices of Vanity Fair and told them to pull the story.
We gotta
Now,
watch something better than this.
Vanity Fair does not deny,
We got you.
and it was previously released in these same court documents. Again, a lot of these are new unredactions, if you will, that they did pull that part of the story, but they have
We're getting cold here. Look.
What the fuck is this? Yeah, baby. We did it. We did it, boys and girls.
Terrific.
הלכתי קילומטרים, לא שאלתי למה 36 חודשים נתתי להם שמה בסדר אבל אני לא עושה דרמה רוצה לספר כל העיר הזו ממה אני חלמתי חלום ואני מחפש את הפה שבו אני אמצע ואף אחד לא השאיר לי פשע רצו שבלך אבל אין במים ערום על הבמה וכולם רואים לי בעיניים דיסקו, דיסקו, גוד, גוד דיסקו, דיסקו דיסקו, דיסקו, גוד, גוד דיסקו, דיסקו שום דבר בטוח כל כך הרבה התמכרויות שבא לי להקיא קפה שחור סיגר דבלי סקס ופרי מי אני מה אני מה אני רוצה להיות נשק היד וזורק את הקוביות חותך את החיים בלי להימותר מסתיר סימנים שהולך להתמותר רציתי צמחוני בסוף טורף בשר הבטחתי לעצמי לא לוותר שום דבר
No, I know disco, I make you fish. Danny, come on, go disco.
Okay, disco!
Danny, that looks very good. You're gonna be a big hit at your bar mitzvah.
So, okay, Mr. Big Pinacher, I know see you disco.
No, I'm making dagim, I know disco.
A real man, he can disco and cooking dagib.
So let's go. We get the hummus for you. No. And for you. Opa! Looking for me, huh?
Kapara, what is going on?
Just some bullshit talking. Yalla, dog, let's go! Hey, I'm on vacation here. Can't you see this? You promised me time off. Get someone else to do it.
Are they gonna hurt him?
No one can hurt this Zohan.
The terrorist known as Phantom was spotted yesterday at the Ekisek tournament in Beirut. He maybe have been trying to bait us by surfacing briefly. We believe he's being kept in a safe house on the Lebanon border.
How is we lose Phantom? Didn't I capture Phantom 3 months ago?
Oh, you didn't hear about the trade?
What trade?
Zohan, we gave back the Phantom.
What do you mean we give back the Phantom?
Zohan, relax. It was a good trade. We got back Ethan and Davi.
That's all we got for veteran terrorists? Come on, we got hosed here.
They threw in a spy to be named later.
Come on, Zohan, you have to like that deal. Maybe they're talking about Zev.
Zev, come on, he's not even a good spy. He got caught, for God's sake. He's a stupid.
Our plan is to enter the building from the front with a team of 8 men, with an additional 12 men at perimeter positions. Unfortunately, there is a high probability of collateral damage, including property and loss of life on both sides.
Okay, here we go.
Excuse me?
Come on, is it not safer to send one man into building with minimal coverage to take out the target instead of blowing up half the neighborhood?
Who would do that?
Oh, who would do that? You know you were going to ask this Zohan.
Zohan, why you say this? I just laid out an entire plan which didn't rely on you.
Oh, come on, Yaron. You're setting me up. All this talk of civilian casualties, then of course I end up doing it.
But I'm not even asking you to do it.
All right, I'll do it. Give me Abby and Kobe as perimeter watch. I'll get it done without a mess.
Well, thank you. You didn't have to.
Oh, I didn't have to. Bullshit.
Have some fizzy bobberech.
Kiwi watermelon. Yeah, that's good. Right, what are we doing together here?
I know, it's watching television.
Lunchtime, I'm gonna eat some food. I'm gonna keep streaming. I'm gonna be eating.
Yeah, good with the sticky. You should do it. No. I'm going to dinner with my parents. Just leave me alone. All right. It is all right. You don't giggle at the sun.
What's the matter, Tatale? You haven't touched your Baba Ganoush.
Abba, Ima, what would you think if I tell you I want to leaving the army, start a new life?
Why would you do that? You are good at it. It's steady pay.
You can't leave. You're one of their best.
Besides, you are too old to take a risk. Stay in the army. Play it safe.
Ima, there's other things I can do besides war.
You don't war. I was in the real war.
I know.
1967. We were surrounded on all sides, outnumbered, and in 6 days
You won. I'm sorry. I don't have a big fancy war that lasted all of 6 days.
6 days and 5 hours. Your generation likes to forget that.
Dad, I've done so much for the country. When does it end?
They've been fighting for 2,000 years. It can't be much longer.
All of my friends served in minimum 3 years. Why can't I move on? Do something else, something more creative.
Creative? What? You've caught so many terrorists, it's an art. You're like Rembrandt with a grenade.
What will you do?
Maybe go to America?
What? And haggle over stereo equipment?
Wait a minute, Yaakov. Uncle Levy will set you up at electronics store. You make money, sow your creative oats. You come back.
No, I don't want to do electronics store.
Then how will you make money?
I don't want to say.
So, hon, if you can't tell your parents, who can you tell?
Come on, Zombie.
I want to cut and style hair.
You fagler!
I like hair. It's pleasant, it's peaceful, no one gets hurt.
Yeah, you're only digging that fagler hole deeper and deeper. Hello down there. Hello in the fagler hole. Maybe. Oh, is it so funny? Oh, my God.
Make people silky smooth.
You know the Phantom will try to run away, so be ready for this.
Zohan, now!
So let's go.
He's Zohan.
I get it. You guys don't like our country.
Oh, so we are the bad ones.
I'd love to sit and discuss this with you, but I'm short on time.
I'm just saying, it's not so cut and dry. We settled here for hundreds of years!
Good point.
point. None of my ancestors ever stepped foot in this land. No, you're right.
Hey, don't walk away!
Come out, wherever you are.
Hello, Gyges. Ya maniac. You think you can oppress my people, land grabber. But I will never disappear! No one can catch Phantom! Woo!
So let's go.
Very good.
Elfie!
Sorry! It's for the cause!
For the cause. Fucking so weird.
Why you do this? I feel no pain.
No. I feel no pain.
I feel no pain. This is
No. I feel no
I
pain.
have come up and told you this in other fights.
No. I tell you right now. Labia halama, glue, huh?
This looks very painful. It's very nice. Easy bubbly. Only. You like what you see?
Time to die.
So let's go.
Okay, game over.
The goat. The goat.
Cutting the hair. This makes something beautiful instead of shooting it.
That's why I had to fake to die. I could have captured Phantom again, but for what? They tried him. I love my country, but the fighting, it never ends. It's like Mr. Scrappy. You bite Coco. Coco, you bite him back. Soon you are both having worms, eating your own puppies. I understand. The pills. Your parents think they know what's best for you. Sleep. Geh schlafen. It's all about not getting recognized. I know how great I looked in the beard, but I'll make this work for me, you'll see. Rise and shine, guys. Good morning. Boker Tov. It's nice, huh? It's the Everlong. It says I care about the way I look, but I'm still approachable. Oh, you like this? Who wants to go next, guys? Who wants to look silky smooth? Yes, yes.
Oh, where are my two little babies? Oh, come on out, Scrappy, come on out. Come to Mama, Mr. Coco. Mr. Scrappy, Coco, what happened? Who gave you permission to do this, huh? Who did? Answer me? Scrappy, was it you? It was you, wasn't it? You're always the instigator. Bad. You are a very bad. Never again are you gonna travel.
Take me to the Paul Mitchell hair salon.
First time in New York?
Yes, my friend.
What brings you here?
I have a dream.
I had a dream too.
What dream you have?
My dream was to come to America and make enough money to send for my brothers and sisters so that we all could enjoy freedom together.
This is good dream.
Oh, yes, it is.
This dream come true?
No, man. My brothers and sisters were hacked to death. But I love the Chinese food here. It's incredible.
אומרים לי מה לך עם מוזיקה של מיעוטים שחורים, מזוינים, חמושים בעצבים מסוממים, שונאים לבנים, יא גזענים, אני אומר להם מה יש? זו מוזיקת מחאה יש, בזעם זהה לך גם שמחה יש.
Hey, ragazzi!
Those are for you, my friend.
Good morning for you. I am here to meet Mr. Paul Mitchell.
And who are you?
Scrappy Coco. I am here to take a job from him.
He isn't in right now.
That's good, so I will wait then. You know what? I'll take one fizzy bubbler, a raspberry.
You know, he actually doesn't come in too often.
Yes, just tell him I'm perfect for this. So let's go. I am the best.
The best at what?
All of this, the cutting, the styling, the making it silky smooth.
I want to know who cuts your hair.
Oh, you like this, eh? This is the Avalon, straight from the Paul Mitchell book.
I haven't seen that style since Luke married Laura.
Sister, are you this Laura? You tell Paul Mitchell, Scrappy Coco was here to see him. If I find out he was here, or you are keeping him hidden from me, I will destroy you. Believe me this.
ירושלים, עיר שווה פיצוץ, הולך במדרחוב, מרגיש כמו קיבוץ, בלוד, 1000 תרבויות, לכל אחד יש אח, ערבים, אני מגיע, באתי להזיע.
What the hell was this, champ? I'm not paying for that! This asshole cut me off, made me swerve into you.
Sir,
with all due respect, I was in the bicycle lane, and you came around like a madman. Let's just be glad nobody was hurt. I mean, somebody could have died. I mean, you came too stupid. Okay, real mature, sir. Real mature.
You do not want to be throwing bicycles.
Look, stay out of my business, Mustafa.
Mustafa, this is not my name. Who tells you this is my name?
Whatever. Salami, bologna, applesauce.
Apple who? My friend, if I were you, I would change the tone. Avoid the pain.
Listen, go back to your goddamn pretzel stand. We got it.
Look what I've got. It's right here. I've got it.
Please let me
Never
go.
work a pretzel stand. You like to insult people?
Was that your feet?
Yes, it's the feet. The feet uppercut. Here comes the double foot. This is good. Smell it, smell it, smell it. Now take it. That's for you.
Let me go.
You said you wanted pretzel.
I don't know if I'm gonna watch the rest of this movie. This movie's too dumb.
Okay, I'm
It's
good.
a lot dumber than I remember it being.
Beautiful, your feet.
You want some chickens?
No. I fix for you. All beseder.
What are you, bionic?
No. I only like the girls. Thanks anyways.
Anyway, George insisted we have the party.
I always get midnight shift.
Excuse me, could you keep it down, please?
I no sleep, I no see World Series poker.
Are you even watching the road?
Be nice. He could be a terrorist. Why Hamdi don't get no midnight?
Would you at least change the station? Oh.
Hey, that was amazing.
Oh, yes.
Where are you from, anyway?
Oh yeah, boy, you got 55.
In 1860,
A French naturalist was cutting his way through the Cambodian jungle in search of exotic insects. Henri Muot suddenly came across the last thing he was expecting: a massive complex of stone temples. Muot had stumbled across one of the world's most astonishing and enduring architectural feats: the 900-year-old remains of Angkor Wat. But who built these vast, sophisticated temples? Why construct them deep in the jungle, only to abandon them? At first, there were no answers. Then, an amazing eyewitness account from the 13th century emerged in China. The author describes the great Temple of Angkor, a fantastic citadel, and its resourceful inhabitants. How could this be true? The evidence was scant. Now science is providing unexpected proof. Archaeologists are applying the latest techniques to reveal the mysteries of Angkor. And radar images from space reveal that Angkor was much bigger than originally imagined. A vast city, the size of London. Scientists now know that Angkor Wat was just a small part of one of the largest and most sophisticated cities in the world. Angkor Wat, one of the world's true enigmas, its size and purpose baffling. Larger than any cathedral, it is truly one of the greatest structures ever built. Its towers, shaped like lotus flowers, were raised 100 years before the Cathedral of Chartres in France. The buildings are laid out on a vast scale, stone shrines ascending one upon the other as if reaching for the heavens. Endless corridors are carved with the longest reliefs in the world. The precise construction would be hard to match even with lasers used by modern surveyors. Archaeologist Charles Hyam has studied all aspects of Angkor and its inhabitants, the Khmer. Professor Hyam has been crucial to understanding the extraordinary history of this ancient culture.
We are standing in the middle of the world's largest religious monument. It's absolutely gigantic. It stretches on and on. Angkor Wat was the temple mausoleum of one of Angkor's greatest kings, King Suryavarman II, the Sun King. And when he died, his ashes would have been placed under the heart of the central lotus tower behind me.
Angkor Wat, meaning Holy Temple, is symbolic in every way. Its vast square moat represents the oceans around Mount Meru, legendary home of the Hindu gods. When Henri Muot stumbled across Angkor in 1860, he wrote, "One of these temples, a rival to that of Solomon and erected by some ancient Michelangelo, might take an honorable place beside our most beautiful buildings. It is grander than anything left to us by Greece or Rome." The Frenchman suspected that the temples belonged to a huge and sophisticated civilization, but he had no evidence. Angkor Wat lies in the northwest floodplains of Cambodia, just above the Great Lake.
If you love history, then you'll love History Hit. Our extensive library of documentary features everything from the ancient origins of our earliest ancestors to the daring mission to sink the Bismarck. History Hit has hundreds of exclusive documentaries with unrivaled access to the world's best historians. We're committed to bringing history fans award-winning documentaries and podcasts that you cannot find anywhere else. Sign up now for a free trial, and Timeline fans get 50% off their first 3 months. Just be sure to use the code TIMELINE at checkout.
When Muo discovered it in 1860, only a handful of Buddhist monks and local villagers lived around the ancient site. None of them knew how Angkor Wat had evolved or who had built it. Legend had it that the Great Temple had built itself. Some said that it had always been there. In Europe, the publication of Muo's journal created a sensation. Soon, a stream of explorers, photographers, and archaeologists traveled east, keen to uncover the mysteries of this vanished world. But Henri Muo's part in this puzzle came to a sudden end. Bitten by a poisonous insect, he died in the jungle a year after discovering the incredible site. As early explorers began to strip away the jungle, they discovered even more temples. The walls of the vast monuments were covered in intricate carvings. These reliefs illustrate legends of an ancient culture and its religion. The sandstone sections were carved in place. They would have taken the artists decades to complete. Inscriptions here are written not only in an ancient Cambodian language, but also, mysteriously, in Sanskrit, the priestly language of the Hindus.
One of the great breakthroughs has been the translation of the entire corpus of Angkorian inscriptions by a French scholar, Georges Sedez, in 7 thick volumes.
What the fuck is this?
And so, bit by bit, the actual internal history of Angkor has been unravelled, and that's been absolutely critical.
Fuck you. Fucking hell. I hate this fucking game. What the fuck was that? Oh, come on. What the fuck, man?
In the summer of 1296 AD. During his year-long visit, Zhou Daguan kept a journal. His diary tells of a major civilization, a capital much bigger and more developed than the archaeologists dared imagine. But was Zhou Daguan's account fact or myth? Archaeologists searched for proof of the existence of the city Zhou described. As they pieced together this gigantic puzzle, the full story began to emerge. For thousands of years, the indigenous people of Cambodia, the Khmer, had cut rice fields from the jungle. These farmers were a largely self-contained and peaceful race. But from the 1st century AD, small feuding kingdoms developed around the country. In the 8th century, a great leader emerged. To find a site for a brand new sacred capital, he abandoned his home city in the eastern part of Cambodia and ordered all his subjects to cross the Mekong River in a great march west. Having conquered his rivals, he chose the lush land between the sacred Kulen Hills and the Great Lake for his new citadel. In 802 AD, he had himself crowned Jayavarman, the supreme world emperor, King of Kings. Jayavarman's charisma won the people over. He came not only to rule by divine consent, but to be worshipped as a god himself. At a stroke, this great and charismatic leader changed the course of Cambodian history. Over the next 500 years, Jayavarman's descendants, living gods, succeeded him to reign in Angkor. Each king had his own monument built to his glory, destined to become his mausoleum. Since the 2nd century AD, the Khmers had practiced Hinduism. Each of the royal temples is modeled on the 5 peaks of Mount Meru, the home of the Indian gods. For their builders, the shrines were a celebration of religion, art, science, and power. Throughout the first half of the 20th century, Cambodia was part of France's colonial empire. It was they who led the way in piecing Angkor together.
When they arrived and took colonial control of this part of the world, the place was an absolute shambles. I mean, there were stones just lying around everywhere. It was nothing like what you see today. And so they dedicated vast amount of energy and effort into the reconstruction of the temples.
In the 1960s, the eminent archaeologist Bernard-Philippe Grolier made this comparison of Angkor. Imagine that within the city limits of Paris, you found thrown together Versailles, the Place de la Concorde, and the Louvre. Surrounding these, the cathedrals of Notre Dame, Chartres, and Rheims, flanked by all the churches built in Paris before the 19th century. Since Henri Mouot had first discovered Angkor in 1860, much had been learned about its history. But almost nothing was known about the culture responsible for these incredible monuments. The largest religious monument in the world, the city of the gods, Angkor Wat in the heart of Cambodia. But is this astonishing temple only the visible tip of a greater unseen mystery? 700 years ago, a junior Chinese official visited Angkor on a diplomatic mission. During his 11-month stay with a Cambodian family, he recorded many aspects of life in Angkor. But Zhou Daguan's account contains several flights of fancy. For instance, he describes the great temple of Angkor Wat as having been built in a single day by a legendary Chinese architect. He was also openly judgmental, referring to his hosts as barbarians. Archaeologists have taken his writings with a pinch of salt.
You've always got to think of it as being seen through the eyes of an educated Chinese, for whom anyone beyond the empire was, by definition, a barbarian. And in reading what he has to say, one has to be, certainly on occasion, judicious in realizing that the prejudices were there.
For 100 years, French archaeologists were too busy restoring the temples to pay the journal much attention, so it was largely ignored. Then, in the 1970s, the murderous regime of Pol Pot stopped all work at Angkor. His army of communist revolutionaries, the Khmer Rouge, laid thousands of landmines around the site, rendering it off limits for years. Now at last, stability has returned to Cambodia, and work on the temples has resumed. Today, Angkor has World Heritage Site protection, with a dozen countries funding archaeological research. With much of the major restoration work complete, the focus has shifted away from the temples at the center and onto the outlying pieces of the puzzle. Just north of Angkor Wat, An 8-mile wall encloses the remains of several magnificent stone temples. Explorer Henri Mouot suspected in 1860 that this was once the Khmer's great capital of Angkor Thom, the holy city. The perfectly square wall, like Angkor Wat, is surrounded by a moat and covers an area the size of Manhattan Island. At its center is the Bayon Temple. In his journal from 1296, Zhou Daguan describes a busy city teeming with life. Archaeologists are now looking for evidence that this is the great metropolis he was describing. But any evidence has all but vanished under dense forest. In the last 2 years, archaeologist Jacques Gaucher has started to excavate the interior of the walled city.
When I started this study, we knew almost nothing because everything was covered in forest. The only surviving features were the stone temples and the foundation of a royal palace, but we knew nothing of the rest of the 900 hectares within the city wall.
For a while, it seemed that Gaucher was fighting a losing battle, but his persistence is at last producing results.
After 2 years of very difficult research, we've at last begun to build an impression of this city.
Gaucher is plotting thousands of coordinates onto an ever more detailed map of Angkor Thom. He is now able to trace an intricate grid system of canals and roads, together with the sites of thousands of wooden houses. Back in 1860, when Henri Mouot discovered Angkor Wat, he had suspected that it was just part of a complex city. Zhou Daguan's 13th century journal alludes to a political and religious citadel. Now, at last, archaeologists have enough evidence to bring to life this extraordinary city as it looked 700 years ago. Angkor was a capital far bigger and far in advance of any European city of the time. Jacques Gaucher's findings confirm the accuracy of Zhou Daguan's account. What he describes is fact, not fantasy.
These are the monuments which have caused merchants from overseas to speak so often of Cambodia the rich and noble. If you are looking for gold lions, gold Buddhas, bronze elephants, and bronze horses, this is where you'll find them.
From the inscriptions, archaeologists know that Angkor Thom, the holy city, was built nearly a century before Zhou arrived by the Khmer's greatest monarch. Jayavarman VII ruled over Cambodia between 1181 and 1219.
Really bad.
Known as the Great Builder King,
Really
he
bad.
expanded the empire further than any other Khmer ruler. Within the city walls, the king built a palace befitting his mighty empire.
The royal palace stands to the north of the Golden Tower. Lintels and columns, all decorated with carved and painted Buddhas, are immense. The roofs too are impressive. Long colonnades and open corridors stretch away, interlaced in harmonious relation.
Jacques Gaucher's excavations at the royal palace confirm Zhou's account.
On a trouvé une série de structures en bois qui étaient en place.
We found evidence that this palace was a large area with interconnecting courtyards and buildings. We found holes 80 centimeters in diameter for huge supporting columns.
Please.
It would have been a very impressive sight.
As evidence materializes about the royal palace, the role of the Khmer's rulers, these earthly gods, becomes clearer. During his stay, Zhou Daguan had several audiences with the ruling king.
Every time I was admitted to the palace for an audience with the king, he came forward with his chief wife and took his place in the embrasure of the golden window in the main audience hall.
Zhou himself came from a culture with a ruler elevated to godhood. The Chinese approved of the Khmer's devotion.
These people know what is due a king.
The king topped a social pyramid that stretched down to the lowest peasant. The monarch's potency showed itself in a legend Zhou Daguan relates.
Out of the palace rises a golden tower, to the top of which the ruler ascends nightly to sleep. It is common belief that in the tower dwells a genie, formed like a serpent with 9 heads, which is lord of the entire kingdom. Every night, the genie appears in the shape of a woman with whom the sovereign couples. Should the genie fail to appear for a single night, it is a sign that the king's death is at hand. If the king should fail to keep his tryst, disaster is sure to follow.
Well, I'm not sure about that. He would have been a fine king had he been able to do that for any length of time. But what we do know is that it was a practice of the aristocrats to send, and the regional landed gentry, as it were, to send up a woman from their family to be a member of the king's entourage, to become a concubine, which would, in a sense, bind the provinces to the centre in a very physical manner.
Serious?
And it wouldn't be surprising if indeed the king did have a very substantial harem from which to choose.
Zhou Daguan notes that the king had 5 wives and a harem of 3,000 women. The king was rarely seen outside the palace, but Zhou describes one such occasion, the New Year festival.
As night comes on, the king is besought to take part in the spectacle. The rockets are fired and the crackers touched off. The rockets can be seen from 13 kilometers away. The firecrackers, large as swivel guns, shake the whole city.
Below the king was an army of bureaucrats graded by rank, as Zhou describes.
In this country, there is a hierarchy of ministers, generals, astronomers, and other functionaries. Beneath these come all sorts of small employees, differing only in name from our own.
These would all have been descendants of families honored by the original Jayavarman, who had founded Angkor 500 years earlier. What is not clear from Zhou's writings is how many people lived in Angkor. Sanskrit inscriptions in temples such as Ta Prohm offer valuable clues.
We know that the temple housed at least 12,000 people, including a number of great priests, I think over 650 dancers and various other officiants to maintain the temple and to do the necessary temple duties.
Oh, God.
If 12,000 people served a single temple, what was the overall population? Jacques Gaucher's new research is not yet complete, but it does support an educated guess.
To give a number, this city could have been between 80,000, 90,000 and 150,000 people.
In the same period, the population of London totaled no more than 30,000. So, discoveries are confirming that what Henri Mouot suspected and Zhou Daguan alleges is correct.
That was really bad. That may have been the worst start of all time.
Indeed a large, well-structured city with a huge population. Now suspicions are aroused that the jungle conceals an altogether bigger surprise. A metropolis so vast that its full extent can only be detected from space. The search for the hidden empire of Angkor was about to take an unexpected turn. In 1994, archaeologists persuaded NASA to undertake a unique task. The space agency had developed specialist radar to penetrate vegetation. Their challenge was to probe the area of Angkor in Cambodia as the Space Shuttle Endeavour passed over Southeast Asia. The resulting images cover an area 100 kilometers long and 10 kilometers wide. For the first time, scientists have an accurate impression of the wider city's infrastructure 1,000 years ago. Covering an area the size of London, this rural metropolis was immense. For archaeologist Elizabeth Moore, this is a major breakthrough.
Central statue. I'm sure they had the skill to do it.
It is revolutionizing understanding of the size of the kingdom.
Forced water up.
And at first people said, well, you won't find anything new at Angkor, but we have. And what the radar has shown us is just how all of the regions contributed to what then became the central zone of Angkor.
The radar pictures also reveal previously unknown temples all over the Angkorian basin, as well as an intricate network of roads and canals, all leading to the walled city. Evident for the first time is the grid plan of this once great metropolis.
When you start looking at the radar imagery and you see the sophistication with which they were able to control and alter their terrain, I've never seen a culture like it elsewhere in Southeast Asia in terms of manipulating the landscape, of using it to their benefit.
Now, the challenge for archaeologists was to work out at ground level what had been photographed from space. Archaeologist Christophe Potier is using the images as a route map to trace the layout of ancient Angkor. The newly discovered temples were at the center of their own communities. Just like village churches in Europe, they indicate the size of each settlement, showing the true extent of the metropolis. Today, Potier and his Cambodian assistant, Sin Chenda, attempt to locate a number of previously unrecorded ruins outside the walled city of Angkor Thom.
Oh my god, where's the gun even? How could that have happened?
Wow, super. It's a quite nice one. But it seems to be a Garuda, and you see very clearly the Garuda with his wings is like an eagle, and quite interesting. Unfortunately, it has been badly damaged, but it's nice. And compared to the style, it could be late 9th century, maybe first part of the 10th.
Oh, I kind of YOLO'd that.
Temples like this would have been the centers of villages housing between 1 and 300 people. Potier and his colleagues have established that the number of temple sites like this in the region runs into thousands, suggesting a massive population. There was a direct relationship between these villages and the royal capital. An ancient inscription persuades archaeologists like Charles Hyam of the link.
We know that at least 80,000 or so people from 3,000 villages were assigned to supply all the goods that we needed annually to maintain it in a good condition.
Vast amounts of produce and thousands of people would have been transported from the villages. A complex network of roads leading to the center is evident from the NASA pictures. The inscriptions point to the great builder king, Jayavarman.
Jayavarman VII was a fantastic builder. Across his whole kingdom, he had roads constructed. He was a great man for infrastructure, one reason being that he wanted pilgrims to go and visit his places. And so he had rest houses built at one day's journey apart. He moved and shaped more stone than every other Angkorian king combined. And he must go down in world history as one of the great builders of all time.
If all the outlying temples were connected in one giant conurbation, then Angkor can be acknowledged as a rural metropolis, as big as modern-day London. At its heart, a walled royal enclave the size of Westminster.
There are hundreds, let's say thousands of that kind of small sanctuaries spread all around the area of Angkor, but the large area of Angkor. And it's that show, obviously, when there was village everywhere, almost everywhere.
Early research suggests that this metropolis could have had a population of 1 million people. This would make Angkor, at its peak, between the 11th and 13th centuries, one of the largest cities in the world. The indigenous Cambodians, the Khmer, were powerful and successful. They managed to build one of the most extraordinary cities in history in one of the world's most hostile climates. But how was such a large population able to survive and prosper in the heart of an inhospitable jungle?
Really bad. Not really bad. My fault.
The answer lies in the Khmer's ability to harness their most precious asset. Cambodia has 8 months without rain, when rivers become a muddy trickle. Then, for a few months, the monsoon brings floods. For this reason, Angkor is built close to the Great Lake, which swells to 4 times its size in the rainy season.
That was fucking perfect.
It not only provided precious water throughout the year, but also an inexhaustible supply of fish.
Please.
Zhou Daguan records,
"Of all the fish, the black carp is the most abundant. Next in number, the tench and freshwater congers. The prawns of Channan weigh as much as half a kilo apiece. Crocodiles there are as large as boats."
I don't know, man.
Apart from fish, the staple diet, like most of Asia, was rice. Paddy fields need a plentiful supply of water to ensure a healthy crop. When the founding ruler Jayavarman arrived at Angkor, there were already peasant farmers cultivating ancient rice fields. But from the 9th to the 13th centuries, successive god kings ordered thousands more acres of jungle to be cleared for rice production. Water had to be cleverly harnessed to irrigate the new fields. If the system failed, the very survival of the kingdom would be at stake. Well-maintained canals were also crucial to Angkor. Every day, tons of heavy stones for the construction of temples would be transported by canal from the Kulen Hills, 50 kilometers away.
It was fucked up anyways.
Planning expert Jacques Gaucher believes the success of Angkor is due to the interconnecting waterways.
You have tanks or ponds which are dug to keep also this water, and you have some canalization. This royal palace is full of small canalization. The city is full of channels, and the outside, the territory, is also full of big channels. These systems, which are at different level of scale,
Wasn't the run.
they must have been connected to each
I
other.
probably messed it up, but because I thought I had grenade out.
It was the Khmer's
That's why I could
ability
see
to
a person
harness
dead.
water that made
I thought I
them
had a
unique.
grenade. I don't know why.
While the Dutch were experimenting with their first canals, the Khmer were already past
That's a pretty funny
masters.
clip.
The most recent excavation by Jacques Gaucher
It's me being dumb.
reveals the complexity of Khmer water management within the royal city. His surveys have uncovered 2 huge reservoirs, each measuring 300 meters long and 20 meters wide. A major road intersected them. water needed to flow around the city. What Gaucher wanted to know was how the road could be used while water still flowed from one reservoir to the other. So he began to dig. The excavation unearthed a stone dike where the road and reservoirs met. It also shows that the reservoirs were built on slightly different levels. Beneath the surface of the road, narrow channels in the dike allow water to filter from the upper reservoir into the lower. But the arrangement may have been too finely balanced.
Playing at such a scale with the management of water, with such small differences of level, I think the system was quite fragile. And if there
Yo,
were
Big Scotty,
any
what up, bro?
variability in the environment or in
What
the
up, bro?
maintenance of the city, for social problems or political ones, I think the precision.
I've seen this new chat GPT I mean.
Can have been a weakness in the system in a way.
I'm good, bro. How are you?
This
From a hidden room and escape without alerting any guards. Wow.
For drinking.
That's a cool.
Cooking,
can you imagine trying to not alert any guards? But there's always going to be infinite guards, right?
Cambodia
Unless
is
there's
an excessively hot
they stop
country,
spawning.
and
I'm
it
good,
is
Scotty. How
impossible
are
to
you,
get
man?
through the day without bathing
I
several
think they stop
times.
spawning after like
There are
5
no
minutes or some
bathhouses,
shit.
no basins.
As per
However,
Tolos.
every family has a pond, or several families have one in common.
I'm good,
Men
man,
and
dude. We
women
got a
go naked
143.
into
We
this pond.
my PB's 142. We got a 143.
The construction of
completion.
extensive water systems and great stone temples in the
And
jungle.
we fucked it up really
demanded
bad,
colossal
so
manpower.
things are good, man. Just to get the
Why would the
completion again
Khmer
was
be
really
prepared
nice.
to devote so much of their
It
year
shows that it's
toiling in the
possible.
king's name?
It shows that we're gonna have to earn it. And right now, the only piece that I'm missing is
contributed
persistence.
so much labour,
Really, truly.
willingly it seems, to the maintenance of the centre. And the answer may well be that they really believe
I think.
that
And consistency.
the king was a god, and they were working in the
Persistence
service
and
of the deity,
consistency.
and this kept them going.
Oh, I think without a doubt, I fully agree with you. You couldn't have built
Consistency
the
I can
city
just
of
make up
Angkor
by
without
pushing
that
through.
kind of firm belief.
But although the Khmer people dedicated
How you enjoying your
enormous
ride,
effort
man?
into
You enjoying
constructing their
your
great city,
car
it was
out?
the addition of slave labor that made it possible.
Yeah, there's not much snow
Joe
here.
describes these unfortunates.
Apparently it's gonna snow soon,
Wild
but
men
thank
from the
goodness,
hills
dude.
can be bought to
Snow
serve
in
as
Ottawa in
slaves.
January
Families
is
of
friggin'
wealth
ridiculous
may own more
usually.
than 100.
Thank
Those of
goodness
lesser
we don't.
means
It's just
content
kinda cold.
themselves with 10 or 20. Only the very poor have none.
We know, too, again from the inscriptions, that some of them had a very raw deal. There was one who tried to escape from the land in which he was born and was assigned, and they found him and they brought him back and they
Okay, that's
gouged his
cool.
eyes out and cut off his ears.
Punishment was severe for all subjects of Angkor, noted the Chinese diplomat.
In very serious cases,
Without
a
running
ditch
any
is dug
guards.
outside
The hidden
city.
room is probably the
The
safe,
criminal is
right?
dropped into
That's
it.
definitely the safe.
Earth and stones are heaped on top until he is buried alive.
Oh, this is another hidden room. You know what I mean?
Lesser crimes are dealt with by cutting off feet or hands, or by amputating the nose.
Terrible.
The economy of Angkor was based on international trade.
Sorry for that. I guess we are playing a video game that are shooting
The
people
Khmers produced food for their
in the
swelling
head.
population, but there was a surplus for trade with neighboring states. They wove fine
It's like
cloth,
Tim Dillon wearing that
cast
fur
huge
jacket.
bronze statues, and
That
exported
raccoon
ivory,
fur
kingfisher
jacket.
feathers, beeswax, and scented
That
wool.
Finnish raccoon fur
Their main trading
jacket.
partner was China.
The reliefs at the Bayonne reveal a Chinese trade junk coming across the waters of the Great Lake just south of Angkor. And we know that there was indeed
Oh,
a
what am I
great deal
doing?
of trade going on
Why?
because
Why
of
would I
the
have
more
done
recent
that?
archaeological research that has been excavating in the Royal Palace, and there they've been unearthing a considerable quantity of Chinese
Oh, Scotty, you want to
ceramics.
see how the session's been today? This is how the session's been today.
Zhou Daguan's delegation were not the only
Take
Chinese
notice
in
of
Angkor.
the
In fact,
input
Chinese
display
settlers had been there for
Z
years.
button.
The Chinese always take a wife here as soon as they arrive, deriving additional benefit from the woman's business skills.
My input display's been working. That's been great.
In Cambodia, it is the women who take charge of trade.
Really
there are no shops in which the merchants live. Instead, they display their goods on matting spread on the ground.
Women held positions of power and authority. They owned property, engaged in trade, and even served as bodyguards to the king.
Yeah.
But the Chinese interest in Cambodian women was not driven solely by trade.
You see, I spammed it. I didn't even know I spammed. I thought I maybe pushed it once or something, but no, I was spamming it, dude. I didn't think I get that back boost.
Birth to a child, they are ready for intercourse.
So, or that forward boost, whatever. That guard boost.
He will be discarded.
The guard boost. That was so dumb. That was so fucking dumb.
By the end of the 13th century, Angkor was at its peak. A succession of god kings had built this beautiful and astonishing city. A sophisticated water system made the city work, fed its people, and created wealth. But then, at its very peak, cracks in the system began to appear.
Let's go.
Cracks that would lead to the city being abandoned to the jungle.
Come on. Please. What the fuck are you doing there? Like, why? What? We'll take it. We'll take it. We'll take it. We'll take it.
It took nearly 500 years for Angkor to grow to the vast city that the Chinese diplomat Zhou Daguan described in 1296. Yet just a century later, the city lay deserted, given up to the jungle. But why? Throughout history, there are few examples of cities being totally abandoned.
Why, man?
One key factor is known. Throughout Angkor's history, the Khmer had waged war with their neighbors.
It's just too dumb, dude.
In the early years of Angkor, the Vietnamese Chams were the Khmer's sworn enemies. Most of the temple walls around the capital depict epic battles against the Chams.
Yeah, it is pretty funny though. It's hilarious.
But by the time of Zhou Daguan's visit, the main threat came from the emerging Thai kingdom of Siam as it expanded into Cambodia.
And they got a 143 completion, which is pretty annoying.
He recounts.
Recently, during the war with Siam, whole villages have been
I'm doing well
laid
over,
waste.
honestly. Like that fucking
In the
guy,
diplomat's eyes, the Khmer army was ill-prepared for war.
Soldiers move about unclothed and barefoot. In the right hand is carried a lance.
What is
In the
this?
left a shield. They have no bows, no missiles, no breastplates, and no helmets. Generally speaking, these people have neither discipline nor strategy.
Inscriptions show that in 1431, the Thais sacked Angkor. They looted everything possible, enslaving much of the population, including the king's entire harem, and carried them off to Thailand. Abandoned, the city of Angkor was slowly reabsorbed into the jungle from which it had emerged 5 centuries before. Henri Mouot wrote in 1860, "One must ask, what has become of this powerful race, so civilized and enlightened to create these gigantic works?" The conventional explanation is that the empire's rulers lost their grip on power, and the Thais simply scared them off. But the mystery of Angkor takes another twist. Today, archaeologists believe that there were other factors at work.
Fuck this game.
Charles Hyam points to the great builder king, Jayavarman VII.
Wow, it was so slow.
Perhaps because of the excesses of Jayavarman VII.
It was too slow. Where was it so slow?
A builder with a frenzy.
That's weird.
Of activity.
So dumb.
And he may well, it's said, and it might be true, that he exhausted the resources of the state and it went into a decline.
Maybe the
Jayavarman
reaction
VII
is
was
that
the
slow.
first Buddhist king after several hundred
Maybe I'm
years of
trying to
Hindu
just
worship.
blank out how slow the guard
This more
reaction
compassionate religion may have given the Khmer cause to reflect on the excesses of their kings.
You're back.
And I wonder whether, in fact, the slow decline that may well have set in was the result of a lack of belief out in the fields there that the king was, in fact, a deity, and that this vital link between the two began to fray.
Jacques Gaucher theorizes that while the Khmer's success can be attributed to the harnessing of water, it could also have led to their undoing. Such was the fine balance of nature that if irrigation and the storage of water were not kept up, they could easily fall into disrepair.
Le système à ce moment-là devient fragile et on voit très bien.
The water system was very fragile because it was so sophisticated. And the problem is, if it's not well maintained, it could easily become blocked by sediment.
The kings who came after Jayavarman VII were less interested in grand building plans. It's also possible they stopped maintaining the intricate water system. Deforestation was also a likely contributor. So much jungle had been cut back for rice growing that undoubtedly the rivers and canals would have silted up, which in turn would have led to an ecological disaster for the Khmer. Christophe Potier believes the clues are obvious.
The pound is very clear there with the water. At the end of Angkor, it's pieces of the forest should have been very, very rare. So deforestation is not a new problem. It's an old one.
It is most likely that it was a combination of these factors that led the Khmer to abandon their once great city. What remained of the Khmer court re-established itself on the banks of the Mekong, near Cambodia's present-day capital of Phnom Penh.
We're not talking about the actual collapse and total demise of a civilization. What happened was that they moved sensibly to the east, down to the Mekong River, and away from the ties.
Now completely Buddhist, renouncing material wealth, the Khmer would never again embrace the lofty heights they had in Angkor. For 400 years, Angkor lay derelict and forgotten, until its rediscovery by Henri Mouot in 1860. Today, Angkor is recognized as a wonder of the world. In Cambodia's new era of stability, archaeologists from around the world continue to make fresh discoveries. At last, a world lost to the jungle is re-emerging. A major metropolis that for over half a millennium dominated a thriving empire. One of the greatest cities the world has ever known. For centuries, archaeologists have tried to find the legendary city of Troy, but without success. Troy is famous as the scene of the Trojan War, the fight for the world's most beautiful woman, Helen, and the ruse that won her back, the Trojan horse. It's a story that's been told and retold by poets and actors for thousands of years. But is it real? Did the city of Troy actually exist? A century ago, a pioneer archaeologist claimed he'd found the site of Troy. But while the public was satisfied, the experts were not. They said it was impossible to match the clues in the ground with a story that may only be fantasy. Now, a team of archaeologists has returned to the same site. In a dig that spans the past 15 years, they've made discoveries which are both dramatic and controversial. But at the heart of their work, one question persists. Have they found the lost world of Troy? At first glance, it doesn't look like much. Nestling among remote farmland, a small hill baking in the Mediterranean sun. But this hill is in fact a gateway to the ancient past. This is Hisarlik in northwest Turkey. It stands near the Dardanelles Strait, a few miles from the scene of the World War I Gallipoli campaign. Every year, thousands of tourists come to Hisarlik in the belief that they're visiting one of the most famous sites of antiquity, the city of Troy. But many experts take a different view. They say no one knows if Troy ever existed, and even if it did, there's no proof it stood here. For 15 years, an archaeological team has worked at Hisarlik. Their findings may resolve the issue once and for all. Investigating the site is not easy. It involves uncovering multiple layers of human settlement. These date from 3000 BC, the early Bronze Age, to late Roman times, around 600 AD. It's a delicate task, excavating layer upon layer of remains. In charge is eminent German archaeologist Manfred Kaufmann.
It's a kind of operation what we are doing. Sometimes I would compare it with a heart operation or a brain operation. Troya is a difficult place with all these layers and with all these expectations of every scholar in the world. And everybody knows it better and wants to advise.
Kaufmann's work at Hisarlik attracts such attention because it relates to one of the oldest and most famous stories in European literature. The story of Troy was first set down over 2,500 years ago in a work called the Iliad. Part poem, part song, part drama, the Iliad was originally performed by actors in the theatres of ancient Greece. Credit for writing the Iliad belongs to the Greek poet Homer, but no one is sure whether it was a work of imagination or whether it was based on real historical events. The story goes like this. Troy is ruled by King
Why? Why would he
Priam.
kneel? No.
Priam has a son called Paris. Paris falls in love with the world's most
How
beautiful
can he
woman,
kneel?
a Greek princess.
How can he kneel?
When the Trojan elders first saw Helen, they softly said to one another, "Small wonder that Trojans should for such a woman suffer hardships. Marvelously, she is like an immortal goddess to look upon."
But Helen is already married. Paris abducts her from Greece and takes her home to Troy. The result is war. The conflict rages for 10 long years. With no chance of victory in sight, the Greeks pretend to retreat, leaving a gift at the gates of Troy. An oversized wooden statue of a horse. Inside the horse, a group of warriors sits nervously waiting. What follows is probably the most ingenious and unlikely example of siege breaking ever recorded. The unsuspecting Trojans bring the horse into the city. The soldiers hiding inside creep out and open the city gates. The Greek army pours in. Helen is rescued, but Troy's fate is sealed. The Iliad gives a haunting account of the destruction and massacre that followed.
Why?
Forthwith, the Greek heroes hewed the Trojans down on every side. Their dying groans rose hideous as a sword smote them. The river ran red with blood. And it seemed as though all Troy was burning utterly in fire.
Homer was writing in the 7th century BC, some 500 years after the events he described were supposed to have taken place. That meant the Iliad could be a work of complete fantasy.
Whether there was anything like the kind of war that Homer described, with a vast Greek army besieging a city for 10 years for a particular reason,
Why?
particular leadership, all that must be very speculative.
The
So
Homeric
fucking
myths
dumb, man.
are a composite of
This game, bros.
traditions built up over
Like
time.
what?
There were many wars, and there are other sites like Troy in that part of the world. So whether the Iliad is actually true as a series of events or not, I don't think can ever be proven.
In the Iliad, Homer described the city in some detail. Its size, its surroundings, its wealth. For centuries, scholars and historians tried to find a place that matched Homer's description, but their efforts came to nothing. Then, in 1871, adventurer and self-proclaimed archaeologist Heinrich Schliemann claimed he had found Troy, here at Hisarlik in northwest Turkey. Schliemann first got the idea from this man, British amateur archaeologist Frank Calvert. Critics later claimed that Schliemann stole both Calvert's research and the credit for the find. Archaeologist Donald Easton has spent 5 seasons at the Hisarlik dig and has made a special study of Schliemann's life and work.
It's often said that Schliemann did enormous damage to this site, and in some ways that is true. His initial work was unbelievably crude. I mean, he was
so terrible.
winching down great vertical chunks of earth using crowbars and winches and battering rams.
At first, Schliemann dug down to the lowest part of the mound. In the process, he carved a massive trench right through the center of the site. It was a typically drastic approach.
He drove this enormous north-south trench through the mound, digging it out with the object then of widening out and opening up the whole area so as to be able to expose the city of Priam.
But Schliemann could never have imagined what he was about to find. As he dug at various times over the next 20 years, he uncovered not one city, but 9 different settlements, each built upon the other, dating back more than 5,000 years
Not that
to
fast.
3000 BC. There has been continuous human occupation here longer than almost anywhere else in the world. Archaeologists still marvel at the prospect.
Here we can get a really nice picture of the layer cake that is Troy, because down at the bottom we've got the remains of Troy 1 from about 3000 BC. You can see there the side of Schliemann's north-south trench, which he cut through in the early years. Then up the side here is a gradual build-up with a platform laid out in about 2,500.
Yo, Big Angel, protecting the nuclear plants in England, my bro. What's up, my dude? How are you, man?
Unexcavated pinnacles of earth up there.
How you doing, broski? You might be here for the run, dude. Here we go. Here we go. How you doing, man? Glad you're here. We were just talking about Alex Jones and how Sailor Curse and you and Baron Badcock, who's now Sailor Curse, and Real Pink Elephants freaking red pill me on that shit. And Cloud9.
As he finished digging his great trench,
How are you, dude?
Schliemann literally struck gold. Buried in the earliest layer, the layer he believed dated to the time of the Trojan War, Schliemann uncovered a fabulous treasure. He claimed it belonged to the Trojan leader in Homer's story, King Priam. For Schliemann, the treasure proved beyond a shadow of doubt that the Troy of legend really existed, and that the site of Hisarlik was it. The treasure was put on display in the Berlin Museum. It caused a sensation. Triumphantly, Schliemann even dressed his wife in some of the more spectacular pieces and published her picture in the press. But stylistic analysis by Schliemann's colleagues revealed that the treasure belonged to a much earlier period, the early Bronze Age, 1,000 years before the time of Homer's story. The treasure could have had nothing to do with the Troy of legend. It was simply too old.
It has nothing really to offer us for the second millennium BC, when the Trojan War should have taken place.
That's gotta be.
No connection.
That's gotta be it. That's gotta be it.
If King Priam ever lived.
What is it?
No connection with the Trojan War.
That's whatever. It's fuck. Fuck this stupid game.
By the time of his death in 1890, Schliemann had been forced to admit the collapse of his claim to have found Troy.
The DJ
After
Ty.
Schliemann's death,
He's got 140 though.
Treasure went on to have an adventurous career.
Whatever.
In 1945, during the last days of World War II, invading Soviet troops poured into the city where the treasure was stored, Berlin. As the Third Reich collapsed, the Soviets took the treasure away for safekeeping. It promptly vanished, and stayed vanished for decades. Only 50 years later, as the Soviet Union in its turn was crumbling, did the treasure reappear, hidden in the cellars of Moscow's Pushkin Museum. Once again, the public were able to feast their eyes on a marvel of antiquity. Schliemann's treasure is without doubt a fantastic hoard of early Bronze Age jewelry. Yet it brings us no closer to confirming the existence of Troy. But new findings made by the latest expedition to Hisarlik may change all that. Time
And
is
for the
running out
memes.
for archaeologist Manfred Kaufmann. He's spent 15 years digging at Hisarlik in northwest Turkey.
On
the supposed
control
site of
level?
ancient
Oh
Troy.
man. But there are no
And this is
cameras.
his final season.
Should we look for them?
Kaufmann is one of the world's leading experts on the archaeology of ancient Turkey and has spent 30 years in the region.
Oh, I gotta
He's
fucking
come to
learn how to play
believe,
this level.
in the face of academic skepticism, that Hisarlik and Troy are one and the same. Kaufmann's operation is called Project Troya. It ranks among the largest, most expensive archaeological digs ever
Anyways, you get
mounted.
the idea. We got it though.
Each day,
We're gonna keep
dozens
playing.
of local laborers work the site. Artists meticulously record the exact position of thousands of found objects.
Alright, we gotta stop this video. Thank you for watching.
Restorers carefully piece them together. While
Shout
a
out
70-strong
Angel
team
Azizel
drill
coming in,
and
Scotty
scan
also.
and dig for more.
Dynamics.
Kaufmann faces the same challenge faced by his 19th century predecessor, Heinrich Schliemann. How to solve the riddle of Troy in the face of critical scrutiny. But Kaufmann remains confident.
We are in the position of putting the excavation of Schliemann in a right context, because we are here and seeing the walls of Schliemann, understanding them better, thinking about them, and having this huge work with a lot of workmen better under control.
The Hisarlik site consists of 9 layers dating back 5,000 years. The excavation centered foremost on layer number 6, the 3,000-year-old late Bronze Age settlement. This had stood at the time the Trojan War was supposed to have taken place. But layer 6 was nothing like the city described in Homer's epic, the Iliad. That prompted skeptics to claim it was simply not big enough to qualify as Troy. Indeed, the entire site was little bigger than the Tower of London. But Kaufmann, like Schliemann, suspected there was more here than met the eye.
The late Bronze Age attracted us because there were a lot of hints that Troy is much bigger than thought before by Schliemann. He wished it to be bigger. He wanted it to be bigger.
At ground level, Kaufmann's team could discern little more than Schliemann had done. So they turned to a relatively new process: magnetic prospecting. By measuring fluctuations in the Earth's magnetic field, the prospector detects objects buried deep underground. Its deployment led to a breakthrough, evidence that Hisarlik was indeed bigger than previously thought. Like a magnetic radar, the prospector generated images of city-streets from both the Bronze Age and Roman times.
The Dynamics DJ tie, that means a lot.
Around the Bronze Age portion of the town.
But I know Dynamics has potential to go much faster than I can.
Excavation uncovered the structure. A
With
massive
strats
ditch
and his skill.
cut into the bedrock.
It was very exciting.
We did it.
Everyone
We
thought
did it.
this might
We did it.
be the fortifications
We did it.
of the late Bronze Age lower town. So you have to imagine a ditch here.
Should we upload it right now?
4 meters
Or
wide,
keep playing?
4 meters
Let's keep playing right now. I might take a break
There's
and
a break
upload it,
here
and then maybe
where
return
the late
after
Bronze
tonight
Age
or something.
occupants had left a causeway through
Honestly,
the
that
ditch,
actually might be
but
the
ditch
best
then
plan.
continues from there onwards, and it's been traced right around now the south side of the lower city. There's evidence for it running up the west side of the lower city now, and
Maybe the
also
best plan.
it's likely that it runs up the east side.
The ditch turned out to enclose an area many times larger than the original site. Was this the great city that Schliemann had missed?
The ditch fill includes rubble from buildings, bits of brick, bits of building stone, bits of pottery too, which indicates that here we had not simply a defensive system of
Yeah,
wall
I'm gonna
and
play for a
terrace,
little bit more of
but
these.
quite close to the ditch, probably buildings. So I think it's pretty clear that between here and the citadel there was a complete built-up area. It wasn't simply a little citadel the size of the Tower of London. It was a great city.
The excavation had revealed a city that now matched Homer's description in one important respect. At the time in question, this place was the right size. So what could this Bronze Age city have been like?
Troy is about 13 times larger in extent than known before. So we have a rough idea about how many people lived in this city. Let's say about 5,000 to 10,000.
Comparison between the excavation here and at other Bronze Age sites reveals how the Layer 6 settlement might have looked.
That sucks, though.
The stone battlements, towers, and multi-story buildings all convey an impression of a remarkably sophisticated city. 3,000 years ago, one of the wonders of the world.
If these ruins alone from the
fortification would stand in Bulgaria.
Oh, I gotta do the fucking Jimmy dance, don't I?
Poland, Germany, you always would say, oh, it is the center of the Balkan, it's the center of Europe. So people coming to this place would be very astonished to see something of high culture which they never had seen before.
To build such a city, the inhabitants would have needed a sophisticated technological basis to their culture. That in itself is a sign of an advanced society. In fact, the stonemasons here were sufficiently skilled to make the city's towers earthquake-proof.
Look at this beautifully made masonry, all fitting closely together, cut without the use of iron tools. Look at how this stone is wider at the outside and narrows towards the centre of the tower. The same is done in reverse behind me, and the total effect is that the weight of the stones is pushed towards the centre of the tower, so that if it were shaken by an earth tremor or an earthquake, it wouldn't tend to fall apart, it would tend to collapse into itself, and if anything, get stronger.
So the ruins at Hisarlik indicate a city big enough and sophisticated enough to have been Troy. But one thing at Hisarlik did not fit Homer's description: the site's location. In Homer's 2,500-year-old account of the Trojan War, the Iliad, the city of Troy is described as a wealthy port. But the modern excavation site at Hisarlik in northwest Turkey is
Oh, that does look nice though, and that does feel nice, I'll be honest.
In an effort to resolve this contradiction, archaeologist Manfred
I'll be honest, I'm happy with that. That's
brought in
pretty
a
good.
man with a machine.
It's up there with some big names, let me tell you.
This is a deep-bore drill. It belongs to Turkish geophysicist İlhan Kayhan. Kayhan has extracted hundreds of soil samples in an effort to analyze the geological history of the area.
This is like a book. Each layer, each lamina, each
Shadow the
sheet
Elusive
of
Boost raid.
sediment gives you what was the place at that period. For instance, when we go down about 20 meters, if we see there marine sediments, this means this place was marine.
Surprisingly, beneath the farmland that surrounds Hisarlik, Kayhan has found marine sediments, proof that these fields once stood underwater. Kayhan has concluded that 3,000 years ago, during the supposed time of the Trojan War, the coast here would have looked very different. Hisarlik stood much closer to the sea.
About half a kilometer, let's say, away from the citadel, the area was covered by sand and silt, and it was land, but it was a swampy land. This means they were closer to the sea at the time.
If Kayhan is right, the sea reached inland to a giant lagoon. Around the lagoon, a belt of swampy terrain. Hisarlik stood on the edge of this swamp. Access to the sea would have given the site access to trade and wealth, and its reason for being. Then, as now, the Dardanelles Strait
Was that the
was a
Tim
very
Tams
busy
tie?
waterway, the
That's
main
pretty
trading
sick.
route to the Black Sea, and
Wow,
beyond
that's really
that to
sick.
Central Asia.
Tyrannicide? I know the names up there.
3,000 years ago,
Of course I know the
Hisarlik
names
was a
up there.
wealthy port, and that brings it another step closer to matching Homer's description of Troy.
You had its access to the trading networks of the Aegean and perhaps of the Black Sea, enabling Troy to import and to export, importing perhaps copper, tin, maybe gold, maybe silver, exporting perhaps things we can't see in the archaeological records, such as textiles, maybe slaves, we don't know.
This is what Bronze Age Troy could have seemed like. A dynamic city, a busy port, filled with visitors and traders drawn from the four corners of the known world. Something not that dissimilar to the modern Turkish city of Istanbul.
If you were coming out of Europe, it must have been enormously impressive. And arriving here by sea must have been very similar to such a person to your arrival as an immigrant in the 1930s and getting that first fantastic view of Manhattan.
So the Bronze Age remains at Hisarlik seemed to indicate a large city that stood close to the sea. The match with Homer gets better. But it still doesn't prove that Hisarlik is Troy. The excavation continued. Crucial to the archaeological hunt for Troy, of course, was evidence of warfare. In his great work, the Iliad, the ancient poet Homer had described a war before the walls of Troy that lasted 10 years. Only by using the Trojan horse to trick their way into the city.
That was such a sick geek. That was really sick.
Now, among the ruins of Hisarlik, the
Let's go.
Project Troy
This is the
turning
blessed
up
run,
signs
dude.
of a major war.
Oh no! What? Like why? You gotta do the no body. Oh, actually, it's not that slow.
Firstly, the team uncovered a layer of charcoal, evidence perhaps of a city-wide fire. Does this match Homer's description of the burning of Troy? Radiocarbon dating of the charcoal places the fire at about 1250 BC, the time believed to mark the end of Homer's Trojan War.
Why?
Next, the team began
why,
finding
man?
lodged in the city walls the well-preserved remains of bronze spear and arrowheads. In the ground, they uncovered more. Did these spearheads reflect Homer's descriptions of large-scale battles before the walls of Troy? Maybe. And the team found one more proof of war, even more dramatic. Bones, both of horses and of humans. Were these the skeletons of stallions and the graves of their riders? The charcoal, the spearheads, the bodies. Kaufman has no doubt about what he's found.
We have a lost war, signs for a lost war. We have people killed, we have weapons, and a conflagration all over this area.
Here were signs of warfare occurring at about 1250 BC, the right date for the Trojan War. Combined with the newly established size of the city and its strategic position near the coast,
Why?
this evidence steered Kaufman
Like
closer
where?
and closer to one conclusion. That 3,000 years ago, during the late Bronze Age, the city of Troy had actually existed, as Homer had described. But did this mean the Trojan horse, King Priam and Helen of Troy had really existed too? As an archaeologist, Kaufman had always said he had not set out to find the scene of the Trojan War, nor to prove that Homer's Troy had actually existed. There was no chance of finding the wooden horse, or the remains of Helen or King Priam.
We never, as archaeologists, can say there was a Trojan War, there was Helen in Troy, there was Priam in Troy, because we have no proof for that. We have proof for wars, but we do not have the
Fuck
proof
you.
for the Trojan War.
How can she stop? How can she kick my dog?
But years of painstaking archaeology, combined with a high-tech scientific investigation, had thrown up a combination of clues that both the city and the war were real. This meant Troy was a real place, and it stood here at Hisarlik. It seemed an innocent enough claim, but it caused a storm. Critics began to accuse Kaufman of exaggerating his finds. Their doubts were fueled by the fact that Project Troya had hefty commercial backing. The temptation to please sponsors with dramatic discoveries, said some, must
Wait,
be
what?
irresistible. Maybe Kaufmann had succumbed and put too much weight on too little evidence.
The problem in Troy is particularly acute because the ruins, such as they are being damaged even in antiquity to the point where precisely the parts of the site that we would like to be able to see are just not there anymore.
Whatever.
The side of Troy, which Homer seems to refer to when he described the Greeks attacking Troy, was already destroyed in antiquity.
Kaufmann hit back. His critics couldn't accept his interpretation, he claimed, because of their own vested interests.
People who have learned and who have taught their students in ancient history and so on that all this is invention are in a difficult situation, or maybe in a difficult situation, and they are looking now to counter arguments to stay to their old established views.
But the criticisms didn't let up. If this was the Troy, where were the royal tombs? The burial chambers for King Priam and the others? Where were the remains of the 10-year-old Greek army camp?
I would like to see the Greek camp
I hate this game.
excavated and laid out. We know from Homer the Greeks were there.
Whatever. I had the blessedness and then I screwed it up. I just didn't know what how to take it. Whatever.
More detailed.
That was like the dream setup.
That kind of site will convince me that the site of Hisarlik and the Troy of Homer's legends are one and the same.
The row rumbled on. It seemed as if Kaufmann was destined to tread the same controversial path as his predecessor, Schliemann, forever trying to convince his colleagues that he'd found Troy. Linking Hisarlik to Homer only provoked criticism. After all, the Iliad was a work of fiction. It was written 500 years after the events it described were supposed to have taken place. What was needed was some kind of contemporary reference. Bronze Age writing that could be tested against physical evidence at the site today. For decades, scholars had looked for references to Troy in archaic Greek writings, but they'd found nothing. At Hisarlik, archaeologists had drawn even more of a blank. No writing at all, no tablets, no inscriptions. Then, Kaufmann's team made an astonishing discovery. Among the ruins, not of Layer 6, but of the settlement that followed it, Layer 7, built around 1100 BC, a small bronze seal.
Oh, that was so terrible.
Inscribed with 2
I
names.
deserve to have been shot there 3 times.
This was an exciting find. So far, the only piece of writing discovered at the site. And it was to give help to Kaufmann's cause from an unexpected quarter. The hieroglyphs on the seal belonged to a now obscure language used in Western Turkey during the 2nd millennium BC, Luvian. The Luvians had lived under a people who dominated central Turkey, the Hittites. And it seems they shared a language.
Luwian is closely related to Hittite, as close as, say, Italian and French. And both of them
what is
are
that terrible?
Indo-European
So
languages.
terrible.
That means to say they're related to Latin, Greek, and Sanskrit.
The Hittites were diligent record keepers. They avidly inscribed on stone tablets the daily routine of government, tax accounts, lists of military equipment, and so on. As an expert in ancient languages, David Hawkins had noticed that one of the Hittite kingdoms, a place called Wilusa, was in northwest Turkey, the same region as Hisarlik. Hawkins further
Oh my gosh, I think I might take a break in 10 minutes. Honestly, I might take a break. I might upload the 141 just as a meme. No, because really, I'm gonna really have to think about it. Am I really gonna do the same strat again, over and over and over forever?
Suspect that both Wilusa
Why?
and Ilios described the same place.
What will a 140 would the strat mean more than
His
the
hunch
141? It would
paid
probably
off.
mean the exact same
He
thing, to
found
be
a
honest.
Hittite treaty dating to
Right?
1280 BC,
I need to really
just
reconsider
before the
my
time of the Trojan
approach
War.
here.
In the treaty, he encountered a clue that could
Right,
be tested
like-
against both Homer and features at the archaeological site. That clue
I
was
don't know, we're
contained
doing well
in a
though.
list
We
of
are
Wilusan
piecing, could be
gods.
piecing 140 maybe.
Typically of Hittite treaties, they end with a god list, and the gods are invoked as witnesses to the treaty. And among the gods of Wilusa, we have a reference to something which is called Divine Earth Road. That is to say, it is a way into the earth, a way into the underworld, and we know what these things are geographically. They are where rivers enter, flow into the underground, and flow into potholes and so on.
So in Bronze Age times, according to the Hittites, Wilusa was built upon an underground stream, one special enough to merit divine status. Under the mound at Hisarlik, archaeologists also found an underground stream, a large one, fed by rainwater seeping through the limestone rock native to the region. This in itself was not surprising, as most ancient cities were built near sources of fresh water. But the excavation turned up something more. Channels and tunnels in the cave bore signs of construction. Ancient engineers had clearly extended the stream into a massive drainage system. Here was an underground water source worthy of worship.
This is the entrance to a network of man-made caves, which stretch at least 100 meters underneath the lower city. And the purpose of all this was to collect water as it filtered through the permeable limestone, and to provide a source of water for the inhabitants of the lower city.
Significantly, in the Iliad, Homer also referred to sacred springs running out of the side of the hill where Troy stood. But was this cave old enough to have existed during the 2nd millennium BC, supposedly the time of the Trojan War? Dating of limescale deposits on the cave walls gave the answer.
The earliest deposits on the face of the cave go right back to the early 3rd millennium BC. That means the period of Troy 1, 2, or 3. These caves, at least in origin, are as old as Troy itself. But what it means is that there was this water-producing system here, both in Homer's time and in Hittite times.
For the first time, a physical feature at the site linked an independent contemporary Hittite inscription with a reference in Homer. The water system offers the strongest proof yet that Hisarlik could indeed be the Troy of legend. For Kaufmann, it was a triumph of methodical detective work. But Kaufmann's team was faced with one more question, and it was perhaps the most obvious one of all. If Hisarlik was indeed Troy and was destroyed in the Trojan War, what happened to it next? The excavation had one more secret to uncover: the ultimate fate of the great city of Troy. It seems a world away from the story of ancient Troy. But this place offers a flavor of what Troy became during the later stages of its long history. This is the Anzac Memorial. It stands atop the cliffs of Gallipoli, where during World War I, 250,000 soldiers died. But this region was a site of remembrance once before, over 2,000 years ago. Six miles from Gallipoli, archaeologists are working on another great site of homage. In the last centuries of the pre-Christian era, people came here to pay tribute to the heroes of the legendary Trojan War. This is Hisarlik in northwest Turkey. It's long been reckoned that this was the site of the great city of Troy. Recent investigations by the Project Troya team have revealed the extent of the homage site, superimposed upon earlier Trojan settlements. But 5 centuries after the Trojan War, we have Layer 8, a large new city. So why was Troy revived?
Oh my gosh,
the answer
guys.
lies
I
in
guess
the
I'm
incredible
playing for a
power of
little
the
more.
legend of the Trojan War. and the
I'm right.
writings
I'm
of
like
Homer.
warm in the zone. Be dumb to stop playing right now.
The Iliad and the Odyssey, once they're written down in the late 8th century, had an enormous impact on the Mediterranean world. We can see this as we look at the pottery with scenes from the Iliad and the Odyssey that appear almost immediately and all over the Eastern Mediterranean. And one of the reasons why these two epics had such prominence is that so many areas trace their descent, their ancestry, from these heroes who had fought in the Trojan War.
The home of the Trojan heroes became a holy place. A place imbued with enormous mythological and religious significance. A place that everyone wanted to claim a connection with. In their turn, the Persian Emperor Xerxes and the Macedonian warlord Alexander the Great both made the trek to the city. But the most enthusiastic pilgrims came from Rome.
The early Roman emperors traced their descent from Troy, and it was of course also viewed as Rome's mother city. And so they pumped a great deal of money into the site. Many of the buildings that you see in the marketplace, the agora, are as grandiose as they are because of imperial benefactions.
But the emperors were not alone. Just like modern tourists, thousands of ordinary Greeks and Romans would have ventured here, seeking contact with the warriors and gods of a glorious past. In effect, the Greeks and Romans developed Troy as an historical shrine dedicated to the Trojan War. They called it Ilium.
I wonder if my 141 was low or high. I think it was low. Could be wrong.
Indeed, among the ruins of Ilium, evidence of the tourist presence in Greek and Roman times is still visible.
This is the very northeastern corner of the citadel mound of Troy. Sticking out of it, you can see this great triangular block, which is the remains of the old late Bronze Age citadel, which would have stood at the time of the Trojan War, if there was a Trojan War. And the Hellenistic Greeks have built up against it this staircase. And I think you can just imagine the tourist guides here taking people up these steps. You could imagine them saying, there now, this is the one bit that still remains of the Troy where our ancestors fought. Just touch that, because here you're touching history.
Not much of Ilium survives now. To get an idea of how it might have looked, we have to go further south along the Turkish coast, to another city built at about the same time, Ephesus. Ephesus is distinguished by magnificent multi-story public buildings, paved streets, and impressive amphitheaters. Its grandiose architecture still delights visitors, and its scale and appearance allows us to create a picture of what Ilium would have looked like.
Behind us here, there would have been the Acropolis with the Temple of Athena on top. You have to imagine this stretching up. 10 or 15.
Yo, thanks Wizard Power, thanks my friend. We got a PB, we did get 141.
Temple platform, so
we're pretty happy.
Go in and out of the Odeon
We
here
improved our
at the top.
PB by 1 second.
But there was a darker
But
side
we
to the Roman
took a
obsession
big
with
step
Troy's
forward.
legendary past.
Thanks, bro. Yeah, it's a
As
big time. There's
excavations
some
on
big
the
names with that.
southwestern corner of the
There's
Citadel
some
Mound have come
freaking
to
legends
be.
with that time, man. Pretty
This
happy.
area is a
I'm
pagan
just...
sanctuary.
I'm sitting here,
Its
I'm
large
reconsidering,
size
should I
proves the
change my
city bore witness
strats?
to
Because,
many
like, I mean...
practices.
I don't know. I might...
One of them was
My
an
next
offshoot
session,
of
I
the
might
popular
go for
cult of
the
and
natural
was in
stuck
turn directly
mainframe,
linked
but
to the
I don't
story
know.
of the Trojan War.
It's like, what's my goal?
The
My goal is
custom of the
probably like
Locrian
139 or less.
The
That's
custom
probably
of
my
the
goal,
Locrian
139
maidens.
or
This
less.
goes back to an
That
episode
is
in
my
the
goal.
Iliad where
I would be
Ajax,
happy
the
with
Greek hero,
139.
dragged the Trojan woman Cassandra from the cult statue of Athena. thereby
Yeah,
violating
139, I'd
Athena, in a
say.
sense, because that was a place of
It's
sanctuary.
like the dream.
Ajax was by tradition a native of the
I
Greek
ran
town of
around
Locris.
the drones
So every year, in penance, the Locrian
in the
rulers
141.
sent 2 young women to Troy. Their job?
I think
to
so.
keep the temple of Athena clean.
And if they were
But
found
it's, man, it
outside
takes
the
a lot of
sanctuary of
time.
Athena, according to the ancient descriptions of the custom, they could be killed.
After a year,
What? The first 20
the women were
seconds?
replaced,
What?
if they'd survived.
Oh, my road,
This
yeah.
continued until probably the early first
No, I get
century BC, so at least
a
the
glass
Ilians
attempt
had
at
a clean
least
sanctuary for
every
nearly
5
1,000 years,
minutes.
and they had it free.
More like every 2.5, I think.
For 500 years, Ilium
I'm not that
enjoyed a
inconsistent
golden
now
age,
anymore.
bolstered both by trade
I
and
know.
by its strategic location. The city continued to grow in
But
size
yeah,
and
welcome,
wealth
welcome in.
until it
Again,
rivaled
back.
Ephesus itself. But then, Ilium began to face a new threat. Mud. A slow and remorseless silting up of the harbour that drove trade away, and with it the wealth that kept this archaic fairyland alive.
Okay.
And, just as the sea retreat reached crisis point, so Ilium fell from favour among the rich and powerful. For Rome had become Christian. The newly devout Caesars had no interest in preserving a city so closely linked to a freshly discredited pagan past.
The emperors in general stopped coming in the 4th and 5th centuries AD, and the primary reason for that is Christianity. The money is being directed to other sites that have some sort of Christian heritage, as this site does not. Its primary associations were pagan. And the benefactions that had always characterized the city during the Roman Empire also tend to stop.
So dumb. This game is so fucking
Earthquake
dumb.
and disease also hastened the end. By 650 AD,
Troll, man. That was actually a really funny pass away. Everything is always so funny.
Today, at the
It's pretty
historic
fast,
site,
too.
the excavation has begun.
It's
to
just so
wind
funny.
down.
Ha ha ha ha ha.
The archaeologist who
I'm
has
so
perhaps
fucking
done
angry.
more than any other
I'm
to
so angry.
reveal the lost worlds that lie beneath this soil.
57
Manfred
pass away
Kaufmann
there was pretty fast.
will soon face a crossroads in his life's work.
Definitely PV pace,
I
I
will
think.
not move away from Troya, but I'm 60 years old. There always will be excavation in Troya, and my scholars, my students, who I have done so much work and effort in this site, will continue this work. I would be most pleased to look from that, not in an armchair, but to have helped and support that the next generation can continue.
Oh god.
Kaufmann's team has come closest of all to understanding the real history of Troy.
Thanks, bro. Thanks for being
For
here.
the first time, we can say that 3,000 years ago, here was a great city.
Never saw that way to open the glass
Strategic
door. Oh
hub of
man.
seaborne trade.
Welcome, welcome.
A city that suffered war.
Yeah, it's
and
pretty
destruction.
amazing. Brian
A
Bosshart, the
city that
legend, was the
underwent
first to
rebirth as a
discover it
pagan shrine dedicated
in
to the
like
memory of
2007 or something. Maybe earlier,
Tourists
2005.
still come to Hisarlik.
2003.
Their confidence that here stood the Troy of legend can now be justified.
Goose has a good speed
History
lore
can
on it.
never confirm if Homer's heroes ever lived.
Yeah, it's
nor
pretty
whether
epic,
the
dude.
legendary Trojan horse ever existed.
It's amazing.
But thanks to modern archaeology, the city in which Homer placed his heroes, the lost city of Troy, is lost no more.
Fuck off. So yeah, it's pretty fast. It's the most frequent. Consistency is like almost 99% that he's gonna get stuck in the mainframe. But it adds about 2 seconds. What's it with the YouTube videos? It's so funny. What's that? My YouTube videos? Thanks, man. Thanks, dude.
Persepolis.
I got some pretty ridiculous ones up there.
It was known in its day as the richest city under the sun. Persepolis was the capital of the largest empire the world had ever seen.
Why'd I play those stuff? What stuff?
But for over 2,000 years after its destruction, it was largely ignored. The life and achievements of the Persians
Why are they talking about the Egyptians?
erased from history.
Oh my gosh, man. I don't know what you're even talking about, my dude. Help me.
Persians
Video playing below me. Oh, below me. I don't know. I'm not paying attention, man.
As well as we like to think we know the Greeks, or the Romans, or the Egyptians.
I got subtitles, and I got subtitles, and I got audio. You tell me, my dude.
It is one of the most undervalued.
I'm not really watching it, to be absolutely honest with you. I'm sorry. I'm not watching it.
But no
I
longer.
think you would know more about it than me.
Through the archaeology, the ancient texts, and work by a new generation of historians, we can build a picture of this remarkable civilization. And it is this place, Persepolis, which holds the key to this forgotten empire.
The double duck. Why, was there something funny on there? Oh yeah, it's talking about Angkor Wat in Cambodia and Egypt, I think. And I think 3 different locations on Earth. I think Angkor Wat in Cambodia, Pyramids of Egypt in Egypt.
Until recently, Iran was largely closed to Western visitors. The
Something
political
else.
turmoil of the 1980s made it
Oh,
almost impossible
thanks.
to come here.
Thanks, man. I don't know.
But
We
in
have
the last
long
few
streams.
years, this has begun to change.
Subway Surfers. Nice.
Iran is opening up, it's actually welcoming people from the West.
What is that, like Frogger?
So now is the time that our study of ancient Persia has to go up a gear, I think. We should seize the
I
opportunity.
don't know that game.
Dr. Lloyd Llewellyn-Jones has spent 15 years studying ancient Persia. But this is the first time he's been able to visit Persepolis, the heart of Persian civilization.
Yeah, usually I am listening, but now I'm just so focused to get this time.
We can, by coming to places like Persepolis, begin to give the Persians a personality, begin to give them an identity.
It is incredible. Boy, they knew what they were doing. It's incredible, amazing.
I fucking suck, man.
In the stillness now of the morning, and just with the bird song, it's just remarkable. It really is.
People on TikTok need, for some reason, to put gameplay of some random game between the actual video.
Remarkable Persepolis
Because people's
may be,
attention
but
span
history
is
has never
1
given it its
second.
due. Most of what we know about it we have gleaned from Greek accounts. The Persians themselves left little written history behind. But the Greeks were the sworn enemies of the Persians. They defeated them in battle, and it's the victors who write the history books. The Greeks liked to paint themselves as the creators of all things civilized, and the Persians as cruel, despotic, and backward.
We in the West identify with a Greco-Roman tradition. We know the works of Greek and
So
Latin
dumb.
authors, and they are going to downplay.
You make a good point. People's attention span
in its
is
historical
1 second.
setting. They're going to say that the Persians are barbarians, and this is the theme that comes over time and time and time again in the sources.
Yet the Persians cannot be dismissed so easily. For 250 years, they ruled the largest empire the world had ever seen.
Yeah, we're gonna have to reconsider our approach, I think. We're gonna watch that 141 back. I think we're gonna post it and then take a break, maybe even tonight take a break. I don't know. I gotta really think about my life.
In 550 BC, Cyrus, a tribal leader, set off with his army on a campaign of conquest. With his charisma and what the Greeks called the fear he inspired and the terror he struck in all men,
How are you, Wizard? I
Cyrus
hope
took
your
control of more and
gameplay.
more territory.
I hope you're having fun playing GoldenEye, my bro. If you're a bro, if you're a man.
In
Oh
just
my
30
God,
years,
man.
he laid the foundations of an empire that would stretch from the borders of India in the east to Greece on the Mediterranean.
Yeah, this is a very
down to Egypt and Ethiopia.
could be a
and up to what is now
boring
Russia.
level to watch. Very boring.
More than
Like,
30 different
painfully
peoples were
boring.
brought together under the rule of the man who called himself the King of the World. And at the heart of this empire stood Persepolis, the greatest of all Persian cities, and the key to understanding the achievements of the ancient Persians. Persepolis was begun around 515 BC by Darius the Great, the fourth king in the Persian dynasty known as the Achaemenids. But much of what we can see today lay hidden under the sands for 2,000 years. It was only in the 1930s that many of the wonders of Persepolis were finally uncovered. Whole staircases adorned with perfectly preserved reliefs were seen for the very first time.
No one dreamed of the regal splendors which their excavation would reveal to the world. For more than 22 centuries, the capital of the Persian Empire lay neglected.
As well as the reliefs, archaeologists found some less spectacular artifacts that would prove vital in uncovering the secrets of the ancient Persians. "30,000 fragments of these tiny clay tablets were found among the rubble of Persepolis. They provide one of the few sources of information about the workings of the empire, written by the Persians themselves. The marks on the tablets are the ancient Persian script known as cuneiform.
I don't know what I was doing there.
Dr. Maria Brosius is one of only a handful of scholars in the world who can decipher what is written on the tablets.
What we have here is an example of a clay tablet found in Persepolis. A scribe would pick up a piece of wet clay and he would then hold it in his left hand, and that fits perfectly into the shape of your hand really, and then he would inscribe it. It's an extraordinary feeling to know that something like this has survived to tell us about life 2,500 years ago, information that we otherwise would never have. They tell me something about how people live.
I think I gotta post the PB, honestly, just to turn the page.
So
To
what
turn
can
the
tablets
page.
tell us about Persepolis? The
I think I'll
tablets
do
are
that
the
in
seats
maybe
and
5
impulses of
minutes.
the empire, including those for
I
the
do need a
workers who
break.
built
Like, I'm not gonna
Persepolis.
just freaking play Aztec like 10 hours of my life, always,
One
forever.
records 1.5 shekels of silver for carpenters making sculptures. Another details 1 jug of wine each to the 74 Syrian laborers working on the columned hall. Yet another 2.5 shekels for the Carian gold workers.
The amount of gold that seems to be used here indicates
Like, this might be my last
that,
run.
again, you know, the cost of this site must have been immeasurable.
From the information on
Yeah,
the
I don't
tablets,
know.
we can deduce what materials once
I might take a break. I might
decorated
stop
the
streaming. I might start streaming again tonight.
For decades, we have seen only the stone pillars and walls, but now we can recreate
I gotta do
the halls
some
and palaces
video
of
juggling
Persepolis
as well.
in all their dazzling splendor. As we do so, we can see why Persepolis was once known as the richest
Open up some
city
space on
under the
my
sun.
disk drive.
Access to the complex was through the Gate of All Nations. Human-headed bulls announced to visitors they were entering the heart of royal Persian power. It was covered with a cedar wood roof, its doors adorned with gold fittings. At the heart of the complex was the Apadana, where King Darius received his subjects. Today, only 10 of the original columns still stand. In antiquity,
yeah, I'm gonna do that.
36 columns, 20 meters high.
I think I'm gonna stop playing in 3 minutes. Thank you for being here, Wizard Power. Thank everybody. And I'm gonna restart again after dinner. I'm probably gonna upload the 141.
This enormous hall
have like
could
a meme.
accommodate 10,000 people.
Something that was built with columns 20 meters high. I think it was awe-inspiring. People were probably looking up and were completely stunned.
It'll be good. I have received this gift.
You can see how each of these
I think I shall post it.
rear up to the sky. And they would have held up there an enormous roof of beautiful cedar wood, giving us this heady scent of cedar wherever we went as well.
King after king added to Darius's creation. Xerxes, the Greeks' great foe, built this, the remarkable Hall of 100 columns. And finally, we can recreate the private quarters of Darius himself, a place that only the king's most intimate advisors would ever have seen.
It would have been dimly lit, but light would have been streaming through window spaces. And in fact, we can tell from some of the highly polished stone around here that this would have been gleaming, absolutely gleaming. In fact, some people have called this room the Hall of Mirrors.
The building sat on a 15-meter-high man-made terrace.
In terms of beauty, it's difficult to find the right words, really. As a feature, it's an architectural symphony. Everything is built to harmonize with one another. Each building is synchronized with another one to make a beautiful, harmonized whole.
Persepolis is one of the great architectural achievements of the ancient world.
That's exactly what I'm going to do. This is my last run, right here. My last
Why
one.
did the Persian kings go to
Can I get loose a
such
boost for the raid?
Beyond housing the royal entourage, what exactly was the purpose of these extraordinary buildings?
Legend Dynamics DJ being here too. No, like, come on, this game, guys. This fucking game.
Over 2,500 years ago, the Persians built the greatest city on earth, from which they ruled most of the known world. But this was no ordinary city, for it was built with a particular purpose in mind. What the city was used for was an integral part of how the Persians maintained their vast empire for 250 years. Clues to the function of Persepolis lie carved into the walls and staircases of the city, in the scenes depicted in its stunning stone reliefs. They show the different peoples of the empire coming to Persepolis to give gifts and pay tribute to the great Persian king. Nubians from Africa,
Thanks, Elusive Boost. Thank you, Wizard Power, for being here. Thanks, Scotty, Dynamics, Sailor Curse. Probably stream tonight, probably.
So what you've got here is a series of depictions of tribute bearers.
Thanks for being here.
Who have come to Persepolis, and all of them bringing gifts from different parts of the empire. Fine horses, shaggy mountain goats. It's all the wealth of the empire being brought as tribute here to the great king. A superb depiction of a camel here. So much personality in the face as well. Wonderful curved horned sheep, depicted in such detail. And if you look at the very stylized way that they do things, like the way that they render curls in the hair and in the beard in a very artificial manner, and then as you come down to the shaggy fleece of the sheep, you can see that that's echoed again. So you get these triangles ending in these perfect little swirls, and finally this flick of a tail at the bottom as well. The costumes for all of these foreign delegates are rendered in such detail, and it's clear that the Persian artist is fascinated by the variety, the ethnic variety that you get visiting here.
So this is what Persepolis was for. It was not a military capital. It was first and foremost a symbolic and ceremonial place. From all over the empire, subject peoples came here to give their gifts to the king. The formal presentation of tribute confirmed the loyalty of the subject nations and the power of the king. The walk to the king followed a specific route through the complex, intended to maximize the impact of the architecture.
Coming up these stairs would have been an overwhelming experience.
If you look at the stairs, they are not something that you walk up fast. They're so shallow that you have to walk very, very slowly. That all heightened the expectation, and it, I suppose, gave you a sense of the king's power. You can't just walk into a room and there you are. It has all to do with a procession to the king.